Chapter 681 Out of Control? After receiving this news, Jiang Yao had decided that these civilizations were so good at playing. At first, I was still wondering how these civilizations would end up doing this. With such a big fanfare, the number of insects in the swarm has been increased to an extremely terrifying number. What do you want to do? Now it seems that I am still too young. Jiang Yao was also very surprised by these civilized operations. According to the current number of Zerg, all civilizations must work together if they want to be wiped out by the army. And this time, the concerted efforts are not the kind of operation on the surface. This time, their operation method is still to do their best. Only if they all use their strength can they cause enough damage to these bugs. But if you do this, many civilizations that are defeated in the end will suffer heavy losses. So what should we do next? You must know that when fighting against insect swarms, there are many civilizations with relatively high technological levels that directly rely on their own technology to receive a large amount of resources every day with a small loss. This means that these civilizations still have a lot of resources in their hands. At this time, no one has many troops left. The competition is to see which one has prepared more resources. And the resources in the hands of these civilizations can easily raise another large wave of troops. As long as you are not stupid with this kind of operation, you will know that at this stage, those with more resources will have an inherent advantage. And they can continue to harvest civilizations with lower technological levels. These civilizations are naturally not fools. And they are definitely not happy for such a thing to happen. So they will definitely not contribute. But now, he finally understands. Because the universe connection is about to close. After the closure, no matter how many resources these advanced civilizations have, they will never be able to cause trouble to those low-level civilizations. This also means that the first-level civilization is definitely safe. But the advanced civilization can retain all the resources it has saved during this period, and then build more warships to wait for the next opening. For those whose technological level is not high enough, their civilization has been emptied out in this battle. Even if their families are temporarily safe, they will still have a very miserable life next time. If there are still enough resources in this universe, then they can barely support the next wave. If not, things will be very serious. When the next wave starts, they will not be replenished in time. So it is unknown how much their strength will be affected. But at this time, they have to devote all their efforts to eliminate the insect swarm. Because if those bugs are not eliminated and continue to expand, one day if you are unlucky, they will come to your own universe, and you will be unable to stop them at all. Because this kind of bug has the ability to travel to other universes. Although they are currently lacking in resources, a door to other universes may appear at any time in the universe. As long as this channel is open, they will still have a chance in their own universe. Even if you don't open it, at least you don't have to worry. If you are unlucky and those bugs come to your door, it is even said that when the next time the cosmic connection is opened, they can fish in troubled waters in the early stage and collect a certain amount of resources to restore blood. In this way, there is at least the possibility of their civilization being preserved. However, it is this possibility that makes them be these civilizations are suppressed in various ways. Of course, in addition to these reasons, there is another point. That is, if they are really lucky, they might be able to experience another technological explosion. In this case, the roles will be adjusted correctly next time. I have to say that this arrangement is very clear. Once these high-level civilizations start to attack low-level civilizations crazily, they will inevitably unite. In this case, even if their technological level is superior, they are likely to overturn. However, through this method, a sufficient amount of low-level civilizations are created, and their strength becomes stronger and stronger. After a few more rounds of connections, if they are opened, the gap between them and these civilizations will become wider and wider. And finally it will be a level that they can easily crush. After figuring out the whole story, Jiang Yao was also very emotional about this. In fact, he had to admit that these civilized methods were relatively clever. But think about it. Before he experienced wars between civilizations, and now the entire war has risen to the cosmic level. There must be a big difference between the previous fighting style and the current fighting style. This is not like fighting a civilized war. As long as the army presses past, they still need to consider the situation in other universes, the gap between each universe, whether they are united, and so on. If you want to avoid various conspiracies and calculations, the only way is to infinitely improve your strength. When their strength reaches a point where they can completely ignore these so-called alliances, then it's time for them to take action. Although the whole process is very long. But once they succeed, They will be able to harvest a lot of resources in the universe. For them, they can wait no matter how long they take. But what Jiangyao doesn't understand is that in fact, most of the civilizations present are standing at the end of their respective universes. And there are many universes at the junction of the universes that do not have such civilizations. This also means that these civilizations can become the targets of everyone's search. Under such circumstances, it actually doesn't matter much if everyone develops peacefully every time a cosmic connection is opened. After all, for any civilization, as long as it has enough resources to enter its own universe and allow itself to have enough resources to develop, it is actually enough. Even if they improve their strength again, it will only increase the number of their warships. It is very difficult for the current civilization to improve even a small step. How meaningful can it be? You don't need to worry about safety in your own universe. When the connection is opened, if everyone reaches a relevant agreement and there is no war, then they don't need to continue to worry about many problems. They only need to have enough self-protection. It's okay. There is absolutely no need for some civilizations. Every time a connection is opened, just like how much hatred there is, all kinds of efforts are made, and no one ends up well in the end. Jiangyao really couldn't figure this out. After all, judging from the current situation, they would gain greater benefits from peace than from war. Although he didn't understand why these civilizations continue to fight, he didn't think too much about it at this time. Like other civilizations, he also sent a large number of warships to join in the cleanup of the insect swarm. In this wave, he deployed half of the strategies of his own civilization. After all, other civilizations sent out a lot of warships, but there were too few on his side, which could easily cause some bad things. In this way, with the concerted efforts of most civilizations, they soon fought against the Tyranids again. Compared with the previous wave, their battle situation was directly crushing. Although the overall number of this insect swarm is now very exaggerated, they are still the same as before, leaving two large galaxies of insects at the connection. Soon the players also discovered something was wrong, because although they could easily crush them now, the slave group was too large. Every time they went out, they had to disperse their forces to 3 large universes, which also slowed down their development speed. More and more exaggerated. Although they can directly go in and eliminate 1 or 2 large universes, by the time they clean up these 2 large universes, the opponent will already have 4 or 5 in their hands. The speed of expansion made Jiangyao couldn't help but frown. At present, I am holding back, and other civilizations are also holding back. But the current situation no longer allows us to not use our full strength, because now the insect swarm is almost out of control. At this time, seeing that even though he had recruited many troops, he still could not effectively curb the spread of the heavy group, Jiangyao knew that things might be a bit big. I also have a lot of civilizations who have discovered the same problem. So they once again called for all civilizations to stop hiding and give out all their belongings. Otherwise this battle will really be impossible. But even so, he was about to find that there were still many civilizations that had not done this. They were still the same as before, which made him feel a little angry. Are some people really not afraid of insect swarms? Now Chang'e waits until she sends out her troops with all her strength. She has used up all her troops. Even if you want to use them, it will be useless. At this time, the situation is getting more and more out of control, and many universes are taking advantage of their own wealth. They were also calling, and the civilizations of the Long Table took out all their hidden troops as soon as possible. However, even so, there are still many civilizations that choose to continue hiding their clumsiness. In fact, Jiangyao also planned to send all his troops at first. But seeing so many civilizations continuing to hide, he couldn't help but feel a little angry. How long have you been hiding these things? When the Zerg find your universe, will you bring them into the coffin? He really didn't understand what these civilizations were thinking. At this point, he was still thinking about what was there and what was not. But he soon calmed down. Why didn't these civilizations send troops? Are there other reasons? After he thought about this, the more he thought about it, the more he felt it was possible. The current situation is nothing more than that these two civilizations are unwilling to use their full strength, because there are other reasons. Or they simply don't want to join in when they see that some civilizations have not used their full strength, because they think these civilizations must know something. In this way, you believe that I know things, and I believe that you know things, forming the current vicious circle. But the actual situation is that no one knows what it is. The two situations accounted for half each, which made him not sure how to choose. But in the end, he chose to keep the battleship. The reason for his choice is very simple. Because his focus is still there, and the other universe can't stop him. So he transferred the insect swarm over there to cooperate with his battleships to assist in defense. In this case, I might be able to hold on until the connection to the universe is closed. With such a mentality, he started to operate like this. Although he also knew very well that if this was the case, there would be many subsequent problems. If he failed to hold on, or let a group of bugs run in, there would be endless troubles. But he has also thought about this. After these bugs come in, at worst, he will compete with these bugs for development speed, even though you have more bases than me. But what I have left in my hand can at least withstand your attacking tools for a period of time. As long as I can withstand it, my development speed will definitely not be slower than yours. And your corpses are also nourishment for me to hatch troops. As long as my multi-party cooperation can block your attack, then I can deal with you. Also considering these reasons, he did not send out all the warships. For other universes, the number of battles on his side is actually relatively small. But fortunately, the technological level can be ranked in the middle, so he can barely cope with it. In this way, as time goes by, the days pass, and these swarms of insects have completely demonstrated what it means that as long as I have enough resources, I am invincible. The alliance of various civilizations still did not stop the expansion of the insect swarm. They were able to suppress them at first, but as time went by, the number of opponents increased, causing the whole situation to get completely out of control. In addition, many civilizations have turned into ice. So this kind of loss of control has started from only one more group at a time to the subsequent 10 and hundreds. And finally, the number of the entire insect swarm has to be calculated. If it comes down, it can fill half of the universe. And the most important thing is that even with such a huge number, they continue to expand. The expansion of the insect swarm has become irreversible. And the number of bugs they lined up at the connection to block the overall situation directly reached the size of a super galaxy cluster. Such terrifying and huge bugs have plunged all civilizations into despair. Even if they are stalling for time outside, they cannot be defeated by the cosmic side now. As long as this side does not break through, the insects they hide inside will only continue to devour and grow stronger. If the number of groups expands from one universe to another, even if there are many civilizations in the connecting universe, Jiang Yao believes that these insect swarms can completely swallow up all the universes before the connection is closed. So these civilizations are out of control? Seeing the current situation, Jiang Yao felt that the whole thing was very ridiculous. That's right. It can only be described as ridiculous. Everyone present is the top civilization in the universe, including my own side. But my side's demise is in this way. At the same time, this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that it is too confusing. He once thought that he might be besieged by many powerful civilizations, and in the end, he could not hold on and perished. But he would never have imagined that he would perish in such a strange state. I remember that I developed carefully in order to survive, and then used all kinds of calculations to finally get to where I am today. But it ended so ridiculously. But is this really the case? Chapter 682. A mysterious existence appears. This time, except for Jiang Yao, many other civilizations have this idea, mainly because their defeat this time was too ridiculous. Apart from these uninformed civilizations, there are still many civilizations that are still as stable as old dogs. This time the Zerg developed much faster than we thought. Since the last time the Zerg developed like this, there have only been 5 cosmic connections. Following this trend, I'm afraid it will only take 3 or 4 sub-universe connections for these Zerg to grow to such a scale. We really underestimate this race. After fighting with us so many times, their reproductive capabilities are constantly evolving. This is inevitable. Next, prepare all the observation instruments. Clear. At this time, the super civilizations that have experienced similar events have the same thing happening internally. Originally, they and most of the civilizations present believed that they had stood at the apex of the universe and could be regarded as an eternal civilization. As long as the universe is not destroyed, they can continue forever. It doesn't matter even if the universe is destroyed. They can take away other universes and continue to develop. It wasn't until the first insect swarm disaster came that they realized how ridiculous their ideas were. At that time, the scale of the worms was larger than it is now, and the swarm of worms directly occupied 7 or 8 universes. At that time, they all fell into despair, because in the face of such a large-scale crazy expansion, they had no way to stop it. These bugs will travel to various universes through the connections between universes, and then continue to grow until they swallow all the universes. At that time, They always thought that the universe was over. But just when everyone was in despair, a black sphere suddenly appeared in the void. These spheres were devouring the swarms of insects crazily. 7 or 8 universe-sized insect swarms were all devoured in less than 10 minutes. Everyone was confused about what was happening right now. They had no way to explain those spheres, and they had no way of knowing where they came from. Everyone fell into a void until several connections ended, and the second insect swarm expanded disorderly again. Just as they thought, that mysterious thing appeared again. Until this moment, they are basically certain of one thing. That is, their so-called universe may be nothing more than a fish tank for the existence of higher dimensions. And they are just fish in a fish tank kept by these civilizations. This discovery made them all feel a little incredible. But it is often the case. They were sure that the sphere was definitely a higher-level existence. These universes were nothing more than his back garden. The disorderly expansion of the insect swarm caused damage to the ecology of his back garden. So he took action. Even the existence of enemies that cannot be eliminated by the alliance of many civilizations is like cleaning up the debris in a fish tank. Generally, all of them can be removed gently. Until this moment, they were in despair. Facing this kind of existence, they have no ability to resist it all. The fate of given creatures makes them feel like that little fish in a fish tank who thinks the whole world is just this big. But after sinking for a while, they decided to resist and wanted to escape from the fish tank. It is a very ridiculous thing for a fish to escape from the fish tank, even if the owner is not there. What is the use of your lucky escape? Are you sure you can survive in the world outside the fish tank? But even so. So what? Let's not talk about whether the world outside the fish tank can survive. No matter what the situation is outside, they don't want to continue to be stupid fish who don't know anything in this fish tank. Because as long as you stay in the fish tank for one day, you will never escape your fate. One day, the unknown existence of the owner gets tired of playing. Maybe he will destroy all the existences in the fish tank, and then create another one in the fish tank. Ecology. Everything here is dominated by him. And everything here is developed according to his wishes. So when the fish in the fish tank think about this journey, they want to escape from here all the time. But what's the use of just escaping? They don't even know where the boundaries of the fish tank are. And they don't know what they will face after escaping from the fish tank. Escape does not mean not thinking about anything and just rushing forward to die, but that you can survive after escaping. Now they are like a helpless little fish learning to breathe and trying to adapt to the environment outside the fish tank. As long as they can breathe on the shore, they might be able to escape when their master is not at home. Although the hope is very slim. They can succeed one day if they really do it. And now they are doing this. Deliberately letting the insect swarm expand to the point where they can't deal with it. When the time comes, someone will naturally deal with it. And when they deal with it, they will be able to understand some of the conditions outside through observation. At the same time, you can also get a glimpse of what's going on outside the fish tank. Although the risk of doing this is very high. What does it mean? If your destiny is ultimately in the hands of others, then others may eliminate you at any time. Since we can't escape this destined fate in the end, it's better to start thinking of ways to resist from now on. Find a way to make the last struggle, even if it will be doomed in the end. And this is their first step now. Basically all civilizations who know this matter are taking this step at the same time. Under their intentional guidance, more civilizations will know this matter. If there is only one small fish in the fish tank that wants to escape, the owner may be able to stop it. But when there are hundreds or thousands of them escaping at the same time, it may not be easy to stop them. Even if there are only 1 or 2 fish that slip through the net, it is enough for these civilizations. And all they have to do is to win these 1 or 2 places. In this way, under the arrangement of many civilizations who knew about this matter, these civilizations who did not know about it were still panicking. But soon the panic disappeared and was replaced by a lingering feeling of fear. That's right. All the civilizations present suddenly felt a lingering feeling of fear. And they didn't know why they suddenly felt like this. They only knew that something bad might happen. And just like that, amidst everyone's worries, a black sphere suddenly appeared at the junction of the universe. The blackness of this sphere is so substantial, compared with black holes, which require light to be seen. They can see the actual blackness of this one through observation. Immediately afterwards, the sphere began to spread continuously. And soon, it spread to thousands of pieces. Then these spheres each flew towards certain universes. And these universes are all universes where the Tyranids are now emerging. At the same time, Jiang Yao also saw a sphere flying towards the Tyranids' gathering point at the junction of the universe. This sphere flies very fast. But what frightened him was that everything around the sphere's flight path was directly absorbed by it. The speed of absorption is so fast that it makes people feel purple. This sphere is like a moving black hole. To be precise, it may be more powerful than a black hole, because even if it is a black hole, as long as the battleship's escape velocity is reached, he still has a chance to leave. However, the place, time and space that this black ball experiences seems to have been imprisoned. Everything comes to rest and is sucked into it, because during the cleaning process, there is no difference between this black ball, whether it is the warship of their united civilization or these insects. Neither can escape. Through the demise of these battleships, Jiang Yao also immediately discovered a problem, because these battleships cannot transmit any information. Although we know that these battleships are transmitting things towards us all the time. Since the thing approached, no information can be transmitted. To be precise, it shouldn't be that it couldn't be transmitted, but that it was swallowed directly. Such a bizarre power made both him and other civilizations feel a little scared. This was really too unbelievable. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed such a thing would happen. Just like this, under the surprised eyes of all civilizations, this race that was still arrogant just now was swallowed up. And the universes they were in were also completely cleaned up. Such an unbelievable thing subverted everyone's three views. Immediately after everything was done, these black balls disappeared. And the special feeling in their hearts also disappeared. What exactly is going on? At this time, Jiang Yao couldn't help but feel a little frightened by the current scene. What happened today really subverted his outlook on things. Those things were definitely the masterpieces of a certain intelligent civilization. But precisely because of this, he was even more worried. This civilization has the strength to easily crush all their civilizations. In front of this civilization, their so-called technology is simply ridiculous. Any of their methods have no effect on this civilization. And who can guarantee that this mysterious existence only has the same weapon in its hand? At this moment much of civilization is mired in deep self-doubt. But soon they all understood. They understood why they simply ignored these super civilizations when faced with the disorderly expansion of insect swarms. They understood that even if they faced the threat of being devoured, these people were still hiding their clumsiness. Yes, they did it on purpose. They wanted to destroy all their fleets in this way. At the same time, they also wanted to tell themselves in this way that there was a more terrifying existence in the universe that was always observing them. Although it is incredible, the fact is that they have been observed by a more powerful existence. Just like the animals in the zoo being observed, this being can also change their various developments at will. For example, the insect swarm expanded infinitely, destroying the original ecology and making that being dissatisfied. So he wiped it out casually. At the same time, he also conveyed a message. That is, in his manner, one must abide by his rules. Maybe the connection point of the universe is also his arm. And he wants to see the war between various civilizations. It's like holding a box against a group of ants. You can observe them at any time. And you can also put pipes inside the box to guide these ants to other boxes. All in all, everything here is under his control. And I can only develop in the direction prescribed by him. Thinking of this, whether it was Jiang Yao or other people who knew about this for the first time, there was an indescribable feeling in their hearts. No one wants to be the object of observation by the other person. And no one wants his life to be controlled by someone. And it was only at this moment that Jiang Yao suddenly woke up. I see. Why are there so many bubble universes in the world at the edge of the universe? Obviously, the reason why these universes exist is that civilizations who know about this matter want to find out how to escape from the prison in this way. Although I don't know if this thing can be successful. But just like myself now, if you do it first, you can always see hope. He finally understood why the cosmic shield in the bubble world was so hard. It was like the big universe he was in now. How to get out of here? They need to know the answers to how to break down this barrier to wealth. If those ancient civilizations did not perish, maybe they could find inspiration from these canon universes. These inspirations may or may not be useful. But to them, these are not important. As long as they keep doing it, it will be okay. Because now he has no direction. Not only him, but even those ancient civilizations have no two-way direction. They can only keep trying and observing. To do this thing, maybe something can always come out of it. Sure enough, with the advancement of civilization, the more things you know, the more you can feel the horror of this world. No matter whether the level of civilization is high or low, or other survival is always the first need of civilization. When these civilizations know that their survival is hindered, they will try their best to find a chance for themselves. But where is this vitality? Jiang Yao was very confused about this. In fact, he now relies less and less on the system. He has even forgotten that he has not used the system for a long time. But it wasn't until this moment that he discovered that the system might not be as simple as he thought. In the past, when his technological level was relatively low, he had once suspected that the system would be something created by a civilization standing at a certain apex of the universe, specifically used to control himself. Later, his technological level became higher and higher, and it was not until he reached the pinnacle of the universe that he realized that he had thought too much before. However, just today, when he saw the mysterious sphere and thought of the civilization behind it, Jiang Yao didn't know why, but there was a feeling in his heart that if he wanted to fight against that kind of existence, he might have to rely on the system. Chapter 683, A Future Without Hope. After all, this is blinding me. At this time, after knowing so much, Jiang Yao couldn't help but sigh. After returning from the United Universe civilization, he didn't feel any pressure for a long time, because I have obtained a lot of technological weapons that can be used to deal with the current enemies. And with the blessing of these weapons in his hands, everything was indeed as he thought. These enemies were easily dispatched by him. After solving these enemies, he obtained a lot of technology to expand himself, and it has developed like a snowball until now. It is no exaggeration to say that in the universe he is now in, there is no civilization that can be his opponent. In addition, he also recruited many civilizations. At present, this universe of my own has a faint trend of developing towards a unified universe. If future development proceeds according to his plan, then a new united universe civilization will be born in the future. Therefore, he was not worried at all about the future development at that time. As for the danger, he had not experienced it for a long time. Until this time the connection was opened, and under the leadership of other civilizations who knew the truth. He also understood the truth of this universe. Until this moment, he put away his original mood. Now he knows that even in this state, he is still dangerous. The higher a civilization grows, the more things you know, and the more you realize your own insignificance. Hey, can't you tell me? Is it true that I can't escape from this prison? He wasn't quite sure about this either. However, judging from the information I currently have, this possibility should not be too high. Thinking of this, Jiang Fengqi also felt a little uncomfortable. If I can't escape control, what should I do next? Then it won't be of much use to think about it now. The most urgent task now is to understand everything we saw today. The other thing is about the follow-up operations. For example, I need to join in the research on the other side of the world and observe through various methods to see if I can get any inspiration. That's what Jiang Yao thought. But this time in other universes, they took action again. What was the result of this observation? It's still the same as last time. Unable to be parsed. We have prepared so many things this time. Is there still nothing we can do? We are not at the same level as beings of that level. It would be strange if it was really so easy to understand. Sigh. I don't know how long this kind of observation can last. If such a being knows that we are observing him, we don't know what the consequences will be. Can you really be sure that such an existence doesn't know that we are observing him? I'm thinking that he may know it better than anyone else. But even so, he still deliberately used it for us to observe. It's even said that every move we make now is under the nose of that existence. But we don't know it. To him, we are like insects he keeps in a cage. Not only that, they even suspect that for those beings, letting us know about their existence is a pleasure in itself. For them, this level of existence is no longer something they can fathom. The best way to deal with this matter right now is for all universes to unite and study it together. Of course, they also know very well that this is unrealistic. To put it simply, no one will trust you or him. But do you dare to ensure that he trusts you? No one wants to be someone else's wedding dress. So even if all the universes unite, there may not be a solution to this matter. And it is basically impossible for them to fight alone like they are now. We can only hope that at some stage in the future we will develop a way to escape. In the end, they could only think this way. Compared to their melancholy, Jiang Yao actually didn't have much reaction after hearing the news. Although he was very shocked at first, after he figured it out later, he felt that this matter was not as complicated as he thought. Beings of this level have thoughts about them, and they want to avoid them. This is basically impossible. So instead of being frightened every day, it's better to keep his mind in balance. He can't hide anyway. As for finding a way to escape, he also wants to study it. But it won't take a day or two, since those civilizations have announced this matter to the public. It can be seen that they have no good solution. Otherwise they will rot in their stomachs. People have been studying it for so long, but have not made any progress. I have just learned that I can make some achievements. So now he is just holding on. He can't come up with any ideas anyway. So he might as well settle the current matter step by step with peace of mind. Wait until you are here to solve some of the troublesome things at hand. Wait until you have figured out everything you want to research. And then think about other things. Of course, he is naturally very concerned about the acquisition of resources. Especially after seeing this kind of existence, and the scenes of attacks by many civilizations at the junction of the universe. He has new ideas for the future. Seeing so many battleships here, he felt powerless for the first time. So after thinking about it, he felt that instead of getting entangled in this matter, it would be better to get the power of self-protection first. At least the next time he encounters something like this, he won't be so passive. This time, he feels that he is really very passive, especially when facing attacks from those civilizations. At that time, he was really afraid that he would be selected by a certain civilization. If you start a fight with that civilization, what if you can win? No matter how much strength he has left. Other civilizations cannot be so stupid and remain indifferent while taking advantage of such a good opportunity. During this period of time here, he has seen too many similar things. Especially when he saw that certain civilizations had finally managed to resist the outside world. But it didn't take long for new civilizations to come up and cause trouble. Many civilizations were powerful, but the number of battleships they endured could not keep up, and they eventually fell. She also understood this issue very well, and it was the biggest drawback in battleship manufacturing and insect swarm hatching. To put it simply, the manufacturing cost is too high and the process is too cumbersome. The metal materials required to manufacture warships are made of many different metals and proportions. And there will be a big problem. That is, it takes time to collect these different metal resources. Even if you have the entire universe in your pocket, collecting them will still consume your energy. If it were normal times, these things wouldn't seem to be a big deal. But in the current situation, it's very troublesome. How long can we fight with our own reserves first? When the warships want to keep up after their reserves are exhausted, they must manufacture a large number of them. And the materials needed to manufacture these things must be collected slowly. And the whole process takes a long time. Although they can learn from the Zerg and build more shipyards, so that each batch can produce a lot of warships. But the problem is that the resources cannot keep up. It is very difficult to fully supply the mess of resources. Once the scale reaches a certain level, the collected resources cannot be supported at all, especially when several of the ores are completely consumed. It takes a lot of time to find the veins again. On the other hand, the Zerg side is much simpler. There are not so many bells and whistles. As long as there is enough biomass, all kinds of bugs can be hatched. The difficulty of obtaining these things is also very simple. It only needs to be swallowed continuously. If it is energy ore, then it is naturally the best. If it is not some ordinary things, it can also meet the needs. Therefore, it is completely free from the limitations of materials. As long as there is enough material, all problems can be solved. This is also the reason why it is difficult for these battleships to reach an exaggerated level in numbers. But it is very easy for the swarm. So in the end, this technology can only be used as an auxiliary. And the really useful thing is naturally the insect swarm. Especially after experiencing this incident, I can see that as long as the number of my insect swarm is large enough, all problems can be solved. Just like this time, the performance of the Tyranids really made him feel a little outstanding. Of course, he also discovered that disorderly expansion was not a good thing. At least if it was noticed, he might not be able to avoid the same fate. It seems that the way of expansion must also be changed. It cannot be as large as the Tyrone swarm. In fact, now he is also worried that if he expands the scale too much, he will be in trouble if he encounters similar things. After all, this lesson learned from the past was right in front of him. So to be cautious, he had to slightly reduce the quantity. Reducing the quantity meant improving the quality. This kind of thing is very troublesome. However, although the situation is a bit troublesome now, it is not without a way to deal with it. The troops hatched through ordinary methods in the insect nest have not only degraded in strength, but also cannot evolve. So in terms of quality, there is basically no possibility of improvement. But it can allow players to abandon some weaker arms and turn all arms into those powerful arms. For example, all the soldiers are Leviathan and Ultralisk. In this case, wouldn't the problem be easily solved? Even if the entire universe is hollowed out, the size of the troops hatched will not be too exaggerated. and the overall strength has been greatly improved. You can use most of the resources in this universe to get these units out first, because energy crystals are needed to create this unit. Therefore, he can adopt an operation method. That is, after all the crystals that can be collected in this universe are consumed, the remaining resources do not need to be mined. Or in other words, the resources are gathered in one place. Use these hatched bugs as consumables. Then wait quietly for the next connection to begin. In this case, when the next time starts, he will have a huge army of Leviathan in his hands. He doesn't need to worry about his side being attacked by civilization due to insufficient troops or other circumstances. Thinking of this, he also had a lot of thoughts. And finally he made this decision. Anyway, in his opinion, expanding the number and improving the strength, and the number should not be too exaggerated, is the most perfect solution at the moment. Brothers, have you heard? This time we have a new mission. What mission? The situation is probably like this. The leader needs us to convert all the troops into Leviathan or Thunder Beast. Only these arms have sufficient strength. Your idea is to let our troops stay in that universe, and then continue to develop and devour enough resources. You must also know that the Tyranids were wiped out. The reason they were wiped out seemed to be because their numbers were too exaggerated. It was also for this reason that the leader temporarily changed his strategy. I see. One more thing. The leader also asked us to play more in the universe, and fill in some bugs. As for the purpose of stuffing these bugs in, everyone naturally knows it well. Even if the connection is closed, the bugs they put in can still continue to develop. However, it is still difficult to develop if you put bugs in it. After all, the large number of civilizations here are not fools. When they find that the situation of a group is not right, they will definitely take action. As for the insect swarms that hatch directly like this, because they cannot evolve, their strength is greatly reduced. It is hard to say whether they can be stopped by then. But for them, this is a piece of cake. If you stuff a few bugs in, you may not be able to develop it. But if you don't stuff it, it will definitely be useless. Anyway, for the players, it is enough not to cram in 100 places, but to have 1 or 2 places up. They didn't expect too much. And they weren't the only ones who thought about this. Other universes have the same idea, but they directly let people in and develop. As for whether it can develop, no one knows. Even after it develops, no one knows whether these people will continue to listen to themselves. But there are some things you have to do. Just like this, during this period of time when the connection is closed, many ways of civilization will no longer be remembered if we continue to fight. It is better to put our thoughts on other places. After seeing this scene, Jiang Yao finally understood why the technologies left by ancient civilizations can appear in so many universes. So that's it. Sometimes things are really magical. I used to be very confused about this matter, but now I am involved in it. Just like that. As he sighed, the connection between the universe began to slowly close. Chapter 684. Stealing time and planning for the future. Just like that, the cosmic connection is closed. This time, the Universe Gate team gave Jiang Yao too many things. First of all, this time, I have a precise understanding of the conditions of many civilizations in the universe. Although the battleship in my hand was obtained from the United Civilization, the situation here is better. The general situation is that this kind of battleship can be ranked at the middle level among so many universes. He was quite satisfied with this. As long as his battleship is not the kind that ranks at the end, Jiang Yao can still feel at ease. Anyway, in this situation, it won't be you who becomes the target. Of course, apart from this, he also gained another important piece of information. From the beginning to the end of the cosmic connection this time, he did not find the united cosmic civilization. And this incident is naturally a signal transmission for him. It's very simple. Through this, he can be sure that every time the universe connection is opened, only a part of the universe will be selected. This means that there are more universes than he imagined. He was still a little surprised by this. These 2 observed gains are also very useful to him, and he will use these as the basis for his future layout. In addition to these 2 points, there are other technological products. In this battle, I not only collected a lot of Zerg wreckage, but I also collected a lot of warship wreckage from other civilizations. Although I can't analyze all of these things, I can always get something from them. These things may also be helpful to my future technological development. In fact, not only he can think of other civilizations, so he is not the only one who is collecting the wreckage. This also means that when the next cosmic connection is opened, the civilizations that survived this war will definitely improve greatly. Sure enough, Survival of the fittest is an unchanging law no matter where it is. Of course, this is understandable. Thinking of this, Jiang Fengqi couldn't help but sigh. Of course, apart from these gains, there are many more important gains this time. The first is a large amount of resources. I am ready to invest all of these resources in creating Leviathan. And these Leviathans are all hatched by the system. Although I had few such Leviathans before. With these resources and a lot of time, I can always make up for them. The resources required for Leviathan's evolution are also easier to handle. After all, so many resources should be enough to evolve several times. The gate to the universe may appear at any time. This means that I will still have the opportunity to search and plunder other universes. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but start to make calculations in his mind. Of course, what he was planning was how to plunder the resources of other universes, and use the resources of these universes to create a very powerful Leviathan army in his hands. It has to be said that with this experience at the junction of the universe, Jiang Fengqi also has a clear direction. He was naturally happy to hear about this. Of course, apart from arrangements, what I need most now is time. And this matter is what Jiang Fengqi is most worried about. The opening of the universe connection is measured in billions of years. After knowing the mysterious existence, all Jiang Fengqi needed to do was to keep accumulating until the next connection was opened. And this is also the biggest problem. I can wait, but can the players wait? It's clear they can't wait. Because no matter how you operate, the lifespan of the players is here. This is a nuisance. No matter how much I try to slow down the passage of time in the area. For the players, when the time span extends to billions of units, everything is so ridiculous. I need to think about this matter carefully. If only we could save the players. It is definitely unrealistic to significantly increase the lifespan of players. It's easy to expose the secret by doing this. If not, how can we continue to use players the next time it is opened? After thinking about it for a long time, Jiang Fengqi came up with an idea. He had carried out a big migration of everyone on Blue Star a long time ago. And he used a big lie to deceive all the people on Blue Star. To put it simply, the place where Blue Star people live now is a false Blue Star created by themselves. Maybe I could consider freezing. Put the Blue Star people into hibernation and let them time travel. Thinking of this, he immediately started to take action. But this time on Blue Star's side. Today's Blue Star has changed a lot compared to before. Many things such as flying cars, virtual projection, etc. have already become completely popular. The entire human heart has entered a very glorious era of development. There is no more hunger here, and everyone can live according to their own ideas. But what most people don't know is that this is actually no longer the same planet as before. But this secret had been taken away into the coffin a few years ago, when the last person who knew it died. Sometimes ignorance can be a good thing. They lived their lives happily and carefree. The script station reports that Blue Star has entered the Little Ice Age, and global temperatures will drop significantly. It is expected that in half a year, the global temperature will drop to about -20 degrees Celsius. The general public is requested to prepare supplies in advance and be prepared for natural disasters. At the same time, officials will be prepared to deal with this crisis as soon as possible. This report naturally caused quite a stir among Blue Star. Of course, this just caused a certain sensation. At present, Blue Star's technology has been greatly improved compared to before. It is even said that even without improvement, even without those robots, it would not be difficult for humans to deal with such a natural disaster. Now with these robots, they can still control the robot to go out to work even if it's cold outside. Therefore, the basic system of the entire world will not change much by then. Of course, this change may also cause casualties to a certain extent. But these casualties are most likely to be controllable. All in all, this planet now has the ability to deal with certain natural disasters. So they will not be too worried in the face of such disasters. In this way, as time goes by, the weather becomes colder day by day. Until a certain period, dark clouds often cover the sky. The temperature of the entire world is also dropping at an extremely fast rate. It is difficult for some people who live in places with good climate conditions to adapt to such temperatures all year round. But for some people who often live in places with poor climate conditions, it is just like that thing. In this way, as time went by, several months passed, until one day a blizzard suddenly fell. The world is covered with white snow. At this time, most Blue Star people had received the news and stayed at home. Blizzards last for many days. Just like this, as Blizzard narrates, most people in Zion ran to continue their work and life at home. while there are only some robots cleaning the streets outside. Robots are also busy inside the factory. Everything seems to be affected, and everything seems to have no effect. Over time, people also become sleepy in cold weather. In the past, I might only sleep 8 hours a day, but now I might sleep 10 hours a day. Until one day, everyone fell into a long sleep. The medicine is working, and it's time to take action. At this time, Jiang Fengqi was thinking this, and began to order the brainworm to start taking action. I saw countless insect swarms appearing on Blue Star, and then began to put these sleeping people into sleeping cabins one after another. Then they transported the sleeping capsule to a special base for placement. After doing all this, the time travel of the Blue Star people began. Without their knowledge, they would be traveling through tens of thousands, or even tens of millions of years, until one day in the future, they will wake up when Jiang Yao needs them to wake up, and then live as usual. When they were taken away, all the arrangements on Blue Star had already been recorded. When time passes, the years pass, and when Jiang Yao is ready to let them appear again, everything will be restored to its original appearance. Then they will wake up from what they think is a short dream and continue to live. What they don't know is that hundreds of millions of years of time may have been stolen from them during this period. A timeline of billions of years means the changes and destruction of countless civilizations. In such a timeline, the sea will turn into a mulberry field. Even though the place they are in now is the utopian world Jiang Yao created for them, everything here has also been baptized by the years. Before they wake up, Jiang Yao will recreate an identical world for them. After making arrangements for the players, Jiang Yao felt relieved, and then he began to plan his future operations regarding that terrifying existence. Although he didn't know what it was, it didn't matter, because even if he knew what it was, what would be the use? Judging from his current strength, even if he knew it, he wouldn't be able to fight against it. It's not a good habit to be too ambitious. For him, what he has to do is actually very simple. That's how to live. How to live after the cosmic connection is opened. This is what he wants to do, because after the last incident, he was basically certain that the Zerg would be a disaster for other civilizations in this universe. Therefore, once his identity is exposed, it may be in danger. Even the battleship he sent out last time used ordinary human clones. The main reason is that they are worried about the identity of the Zerg being exposed. After all, after seeing the Tyranids, I am afraid that the fear of the Zerg among these civilizations in the universe will be raised to a very high level. They discovered that there was a Zerg that was not only powerful, but also capable of using so many technological weapons. After that, they would probably attack them in groups. So in order to prevent such incidents from happening, I not only have to be careful, but also my strength must not be weak. As long as I am strong enough, what will happen even if they find out? There is no need to fear them. Now that we have a certain understanding of the technology of these cosmic civilizations, we also know how many stages it has evolved to Leviathan, what the situation is, and whether we can fight against him. By purifying oneself, the strength of the Leviathan in hand is very exaggerated and geometrically improved. It is even said that as long as the resources are sufficient, it is not difficult to surpass all existing civilizations. The flaw is also obvious. That is, the consumption of resources is so exaggerated that for the same resources, if you take the technological route, you may easily kill 100 or even 1,000 Leviathans with the same resources. Therefore, he has never been very interested in evolution and isobitance. The main reason is that the consumption of resources and the returns are not proportional. But now he knows that he must still use this method, because only by using this method can he break through the limitations of technology. In the past, he actually didn't have much idea about the limitations of technology, especially after he got the United Universe civilization thing. He became even less concerned about it because he thought that the technology in his hands had already reached the level limit. There is a lot of room for improvement, which means that everyone is standing on the same starting line, and there is no need to spend so many resources to be taken advantage of. It would be more cost-effective to directly build battleships than to build highly evolved devils. But it's different now. Now I already have an understanding of the general situation. He needs higher technology. Since you can't break through the limitations of this level of technology, then I can break through directly through evolution, even if it consumes a huge amount of resources. In this way, Leviathan's evolutionary plan began to be laid out. At the same time, he also started new research on the POW world. It used to be a bit baffling to him, but now he knows how useful it is. At the same time, he has released all the detectors. Eli wants to determine how many civilizations there are in the universe, and how many advanced civilizations there are. Secondly, it is for the collection of resources. The most important thing is to find the universe door. Now he can only obtain a large amount of resources through this thing. So finding this thing, and formulating related attack plans have become top priorities. In this way, time passed day by day under his arrangement. Everything began to proceed in an orderly manner. During this period, my universe was very stable. To be precise, it should be the situation on my side. The situation of my civilization was very stable. In addition to the civilizations that were incorporated by themselves, there are also many other civilizations. From the beginning, the ground civilization gradually turned into a space civilization, and with the advancement of science and technology, it began to explore other areas. Of course, during this period, they may also encounter other civilizations, just like themselves at the beginning, start wars with other civilizations, and then obtain resources. Just continue to develop step by step. Over and over again. Jiang Yao did not interfere with these civilizations. He just observed them with the original super civilizations. Chapter 685 Strange Creatures Appear. As Lan Xing fell asleep, Jiang Yao also began his development. The time he needs now. Many technologies require a long time to make breakthroughs based solely on what is currently available. Although his main focus is now on the Zerg, he still has not fallen behind in terms of technology. In his plan, the Zerg will take the lead in the future, and then the armor will be the auxiliary, with both sides cooperating. At present, in his technology tree, although armor and other technologies are relatively high, they still cannot break through to a certain level. His idea is that his crops can be comparable to those powerful civilizations he encountered when he was connected to the universe. Then the main type of armor produced is still Leviathan. Of course, in order to ensure that Leviathan's armor can sit on it for a long time, it must have self-healing capabilities, and it must be the highest level of repair capabilities. At the same time, the energy storage device must also be improved to use Leviathan's own energy as little as possible. Although the Levitra he can evolve is still his main force now. The main reason is that the time cost and the number of hatches of ordinary Leviathan will be relatively low, so he will also take advantage of these things. In this way, time passed day by day, and with the continuous development of his side, the civilization level of this universe generally became very low. Perhaps in the past, the civilization level of this universe was not too low. As time goes by and technology advances, these civilizations will continue to improve. However, because its resources are exploited too much, many civilization resources are a state of extreme scarcity. Under such circumstances, it will be increasingly difficult for them to successfully enter the ranks of super civilization. It is even said that it is absolutely impossible. After all, when their technology reaches a certain level, they will definitely face encirclement and suppression from their own side. Everyone knows that one mountain cannot accommodate two tigers. And compared to the super civilizations of other supervisors, his side is the Zerg after all. And the most important thing is quantity. When you enter his field of vision, he can send out enough lots of bugs watching your every move. This is the biggest gap between it and other civilizations. To put it simply, the entire universe may be under his control at present, and the development of any civilization will be affected by him. With this advantage, Jiang Yao also had new ideas about these civilizations. There are many directions for his own scientific and technological research, and he will certainly not be able to finish them all. So he leaves the remaining research to these civilizations. For example, if he needs to develop a more energy-saving method, he will clean up all the resources surrounding a certain civilization and let them develop on their own. If they want to develop without resources, they will inevitably save resources, and then related technologies will become a top priority. It is probably through this method that we continue to guide some civilizations. In this way, everything went very smoothly under Jiang Yao's guidance, until one day something happened in a galaxy that broke the peace. How is this going? At this time, Jiang Yao couldn't help but frown when he saw the projection of this galaxy. This is a star system similar to the solar system. In fact, it was exactly the same as other galaxies at the beginning, and there was nothing special about it. But until 5 years ago, something abnormal happened here. The detector in Jiang Yao's hand, which is specifically responsible for finding the gate to the universe, has detected that many aspects of the data of this galaxy are very different from other galaxies. This naturally attracted his attention. After all, if the gate to the universe appeared, there would definitely be something special. So he immediately sent out more detection equipment, and even sent a group of combat certificates to guard here. After all, if the civilization in the universe over there happened to know the situation here, they would definitely send troops here. So in case he deployed a fleet here, his purpose was to at least be able to resist or drive them back if he encountered a similar situation. Of course, there are some problems with his idea or his operation. But as time goes by, the energy reactions here become more and more abnormal. From the beginning, the energy reactions here can still be understood. But later on, these energy reactions gradually it broke through his cognition. The reactions of these energies became more and more weird. And until the end, he was not sure what they were, whether they were energy or something else. This made him even more vigilant. So he immediately ordered the dispatch of fleets and manufacturing robots, and directly began to create galaxy-level intervention, hoping to directly surround the entire area. After all, he was also worried about whether there would be any accidents here. So the construction work started immediately. And as time went by, the space here became more and more weird. These strange forces began to spread around. So the giant building I built was eroded by this force halfway before it was built. Then he made some buildings, began to slowly decay, and finally disappeared. Seeing this scene, he naturally realized that this was probably not the gate to the universe, but something else. So, he immediately sent out a large number of insect swarms, and some battleships passed by. Naturally, he sent these things over to find out about this mysterious force. He found that this mysterious force could also despise such a thing, and even insects would be corroded to a certain extent. This made him deeply fearful of this unknown thing. At this time, apart from this force, there are no other changes here. But as time went by, he gradually discovered that the situation here seemed to be gradually starting to get out of his control. At first, if it weren't for the instruments, there would be nothing special that could be seen here. But now, under the erosion of this special thing, the entire galaxy has turned purple. Even in the old years, that burning star began to change. And what frightens him the most is that it stands to reason that this kind of energy can even swallow his own buildings. So the planets or stars here will also be swallowed by him. But according to the information sent back by his solar energy, the mass of these planets has not changed in any way. This means that apart from the strange purple light, these planets have no other changes. So he tried to test it with other things, and finally found that no matter what it was, it would slowly die after getting close. Not believing in evil, he directly dispatched the highly evolved Leviathan and pulled the planet over. As a result, this planet also died, which shocked and frightened him. After 2 more years of research, the purple light here became more and more alluring. And the most important thing was that through these 2 years of research, they were able to determine one thing. These lights were conscious, while others had changed. The planet is assimilated. At first, he thought that there might be something special this week. So based on the particularity of these lights, he specially built some battleships to enter to understand the situation. It turned out that there was nothing special about these planets. Naturally, he didn't dare to neglect this place, as he seemed to be staring at it every day. Just today, he received a message from the exploration spacecraft over there. And it was this message that made him realize that these things were probably not good things. Because in this area irradiated by purple light, some ghost-like creatures suddenly appeared. These creatures have no sex or ambition, but they can cause damage to battleships or other things. At this time, they had already fought against the fleet they were guarding over there. On the battlefield, countless strange ghosts with a height of about 10 meters were seen wreaking havoc among the battleships. Sometimes, the battleships' attacks hit them, and would be directly absorbed by them. Sometimes their bodies would become void, and these attacks would pass directly through their bodies. And these ghosts also directly used the state of nothingness to directly break through the shield, enter the interior of the battleship, and start destroying it from the inside out. Seeing this scene in front of him, Jiangyao was naturally shocked. He knows the situation here very well. The battleship in his hand has reached the level of super civilization. But even if he fights this kind of creature, he is actually at a disadvantage. Although it takes a lot of time for them to destroy the interior of the battleship, because there is also a very complete self-repairing system inside the document. Once some parts are damaged, it will be repaired immediately, after the repair materials are used up. The next step is serious damage. But even if this is the case, the impact it can have on Jiangyao is not small. Because now, he has no possibility to deal with such an attack. These ghost-like existences reminded him of the Baneling bugs in his hands. So, he sent out a lot of condensed matter, and tried it in the form of ghosts to see if it could cause harm to these creatures. Of course, The result did not disappoint him. Indeed, in that state, the banelings could cause some damage to them. But that was also the problem. The amount of damage was very low. So low that it can be ignored. But for him, this is enough. Because at least now, he still has certain means in his hands to cause harm to him. Compared to having no clue before. He feels a little more at ease now. But this is only a little more at ease. After all, the number of opponents is too huge. And these creatures have also begun to erode many planets in the surrounding universe. And are swallowed up by them. Life forms that are ideals will be assimilated by them. After assimilation, these life forms will immediately join their camp and continuously expand the number of their camps. Naturally, he immediately began to urgently study the attack methods against this special existence. Everything is created from scratch. And the overall research process will be very long. As these creatures continue to be devoured, the population expands very quickly. Although it is not as exaggerated as the insect swarm, it is not much worse. As time goes by, as the radiation area of these creatures becomes wider and wider, the next step will be a test for this universe. In this way, he got into trouble with these creatures. The two sides continued to be in a stalemate. At the same time, the research here continued, but he soon discovered that the problem was related to the research of this special creature. Even though they had studied many strange things, they still found nothing about this thing. It's as if these things don't exist, but they can cause real damage. The most important thing is that Jiang Yao discovered that the mass of this special creature is almost zero. However, their attack energy was very high, and their various peculiarities made him start to think about what this race was like. In this way, as time passes day by day, the expansion of this race continues, and a large number of civilizations are wiped out by it. The expansion of ethnic groups is also accelerating. Although Jiang Yao also used methods during this period, the final result was still not ideal. Of course, he knew the reason very well. The main reason was that he did not have an accurate understanding of this special creature. Although I know very little about it, people are already knocking on my door. No matter what method I use, I must work out a targeted plan. During this period, this kind of creature continued to expand. Fortunately, it did not expand disorderly like the insect swarm. When it spread to a certain extent, Jiang Yao found that the opponent's scale expansion was getting slower and slower. Even so, the situation on his side is still not optimistic. Because now, he does not have a perfect method to deal with this kind of creature. Now that he is facing the attack of this creature, he can still only passively escape. Fortunately, this situation will come to an end after a few years, because he has been studying the anomaly over there from the beginning. And after such a long period of research, he has learned how to operate it. I have a good idea. As a result, corresponding targeted weapons were developed. The reason why it is so fast is mainly because its technological level itself is already very high. So with the blessing of these weapons, he immediately launched a counterattack. The strength of this kind of creature is not high. As long as there are targeted methods, they can be killed easily. After several years of this, he finally suppressed these creatures, returned to the area where they appeared in the first place. After doing all this, he soon discovered another problem. That is, he could not eliminate those strange keys. And the same things would appear in places that were paid attention to by these creatures anyway. And the development process of these places is basically similar to what he observed at the beginning. And the energy in the area is abnormal. Then the subsequent evolution began gradually, and this made his heart completely cold to the bone. Of course, for him, he also knew the problem with these things for the first time. No matter how he operates, he must restrict these creatures so that they cannot leave the area where they were born. Otherwise, if this kind of creature continues such disorderly expansion, problems will arise in the entire universe. Chapter 686, Methods Against Purple Light. But this time on Jiang Yao's side. He is naturally very concerned about the situation here. How is the situation over there now? At this time, Jiang Yao asked the brainworm, who came to report on his work. The situation in the leader's current area is still beyond his control. Hearing this, Jiang Yao couldn't help but his expression changed slightly. Still haven't found a corresponding solution? Yes, Chief. We are still continuing to study those lights. Currently, I only have a small part of the information. It will take a lot of time to study more. Hearing this, Jiang Yao nodded, and then thought thoughtfully. First tell me the information you know so far. Hearing this, the brainworm nodded. First of all, the information we currently have is the sources of light. These light sources appear for the first time in the N345 galaxy. It was our detector, no. 4556 that detected the energy anomaly over there. Then we thought it was the door to the universe, and then we paid a long-term attention to that side. After 5 months of observation there, the energy there gradually became abnormal. At the same time, the first ray of purple light suddenly appeared, about 7 million kilometers away from the star. Then the light began to spread. At the same time, when the light appeared, we immediately conducted strict surveillance on that area, and there was no abnormality there. There are no abnormalities in terms of space stability or other aspects. Basically, we can rule out micro-universes established by other civilizations. The appearance of these lights is too strange, as if they appear out of thin air. After the light appears, the light also spreads at an extremely fast speed. According to detection, the speed of these lights is about 10 times the speed of light. They began to pollute the entire star system at an extremely fast speed. And then the star system began to change. And then when the star system was eroded for about half a year, the special creatures appeared. Those special creatures should have emerged from those planets. According to our detection, those special creatures have no energy response, no mass and no entity. Although they are observable, the instruments show that they belong to nothingness. At the same time, all our attack methods are ineffective against them. However, these creatures can cause great damage to our warships. It was not until after many battles that we finally found a way to defeat these special creatures. We call this kind of creature a dimensional creature. It is currently impossible to determine whether they are conscious or intelligent, based on their behavior. Our guess is that they have relevant consciousness or possess a certain degree of intelligence. Of course, it is not ruled out that everything they do is based on instinct. And the reason why this creature's attacks are ineffective against him is because this creature will constantly adjust its dimensional attributes. They will constantly switch between different dimensions from 2 dimensions to 8 dimensions. Our attacks are mainly 3-dimensional and 4-dimensional. There are also 2-dimensional attacks, but not many. And these creatures will adjust their dimensions according to our characteristics, so that our attacks will have no effect on them. But sometimes there will be problems with the adjustment. So when they face a large number of attacks, they will also suffer corresponding damage. Soul technology also has a certain effect on them, but the effect is not obvious, and it is particularly draining of the soul. We also tried to quantize the bugs and attack them with quantized life forms, but the final effect was not ideal. In the end, we developed a new dimension. Weapons, like these creatures, can continuously adjust their dimensional attack attributes, but there will be a delay during the adjustment. So it is not easy to kill these creatures. But this is currently the only effective way we can deal with this creature. Hearing this, Jiangyao nodded. I probably know all of this. And then let's talk about Ziguang. What's the current situation? Currently, through various experiments, we have identified several basic properties of purple light. The first point is that these lights are different from light in the traditional sense. They can be bent or diffused at any time. In short, they have many forms. Secondly, their attacks contain soul technology. To put it in slightly more understandable terms, they can corrode some living organisms, converting living organisms into their ghostly counterparts by corroding them. Of course, apart from this, they also have the effect of devouring and can break down planets or other things. We had a lot of regular construction periods before, but they broke them down and converted them for their own energy. At the same time, this kind of light does not have any dimensional attributes, although it is not clear how it exists. The damage caused by this kind of light to us is immeasurable. And as of now, we have not developed relevant restraint methods. At the same time, these lights also have their own expansion range. Currently, their expansion range is about the size of a star system. However, as time goes by, their expansion will gradually increase. The area currently observed for the first time it's almost the size of 2 star lines. At this time, Jiangyao couldn't help but frown after hearing Lao Chong's report. Is there currently relevant theoretical data that can solve these problems? Not yet, but many technologies are currently in the trial stage. I believe it will not take long before the results are available. So have you proposed any practical and effective solutions so far? Chief, the most feasible plan we have discussed at present is to recreate some small universes and see if we can incorporate the polluted differences into the small universes. Because our technology is temporarily unable to target those rays, and we cannot find the weaknesses of those rays. We can only see whether we can rely on the small universe to control their expansion. Jiangyao nodded when he heard this. Now that you have some ideas about this matter, you should experiment as soon as possible. In addition, you should also think of other solutions. One of them will be effective. After giving the order, he continued to observe the area. The current matter is also very difficult for him. Some of the other parties' situations are beyond his ability to understand at this stage. What is going on with these things, and how did they appear? Hey, forget it. There's no point in thinking about this now. For me now, the most important thing is to resolve this matter as soon as possible. In this way, as time went by, Jiang Yao's research continued, and soon the brainworms built the small universe. Then, they began their own attempts. As one of the star systems was swallowed into the small universe, the light here stopped abruptly. Immediately afterwards, Jiang Yao cut off the connection between the small universe and the big universe. In this case, this small universe basically becomes an independent space. After doing all this, he nervously paid attention to the situation over there. In fact, everything was normal at the beginning. After cutting off the contact, the area was safe. All abnormal reactions disappeared, and the area was empty. But as time went by, the situation gradually began to change again, because the space in that area seemed to be torn apart by something. And then the familiar purple light appeared, and as time went by, the space seemed to be eroded bit by something until it was finally the galaxy was there again. As for that independent small universe, based on the data transmitted previously, it is basically certain that it has been swallowed up. Sure enough, things are not that simple. That little universe was swallowed up. This matter cannot be solved through isolation. So the next step is to find a way and use other means. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but sigh. In this way, he continued to study this aspect in the following time. But what surprised him was that even during this period, he still couldn't come up with a corresponding solution despite all the methods he had tried. The special creatures that were produced at the same time would have a great impact on it from time to time. Fortunately, with corresponding weapons, at least this impact was controllable. But soon, he discovered another problem, which was these creatures gradually become immune to his weapon attacks. The changes in these creatures are no longer limited to dimensions, but other transformations have also begun to occur. And there were a lot of transitions that he simply couldn't understand. After knowing this matter, Jiang Yao couldn't help but rub his eyebrows. It was obvious that this matter was getting more and more complicated. What the hell are these? If we continue like this, I suspect this thing will be in the same situation as the Tyranids, and the universe will be swallowed up. And their way of devouring them is completely different from Tyranid conflict. These things are more inclined to life forms. Speaking of this, Jiang Yao felt like she suddenly woke up. Life form. Why didn't I think of that? If that's the case, then things are very serious. The Tyranids had such a big impact before, causing other mysterious beings to take action, in order to prevent the same thing from happening. Could these purple beams of light be deliberately arranged by them? These things will not affect the ecological layout of the entire universe, but it will eliminate life forms. Making an assumption, if this thing is really deliberately put in by those beings, then the problem will be huge. These things will swallow up all life forms in this universe. The most important thing is that I am also a Zerg, and this thing happened to appear here. He didn't know whether this thing was a coincidence, but he didn't believe in coincidences that appeared for no reason, compared to things that suddenly appeared like coincidences. He thought it was more intentional. What the hell? Thinking of this, his first reaction was to find the door to the universe as soon as possible and escape from here. But soon, he seemed to think of something again. If it really existed like that, and if he took action, would the gate to the universe still appear? Obviously, the possibility of its occurrence will become very low. Even if it is possible, will these special things appear again in the next universe? What if I can't get rid of it? And will these things undergo new changes and evolve new abilities? For example, stronger aggression, higher ideology, etc. If after really evolving these things, the door to the universe has not been found, then what should I do? Thoughts abounded for a while. Jiang Yao also began to think about various possibilities. If this problem cannot be solved within a certain period of time, then my subsequent situation will become very difficult. Especially in the past few years. These special things have changed too much. And I was ignorant from the beginning. Up to now, I can basically confirm that they are conscious and have high learning and evolutionary abilities. At the same time, I also need to consider a question. That is, if these things are not targeted at me, but other civilizations will also target other universes, then where should I escape? If this kind of light will appear in all universes from now on, it will be absolutely impossible to escape. If you can't solve this kind of thing, if you want to survive by running away, you will always reach a dead end. If you cannot develop multiverse travel technology, You will never be able to escape the pursuit of this kind of thing. Thinking of this, Jiang Yao fell into deep thought. But with my current level of technology, I can't even analyze and understand it, let alone other things. So far, none of the methods of coping have been effective. This is a very troublesome thing. Just when he was at a loss what to do, suddenly he had an idea and seemed to have thought of something important. No, I'm stupid too. Why do I keep thinking about solving this kind of thing? And when encountering such a thing, the first thought is to rely on technological means to analyze these things. However, if there are too many differences in technological levels, even if you want to analyze, you will not be able to get results in a short time. And this kind of thing is obviously transcendent. I have too many levels of understanding. If I try to analyze it, it will be useless. As the saying goes, it's better to unblock than to unblock. I've been thinking about how to block it. So why don't I think about unblocking it? If that weird purple area is understood as a new space, is there any possibility that it could evolve the ability to adapt to this kind of space? The more I think about it, the more I think it may be difficult, after all, compared to researching something that transcends understanding. It's as if you are just a civilization that has just stepped into the universe. If you are asked to study the nature of the universe you are in now, can you do it? Even if you upgrade to a super civilization, you may not be able to figure it out. But can you survive in the universe? This may not be so difficult for you. Chapter 687, Discovering a New Universe. What you do is simple, because you are not trying to understand the mysteries of the universe. Likewise, you are not going to destroy the universe. These two things are too difficult for your current level of technology. All you have to do is launch the rocket into the sky with the knowledge you currently have. Then take a walk around the universe and come back. Can you do this? Compared to the previous two things, this thing is simply too easy. Sometimes things are like this. When your mentality changes, everything changes. From the beginning, the fantasy of trying to destroy the universe has turned into stepping into the universe and living in the universe for a long time. This is the most basic stage for any civilization. If my setup becomes a reality, if the universe may become like this in the future, if this kind of beam will sweep across all universes, even if I find a way to destroy it, will you be able to destroy it? Just imagine that the entire vast space of the universe has become like this. Even if you can rely on technology to create a piece of pure land for you, what's the use? Nothing works. This area can only keep you alive. To survive, you have to learn to adapt and blend in. I just discovered this now, so I have enough time. Lots of time to do it. After figuring everything out, Jiang Yao immediately started operating. So in this weird purple area, many bugs come to die every day. They stepped here without hesitation and were destroyed by these beams. Many times everything is difficult at the beginning. At the beginning, nothing was left after being unable to get close. After a large number of bugs died, genes began to evolve. And then the bugs that entered inside might have a few tissues left. These tissues are brought back and eaten by the hive. Rely on the insect nest to slowly change some genetic sequences. These things are the original genetic sequences. This kind of thing is the hardest to obtain, because you never know how much you have to sacrifice to get it. So this is the most difficult beginning of everything. But now that you have the beginning, the next operation will be much simpler. Because the bugs that appear later will leave a lot of things behind every time they enter. These things include the gene directions that need to be optimized. In this way, as time goes by, the bugs retain more and more things. Genes are continuously optimized through countless deaths. Sure enough, the Zerg have such ability as I thought. At this time, looking at the relevant person over there, Jiang Yao couldn't help but feel a little excited. Because this time, although all the Zerg he sent died, their bodies and organs were preserved. Those beams can no longer destroy the Zerg's body. Ha ha ha. We are more than half done. The next step in evolution is to survive in it. Thinking of this, a large number of Zerg were sent out again. From the beginning, I could hold on for 5 seconds at most. Then 10 seconds. And then 20 seconds. It gets longer and longer as time goes on. 1 hour. 2 hours. 3 hours. The time continues to extend. Seeing that the time was increasing every day, Jiang Yao nodded with satisfaction. The next step is to continue to expand our efforts. In this case, maybe I can research what I want. Jiang Yao was also thinking while calculating. He finally succeeded after sacrificing 20% of the CCP's resources. 20% is a very exaggerated figure for him now. Although it costs a lot, it doesn't matter to Jiang Yao, because his purpose has been achieved. Now his insect swarm has completely adapted to the life inside, and can live under the illumination of those lights for a long time. I have to say that evolution is really amazing sometimes. But while he was still sighing, he suddenly found that the consciousness of the bug he sent there began to dissipate. Seeing this scene, he naturally knew what happened. The bugs were transformed into creatures similar to spiritual beings. Jiangyao was not surprised when he saw this scene. If I remember correctly, special creatures have appeared here before. But what's strange to me is that those creatures all appeared in a spiritual state. But the bugs in my hand are different. Except for the loss of consciousness. The bugs in my hand are still the same as before. If I'm not wrong, it should be my bug-like constitution that has caused this to happen. So now he can't talk about my ghost at all. And then, he only needs to solve the problem of intrusion consciousness. While thinking about him like this, he sent a large number of bugs to serve as cannon fodder. And this time, it was far more complicated than he thought. Countless members of the group entered this area one after another, and were deprived of consciousness. However, as soon as they were deprived, they were forcibly controlled and transported back. What follows is constant devouring, continuing to optimize genes. In order not to be wiped out, his consciousness cost more than he imagined. Only after pouring in a full 50% of resources did the insect swarm become immune to this kind of damage. As of now, he has only 30% of his resources left. With such a huge amount of resources before, Jiangyao has been mentally prepared for such a small amount of forgiveness. But he is still very surprised. But it was worth it for him. At least in the future. When he faced a similar crisis, he would be able to live stably. Of course, he hasn't bought it yet. If he wants to live well, he still needs to have attack capabilities. Soon, he set his sights on those ghosts converted from other species. The same routine and the same cannon fodder allow the insect swarm to evolve in order to defeat these creatures. And this is also a very long thing. Fortunately, the current group can fully adapt to the environment there. Without the threat of the environment, the next step is to fight hard. Of course, the initial results were not very good. Just like before. Even though the Zerg now had certain defense capabilities, the results still remained the same. They could not do any harm to this kind of creature at all. So during the battle, although the Zerg died for a long time, they were unable to cause any harm to these creatures within the affected time. They could only act as human shields, and were eventually tortured to death. Of course, this is just the beginning, and a lot of resources will be invested next. And the purpose is very simple. That is, to continuously evolve the attack capabilities of the same group. Until one day he can fight these creatures normally. As a result, a huge amount of resources were invested. And in the end, he only had 10% of the resources left in his hands. You must know that after recovering pure corpses, a certain amount of points can be returned through insect nest absorption. But even this still cannot withstand such a huge expense. At this time, he was making a desperate move. He developed all the resource points he could think of to obtain resources to support his continued operation. If I don't have enough resources, it's unrealistic for me to continue evolving. Thinking of this, Jiangyao felt a little bitter in his heart. After plundering so many resources, there will still be insufficient resources in the end. Does the brain worm have a way to analyze the evolutionary genes of our current swarm and develop relevant technology that can withstand these rays? At this time, Jiangyao seemed to have thought of something and asked, "Sorry, Chief. This can't be done. Currently these genes are uninterpretable with existing technology. This is like a low-level civilization conducting research on a certain creature and trying to break all its genetic codes. The evolution of organisms is far from simple. And it is too difficult to study the secrets of evolution. You can kill a frog easily, but you can't study their secrets. You can study the corresponding weapons according to the biological characteristics of the frog. And that's where we are now. Unless our technology surpasses frogs to an unimaginable level, we will not be able to understand everything about frogs." After hearing Brain Worm's explanation, Jiangyao roughly understood the situation. If that's the case, then I probably understand. After thinking for a long time, Jiangyao finally sighed. In that case, let's prioritize how to become a frog now. That's right. This is the only thing he can do now. Since there is no way to analyze it, let's become it first. Because only in this way can I solve the current problem in the shortest possible time. Although he doesn't know whether his guess is correct. There are two concepts, having a plan to deal with it, and having no plan to deal with it. What he needs now is a plan to deal with it. It is not that he is sure whether this thing will spread to multiple universes as he said, or that these rays are aimed at him. But now, for him, if he wants to solve this problem, he must obtain resources from another universe. The resources of our own universe have been exploited to the point where they are close to critical value. If large-scale mining continues, the universe may collapse at any time. Too much matter has been taken away from the universe, and it can no longer support its continued operation. At this time, Jiang Yao had already observed that the universe had stopped expanding. Not only has expansion stopped, but now the entire universe has begun to gradually shrink. Therefore, regarding the current situation, he does not dare to continue to develop it. But fortunately, he now has a certain idea in mind for future manipulation. In this way, Jiang Yao's side also started to arrange things in the next time. I saw the starry sky beast from before being driven out by Jiang Yao, as the largest mobile city currently in Jiang Yao's hands, and the strongest combat power currently in his hands. There is no doubt about its importance. As for other battleships, Jiang Yao began to make arrangements. The resources of warships for various operations have been integrated. Immediately afterwards, Jiang Yao began to incubate large transportation vehicles such as Behemoth. He also took out all the hatched Leviathan and prepared for the next expedition. Because not long ago, Jiang Yao's detector discovered the door to the universe. After the discovery, he naturally arranged a large number of detectors to start investigating the situation of that universe as soon as possible. As of now, he has some understanding of which universe. This is a dark forest universe, and the resource reserves of the universe are very high. That's a good thing for him, because a universe like this just meets his current needs. He decided to attack this universe and occupy it. Although the universe he is currently in is the one he originally came from, it has entered its twilight due to the development over the years. If he continues to stay here, it might really collapse one day. So he had to find himself a new home. And this universe naturally did not disappoint him. Although the number of super civilizations in the universe is much greater than his own, he is not afraid at all as long as they are not in the form of a unified universe civilization. But at this time, while Jiang Yao was still dispatching troops and generals, a super civilization in this universe was worried. This civilization was originally considered a stronger civilization in the universe. It finally reached this stage. They thought they had no enemy behind here. Until one day not long ago, they discovered that in the universe suddenly, there was a huge portal-like energy reaction. It was also the first time they had seen this thing. So with some curiosity, they sent a fleet to pass over there. And when they passed over there, they were surprised to find that they had actually arrived in another universe. Discovering another universe was originally a very happy thing. But this civilization couldn't be happy at all, because opposite the door to the universe, many fleets had already gathered here. Their spaceships had just arrived here. It was directly destroyed. Based on the data sent back by their spacecraft, they could basically determine that the technological level of the civilization that destroyed their spacecraft was not lower than theirs. Then they decided to try there. After all, with such a civilization appearing in their field of vision, it was impossible for them not to figure out the situation. It seems that they have sent a new fleet here. This time the fleet is very well equipped. But the entire army was wiped out in less than 10 minutes. Through this civilization knows that the gap between the two sides is still very big. Judging from the opponent's current actions, they can basically be sure that the opponent is definitely going to attack. There is definitely no way to stop the other party's strength. And the other party comes from another universe. So what will their attitude be towards all life forms in this universe, including themselves? Needless to say, they all know this matter. Even their own universe treats the civilizations of this universe by exterminating all alien universes. So naturally there will be no change. The most important thing is that during an unintentional cruise, they discovered that a detector appeared around their civilization. This was a very scary thing, because this detector was not scanned by their equipment, but was accidentally captured by the warship's camera when a warship passed by the plotting area. This is undoubtedly a very dangerous signal. If it weren't for this coincidence, they might not be able to detect the existence of this thing with their methods until now. Chapter 688 Signal from the Universe. At this time, although the civilization has already guessed what will happen next, but they still have illusions. Have the illusion that this mysterious civilization will not enter this universe. Perhaps only destruction awaits us. Many people in this civilization are thinking so at this time. In this way, time passed little by little under the expectations of people in this civilization. At the same time, Jiang Yao's fleet slowly entered the universe. At this time, everything here is in full view of this civilization. They saw countless detectors that were the first to fly into this universe. After entering this universe, these detectors began to fly to various parts of the universe. Then, they saw formations of battleships begin to appear. Warships of different levels and tonnages such as frigates, destroyers, and tourist ships began to enter this universe. Immediately afterwards, huge beasts they had never seen before began to appear. In addition, there were huge warships coming in together with these giant beasts. These battleships are much smaller than the behemoths. But for their civilization, such battleships are already very large. Just like this, the giant beasts continued to appear in their surprised eyes, as if the other party had countless such giant beasts. These behemoths are so huge that they are as big as a planet. They really couldn't imagine what kind of creature could have such a huge size. And they couldn't understand how it was possible for creatures to evolve to this extent. In this way, as time goes by, this civilization becomes more and more fearful. Because of these battleships, behemoths continue to appear from the gate of the universe as if they were infinite. For several months it seemed like it would never end. During this time, they saw every weapon they could imagine. The terrifying number of warships and huge behemoths. Countless bases are building defense facilities. It's over. At this time, they were all desperate after seeing each other's strength. It's too scary. They never imagined that there would be a civilization with such strength. How can this be? How could they develop to such a level? This problem bothers everyone. For them, this question may be too difficult to answer. But their shock continued. Because one day, they discovered that the gate to the universe began to fluctuate violently. This was the first time they had seen such a scene. They were surprised that the previous civilization brought so many things to the gate of the universe, but nothing changed. But why is this happening now? But just when they were confused, the answer was soon revealed. When they saw what appeared, they subconsciously widened their eyes. That huge behemoth. This behemoth is really too huge. The size of an entire galaxy. It's too exaggerated. In their eyes, the huge beasts before seemed extremely small. What level of civilization is this? How could there be such a terrifying civilization in the universe? At this time, when they saw this giant beast and felt the energy reaction emitted by this giant beast, they knew that they were not at the same level as the civilization in front of them. They have no chance of winning against them. Everyone was silent when they saw the giant beast appearing on the other side of the gate of the universe, and the space city on the giant beast. Is this where they live as a civilization? A civilization that travels across different universes. It is obvious that the civilization of this universe regards Jiangyao and the others as a civilization that specializes in traveling through the universe. Of course, this is understandable. After all, whoever sees the space city on the giant beast will think so. Of course, it was similar to what they thought. Basically, all the civilizations Jiangyao had conquered lived in it. As for the members of the United Civilization he created there, he did not bring them with him. After all, in his eyes, these people were just gathered together temporarily. I have not done any training for them. They don't have any sense of belonging. And bringing these with them will cause some trouble for themselves. So Jiangyao gave up on them. As for what these civilizations will become in the future, Jiangyao is not concerned about it. Of course, he didn't bother to pay attention to these things. Just leave that universe to him, and let them fend for themselves there. Anyway, judging from the current situation, that universe won't last too long. If they can find a new universe before that universe is destroyed, then they can continue. But if not, then there is nothing they can do. Jiangyao is not the Holy Mother. He only cares about what is good for him. As for other things, what does their life and death have to do with him? And now his main goal is to solve the civilization of the universe in front of him. Then plunder the resources of this universe. And then invest these resources to let the bugs evolve. This door to the universe has not been open for a long time. Which means that it should be closed after 1,000 years. 1,000 years is enough time for me to carry out a very large evolution of insects. The abilities I need can be achieved with the resource value of this universe. Thinking of this, Jiangyao immediately started to take action. In that case, let's start building the fortress. As he spoke, Behemoth began to take action. I saw them releasing various ship manufacturing factories stored in their bodies. And then a large number of robots flew out of their bodies. Then the person responsible for transporting resources quickly appeared and released all these resources. These robots took the resources and started building the base. The entire construction was very fast. In just a few days, a large number of shipbuilding factories were refixed and put into production. Various planetary mining machines have also been preheated and are ready to start action. At the same time, the previously sent detectors also sent back useful information one after another. They were also horrified to see Jiangyao's speed and forgiving. Observing a super civilization. It was too fast. Beyond imagination. A sentence that exceeds the size of a galaxy was completed in less than a week. As a special shield enveloped the entire area, this civilization knew that the outsider in front of it was about to take action. Not to confirm their conjecture. Usually only a large number of warships were seen flying out. And the target was the area where their home planet was located. Sure enough, we were discovered by them a long time ago. Thinking of this, the commander-in-chief of this civilization couldn't help but sigh. And then he only heard him give an order. And the fleet was already ready to go. And the fleet set off in a mighty manner. Although their civilized warships have reached tens of millions, compared with Jiang Yao's vegetarian diet, they are still not enough. And there is not only a big gap in numbers, but also a big gap in strength. So when the fleets of the two countries met, it was a completely crushing situation on their side. Naturally, these civilizations had already expected this result. Failed. The decline was a bit unexpectedly fast. At this time, the commander-in-chief of this civilization looked at the destroyed fleet, and he did not have much emotional fluctuations. After all, this incident was within his expectation. He had also experienced despair before, and there were many nights when he was tossing and turning. He has already gone through the despair that needs to be experienced, and has experienced the things that need to be experienced. So now he is very calm. Of course, the same is true for others with him. They have already deduced the results of countless battles. No matter what tactics they use, the chance of winning is less than 0.01%. Simply put, this is a losing battle. When they reached the level of super civilization, they never thought that their civilization would be destroyed in this way. Maybe for us, this is not a relief. Faced with a civilization of this level, all we can do is inform the entire universe of this incident. As for what the situation will be like in the future, we can only look at the fate of other civilizations. However, everyone present did not care about what happened in the future, because they could not see that day. Sometimes this is how civilization ends. When these people watched countless fighters arrive in their own star field, and then approach their own star system. When they saw countless defense explosions on their own side of the galaxy and online firefights on the opposite side, they remain calm. Perhaps even they themselves don't know why they can face all this so calmly, without the hysteria or excitement they imagined, but with a calm acceptance. Perhaps this is because the strength gap between the two sides is too huge, so huge that they don't want to resist at all. The other party didn't even have a complete formation, and the other party even drowned itself with a fleet of expulsions and escorts. Watching the sky filled with sparks, and the war fortress they were once proud of being destroyed. Watching some of their super weapons that they thought were very powerful were shattered by the opponent. Seeing the battleships in the sky descending here, they knew that everything was over. At the same time, with the destruction of this civilization, Jiang Yao's conquest of the universe officially began. Everywhere in this universe, a special signal begins to spread beyond the speed of light. When they pass by civilizations with a certain level of technology, these civilizations receive what they wanted to convey in the signal. Hello fellow citizens of the universe. We are a chaotic civilization living in 753. Maybe you are curious about why we send such a universe-wide broadcast. And maybe you are also curious about why we reveal our coordinates. Because of the existence of the Dark Forest Law. You may not believe us. But this is no longer important. Because when you receive this message, our civilization has been destroyed. Our civilization has experienced a total of 230 million years from the beginning to the end. In these long years, we have grown from a low-level civilization that trampled on the universe to a super civilization. In the long history of civilization development, we have experienced countless technological explosions, and we have wiped out countless civilizations. We think we are at the top of the universe, because at our stage, technology can no longer advance. We can easily attack different dimensions. At our current stage, we can reach a distance of hundreds of millions of light years in an instant. It is no exaggeration to say that we can easily destroy some advanced civilizations and intermediate civilizations. For us, as long as you have not entered the ranks of super civilization, then our desire to destroy you is just a thought. Of course, I also know that it is not only low-level civilizations that can receive this message, but also other civilizations that are super civilizations like us. Maybe you are also curious as to why our civilization would send such a message when it is in ruins. I think some of you are aware of the sudden abnormal fluctuations in the N49 area. Perhaps many of your civilizations have sent fleets or detectors to find out. Here I want to say to these civilizations, please stop exploring immediately. Take back all your warships and detectors and hide them. That area is a special area where a passage connecting to other universes appears. You must also know what such a channel means, which means that we can invade other universes through this channel. And similarly, other universes can also invade us. I am sorry to tell you here that the current situation in our universe belongs to the latter. There is no deviation from what you think. We were invaded by the civilization of that universe. Before we saw that universe, we thought that super civilization was already the pinnacle of the universe. Although we cannot rule the universe now, at least we have no problem in protecting ourselves. But now it seems that we have thought too much. And super civilizations are also divided into strong and weak ones. We even suspect that there are higher level existences above this civilization. But we have no way of knowing these. Of course, for us, this is no longer important, because we will have no chance to explore the secrets in the future. And because our civilization is more curious about that area, we have sent a fleet to that area and passed through it, entered the door of the universe and entered another universe. I don't believe that we have collided with that civilization. Their technology is beyond our imagination. They used a method completely unknown to us to find the place where our civilization is. Then they launched an attack on us. Our civilized fleet was like a chicken and a dog in front of them. We have no power to resist. That civilization is too powerful. So powerful that even we feel hopeless. Of course, through his various actions, we have also judged that this civilization appears here to eliminate other civilizations in the universe. Perhaps they came for the universe itself, because their universe had entered a period of decay, and they urgently needed a new home. And it just so happened that a new home appeared at this time. Perhaps they also need resources from our universe for their development. They have an extremely huge fleet. You can never imagine how huge this fleet is. It is so huge that even just a part of the warships can easily defeat us. This information also includes the various warships or giant beasts on Jiangyao's side, as well as the circumstances of their battle. Chapter 689 Cosmic Union. Of course, in addition to these messages, they also conveyed another message. That is, all civilizations must unite. Only in this way can they have a chance of winning. This is a very ridiculous proposition for this universe. Indeed, this is such a ridiculous question. No one can trust the other, even though the information told in this article shocked them. There are many civilizations that have doubts about the authenticity of this information. There are also many civilizations that cannot be united even if they believe in them, because no one can trust the other. It's a pity that you have ideas, but they have no effect. This piece of information was naturally received by Jiangyao. Perhaps for you, you want to unite other civilizations in this way. But haven't you ever thought about it? This is a dark forest, a universe dominated by laws. No one in this universe will trust the other. If it were before, you could forcibly create a joint civilization with your own strength. But it's a pity that you no longer have this opportunity, especially now that I'm here. Even if I give you a chance, time doesn't allow it. If you don't make a decision on some things in advance, then all you will have is regret in the end. But it is a pity that in such a universe, basically no civilization will make preparations in advance. While looking at this information, Jiangyao sighed. Whether it is the United Universe civilization or the current Dark Forest civilization, he has stayed there for a long time, and he has a deep understanding of the two different universe development routes. Unless the secret is known, the connection will appear. Only in this way will these super civilizations put down city construction and take risks to unite. Because if they don't unite, everyone will know what they are after waiting until the cosmic connection opens. So their union is to survive. However, this universe has obviously never experienced this. So wanting them to put down punishment and unite is tantamount to wishful thinking. Perhaps with his future journey, these civilizations will eventually unite together. But even if they unite by then, how many civilizations will be left? So he was not worried at all about whether these clerks would do anything to threaten him next. It is even said that even after his coordinates are exposed, he does not have to worry about attracting a blow. Because a civilization that can carry out ultra-long distance strikes and cause damage to itself must not expose its existence at this stage. In addition, even if they really attack, so what? It means nothing to me at all. After all, my current defense here is really not afraid of them. In this way, Jiangyao continued to develop steadily. And at the same time, the coordinates of many civilizations were sent over one after another. So he immediately began to clean up these civilizations. And at the same time, as the coordinates of the mining areas were sent over, a large number of mining the machine also started working. In this way, Jiangyao's side was completely operational. Planet-level mining equipment mines massive amounts of ore every day. Countless ores were mined. Not surprisingly, These resources were invested in the research and development of the insect swarm's evolutionary function. Now, although he can survive in that space for a long time, he still cannot cause harm to the creatures over there. If he wants to cause harm to the creatures over there, then in the next time, he must use a large enough amount of resources go to the pile. Just like this, the days passed day by day, and Jiangyao was consuming the universe at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, as one civilization after another became negative, many civilizations gradually discovered that something was wrong. This made them hide even deeper, and their behavior was undoubtedly very funny in Jiangyao's opinion. Even now you are still unwilling to join forces. It should be said that even now you are still holding on to the hope that I might not be able to find you. But this just goes with what I want. After all, for me now, the later you join forces, the more resources I can obtain. In this way, with their own thoughts, the insect swarm troops continued to go on the expedition. Facing these articles, it did not take a long time to fight as they imagined. Basically, they were crushed by them. At such a speed, for other civilizations, even if they wake up in the future, it will be too late to make amends. Obviously there is no insect swarm in their universe. Otherwise, they would never be able to be so bothered about this matter. If they had really encountered a similar civilization before, and encountered such a situation, they would definitely unite without hesitation. But there are no ifs in this world. Just like that, hundreds of years pass by in a blink of an eye. In recent years, Jiangyao has relied on war to support war, and wiped out all the civilization here as quickly as possible. The remaining civilizations in the universe are basically advanced civilizations. These civilizations are relatively difficult to find, and they will take a little more time to fight. But he doesn't care about this. After all, his goal has been achieved now. If these people had united before, they might have caused some trouble for him. But as he has become closer over the years, basically it is no longer possible for people to pose any threat to themselves. After all, when their total number is controlled, even if the remaining people unite, it will be useless. It is only a matter of time before they are discovered and cleaned up by themselves. As long as they are solved, these resources are used for their own use, and the resources they mine are added. Then the resource vacancy in the research and development area should be filled. And the fact is just as he thought. With the compound interest of advanced civilizations and super civilizations, Jiangyao's total resources have once again experienced a surge. He also had to sigh with emotion that each of these civilizations was really rich. Of course, after he had almost solved everything here, the situation regarding the insect swarm over there finally made some progress. Currently our bugs and toneling can attack these creatures, although most of the attacks caused by these creatures have been immunized by unknown methods. At least now we have the ability to fight with them. Listening to the brainworm's report, he couldn't help but nodded. As long as they can compete, it is a great thing for him. Compared with before when he couldn't attack others at all, now the two sides can fight or communicate. For him, this is simply too satisfying. As the saying goes, everything is difficult at the beginning. As long as this step is taken, future evolution will go smoothly. Now that we can attack, the next thing will be simple. As he spoke, Jiang Fengqi turned his attention to the data transmitted by the brain worm. This is a creature we now have the ability to capture. Yes, Chief. Hearing this, Jiang Yao thought for a while. If that's the case, can we consider grabbing some samples directly from there, and bringing them to the insect nest for the insect nest to devour, and obtain the genes? The brainworm shook his head at this. First of all, we have thought about this, but the risk is too great to do so at the moment. Why? Chief, you must also know that this kind of creature can infect an area. Once this kind of creature gets out of control here in the insect nest, the consequences will be disastrous. Although we can currently survive normally in the area infected by this kind of creature, and we are not afraid of that strange power, over time, ghost creatures will appear there. And that's the biggest problem. The generation of ghost creatures is very scary. At least for us. The subsequent impact will be very large. And many creatures in the insect nest will be too dangerous once they are infected. Jiangyao has naturally thought about what Brainworm said. Okay, I'm too anxious. Let's continue evolving until we can kill them easily, and then consider introducing them to the insect nest to get genetic optimization, so that we can have the same abilities as them. That's right. This was his ultimate goal from the beginning. If he could just kill these creatures, or survive in these special areas, it would not be of much use to Jiangyao. The biggest role for him is not only do I have to have a reason to kill and survive, But I also have to possess their characteristics. This is what he cares about most. As long as he takes its characteristics as his own, he has no fear at all when facing ordinary super civilizations. Although it requires a lot of investment to achieve this. For Jiang Yao, it is worth any amount of investment to have such a simple opportunity to improve himself. He also had to lament the power of the insect swarm. If it were other creatures, even if they could survive or kill them when they encountered these things, they would never be able to assimilate themselves into the same existence. The Zerg is different. It can absorb the excellent genes of each race and then change its own evolutionary path. Although its own Zerg has basically reached the point where it has no genes to absorb. There are no absolutes in this world. The current one is the best creature to absorb genes. As long as this thing is absorbed, the entire biological form of your insect swarm will undergo a qualitative change. For Jiang Yao, this kind of improvement is not a big improvement. For him in the beginning, what he needs is that if this kind of environment really spreads across the universe, he needs to be able to survive here. But for him now, this is far from satisfying him. He needs to obtain the same ability as this special existence. And the most important thing is that once you possess this ability, your strength will surpass the currently known super civilization. The infection and assimilation alone is powerful enough. Plus, it is not vulnerable to attack. Dimensions can be converted at any time and other features. Putting all these things together, each of his bugs can be called a ghost bug. He was also looking forward to this matter very much. So he worked even harder on the development of this universe. Fortunately, this universe has not been developed much. So there are still a lot of resources that can be developed. Jiang Yao feels that he can easily get the things he wants by relying on these resources. Ever since, in order to complete his conversion goal as quickly as possible, he attacked other texts more frequently. In this way, as time goes by, there are fewer and fewer civilizations in this universe. Finally, due to pressure, these civilizations have to consider uniting together. Universal statement. My fellow citizens of this universe, I am sorry to inform you that we are now experiencing an invasion from an entity from another universe. It has been 100 years since we first received the news. According to incomplete statistics, we have eliminated a total of 750,000 civilizations in these 100 years. At the same time, there are currently 27 superstar systems in the entire universe that are owned by this mysterious civilization. And these superstar groups already occupy 1/10 of the area of our universe. In other words, in just 100 years, 1/10 of the universe no longer belongs to us. And how long can we persist in living in the remaining 9 out of 10? According to the other party's speed, it will only take 1,000 years. The universe will change hands. And everyone must also know that this race is different from other races. The way they treat other races is extremely cruel. Secondly, they are extremely efficient, especially in cleaning up civilization. After hundreds of years of observation, we can basically confirm that the opponent's strength has long surpassed ours. None of the known super civilizations in our universe can be his opponent. If we don't unite, then in the future, we will be chances are. The collapse of civilization is only a matter of time. Therefore, our 5 super civilizations hereby declare that we will create a cosmic civilization union. Create this alliance to jointly resist civilizations from other universes. Super civilizations who receive the message are asked to contact us as soon as possible and join us. High-level civilizations are asked to be prepared to join us after receiving the message. We will send warships to your area in the future to discuss related matters. Of course you can refuse. But we are fighting on the front lines for this universe. And you refuse to enjoy our benefits in the rear. Such a thing is impossible. So the civilization that refuses needs to hand over more than 80% of the resources owned by the civilization. Of course, you can also refuse. The price of refusal is that you will be punished by the United Army and civilization will be destroyed. With this statement, the entire universe erupted. Every civilization has its own little calculation in its heart. But this statement is very straightforward. He directly told all civilizations to either join them, hand over 80% of their resources, or wait to be beaten. Apart from joining them, the remaining 2 options, no matter which civilization they are, cannot afford. Everyone knows what it means to hand over 80% of resources. Once these resources are handed over, there will be problems with the impression of civilization. If you say that you want to mine other resources, it is obviously unrealistic, because it is estimated that your other resource areas may be occupied by these civilizations by then, not to mention being killed directly. In addition, joining them is not a good choice, because joining them means that your side will be on the battlefield. Chapter 690. the impact of space war on civilization. As for the current situation, it is definitely not possible for the civilization of this universe to continue to sit back and watch the fight between tigers and tigers. But for the civilizations of these universes, this time is also an opportunity. If they join forces to eliminate the enemy, not only will their own safety be guaranteed, but they will also be able to obtain Jiang Yao's technology. So in the end, after some thinking, these civilizations finally united. And this time on the civilized side. Everyone must be aware of the situation. The current situation is very urgent, and we need to come up with a reasonable combat strategy and implement it as soon as possible. The area currently occupied by the enemy is also very large. If it is a head-on confrontation, we may not have a chance. But if we invade the area they occupy and then engage in small-scale combat, it should be feasible. At this time, United Civilization also began to discuss each other. Small-scale combat is indeed feasible. And the opponent's purpose seems to be very clear now. They are now focusing on the ore resources in our universe. Currently, according to the information detected by our detection, there are currently mining robots mining in those areas. This is an opportunity for us. An opportunity to sneak up on them or eliminate them. Destroying these mining equipment will also cause certain losses to them. And their fleet will definitely pursue us for the safety of these mining equipment. As long as they pursue us, then we can directly lead them to the ambush circle we have arranged in advance and wipe them out. I think this combat method is very feasible. If we fight like this, then the initiative must be in our hands. First of all, the resource reserves of each of our civilizations are undoubtedly much larger than those of civilizations from outside. So we have an advantage in long-term operations. Secondly, our united civilization also has an advantage in the number of warships. After all, we have hundreds of civilizations this time. The main mission of some advanced civilizations is to harass their mining areas, while the fleets of super civilizations are mainly to lure or intercept fleets that want to support them. This operation will also have a certain impact on their tactical layout. In this way, everyone discussed the general idea one by one. The method they adopted this time was mainly to harass the mining area on Jiang Yao's side. Once the fire reaches the mining area, in order to collect resources, Jiang Yao's side will definitely send a fleet there. And if they burn it in multiple places at the same time, then Jiang Yao's fleet will be divided widely. Then these dismantled fleets will be given to some super civilized fleets here to defeat them one by one. There is naturally no problem with this tactic, and it takes full advantage of their more civilized advantages. There are enough civilizations, so there are more battleships than players, and this is also their advantage. After determining the basic tactics in this way, they immediately took action. Immediately afterwards, in the area currently occupied by Jiang Yao, mining areas would be harassed by warships from time to time. These people have a good plan and want to separate my forces in this way. Jiang Yao also felt a little funny about this one of theirs. Indeed, their method is feasible. If they were dealing with normal civilization, no matter how powerful their method was, it would at least be tried and true. These civilizations will make a choice, whether to protect the mining area or how many mining area factions to protect. If you don't send a fleet to support, what should you do if the supporting fleet is intercepted halfway? At the same time, multiple areas are being disrupted continuously. If you say that a single fleet has a large number, you will have many fewer places to support, and many of your places will be affected. And if the number of fleets sent to the place you support is relatively small, once intercepted, the entire army will basically be annihilated. At the same time, there are super civilizations siding on the main battlefield. And the style of play there is basically to avoid frontal combat as much as possible and focus on delaying. These civilizations took advantage of their numbers and wanted to cause some damage to Jiang Yao. But unfortunately, his side is not a normal civilization, but an army of insects. The most important thing that the insect swarm army lacks is its strength. If it is indeed a battleship competition, our side is no match. But it will be different if we include insects. Although it is still difficult for Jiang Yao's insects to resist the super-civilized warships. The ones that come to harass are basically some high-level civilizations' warship formations. So he is really not afraid at all. As a result, when these civilized fleets arrived, it didn't take long to fight before a dense army of insect swarms flew out of the mining equipment. Originally, there were some escort formations in these mining areas, and they managed to eliminate this part of the escort formations. But who would have thought that so many bugs would appear? The most important thing is that they don't know what these creatures are called. And this is the first time they see them. But their combat power does surprise them. As a result, The two sides fought together. And then the United Civilization found that they had no advantage at all. The warships they sent to harass were easily defeated. As for the other intercepted super civilization fleets, they were eliminated by Jiang Liao's resource fleet. After all, there was no need to worry about harassment. So the number of his supporting fleets would not be small. In this way, with the end of the first round of confrontation, both sides already knew the general situation. What this civilization has mastered is a bit unexpected. And the most important thing is that the biological weapon combat capabilities they have developed are also very powerful. At this time, on the United Civilization side, everyone gathered together again to discuss the recent situation. According to the previous plan, they launched an attack. But this time, they suffered heavy losses. Not only did the harassment not achieve any results, but they were almost wiped out by the group. The mistake this time was due to our understanding of the intelligence issues. But fortunately, through this battle, we have already figured out the basic situation of the opponent. Their biological weapons are also at the level of advanced civilizations, which means that if we want to successfully capture their area, we must have a super civilization send a fleet there, based on the current situation. If we want to successfully implement the plan, then we can only let the super civilization increase the speed of manufacturing warships. And at the same time, all high-level and intermediate civilizations contribute their own resources. Of course, these things are not given to you for nothing. If you provide resources, the super civilization will naturally provide them to you if they create warships. After some discussions, the United Civilization made a new decision, with the super civilization providing technology and other civilizations providing resources. By cooperating with each other in this way, a large number of super civilized warships can be created in a short period of time to attack this race. I have to say that their idea is indeed feasible. But if they want to complete this thing and create a sufficient number of warships, it will take a very long time. Although it is still possible for him to produce these things in a short time with their technology. But many times there are things that you just can't do if you want to do it. Behind these civilizations are their respective leaders. And behind these people are thousands of people. They are not a collective consciousness. And it is impossible for only one consciousness to dominate. Therefore, for them to implement a strategy, it requires a very complicated process. Not only do they need to hold meetings and discuss in their own civilization, but they also need to understand the internal situation of this civilization. After understanding clearly, making this decision, or transporting these materials, will it have a big impact on some ordinary people in this civilization? Once the impact is caused, what method should be used to remedy it? And what method should be used to let more people support you in making this decision? All in all, this is a very complex process. And if they want to mobilize these resources or other things, they need to get these people to agree. Only in this way will their own civilization and the people they lead not have too much turmoil. However, this greatly reduced the overall efficiency. The efficiency of fighting Jiang Yao was the first priority, because as long as he was given enough time, the problem of troop strength was too easy to solve. After a group of soldiers died, he could produce several times more in enough time. If these civilizations are efficient enough and continue to harass so many people, their military strength will be reduced. But these civilizations are inefficient. As for Jiang Yao's side, they can use this time to generate more troops. Therefore, in this war, the more the war is fought, the more abundant Jiang Yao's troops will be. And these civilizations are experiencing more and more problems with the frequent transfers. A large amount of resources were invested in the war, and people's livelihood was greatly affected. Many civilizations and their members have more or less problems. But now, even if they are like this, they can only focus on this war. After all, no eggs are left intact after the nest is overturned. Fortunately, people in civilization are not ignorant people. Even if their lives or other aspects have been greatly affected, they still choose to support it. But as an independent, intelligent individual, how long can this kind of support last in the face of righteousness? In other words, if all the people who are willing to support are sacrificed, then where will the remaining people go? These united civilizations have been fighting this war for too long. Over the past few hundred years, both large-scale battles and small-scale battles have broken out countless times. And these outbreaks are supported by the people behind countless civilizations. They invest in resource extraction, construction work, etc. In order to win this war, they sacrifice too much. However, even so, the United Civilization side has not gained any advantage on the frontal battlefield. In this way, as time goes by, Their current mining areas are getting fewer and fewer, and they have no choice but to send fleets to find new mining areas throughout the universe. Although technology is sufficiently developed, people's lives are not very good, especially during the war. Many people choose to give up the delicacies they usually eat, because the time and cost of making these things or raising these organisms is too high. They have no choice but to adopt an industrial model to synthesize nutritional agents. Although these things taste pretty good and can meet the normal consumption of ordinary people, they are also extremely efficient to produce. But no one can stand this thing for many years. But even so, they can only persist because their lives cannot spare more energy and time to do other things. What they can do now is open source as much as possible and reduce expenditure as much as possible. At this time, many civilizations can be said to be united. For these civilizations, their idea is very simple, which is to defeat the enemy and ensure that the civilization can continue. This is the case for all civilizations in the universe, including Jiangyao. Although he came to the universe as an invader this time, he also wanted his civilization to continue the universe. There is no gift on the battlefield on the stone. Or not. Some just survive. In this way, the battle between Jiangyao and these civilizations continues. But what they don't know is that the reason why Jiangyao hasn't done anything to them, or even launched a big attack on them, is not that he doesn't have the ability, but that he has been waiting for the opportunity. The strength of this cosmic united civilization is not strong, and it was united hastily. So it is not a threat to Jiangyao at all. Therefore, he does not plan to eliminate these civilizations in this universe immediately. He is now waiting for his insect swarm to complete the final evolution. The current research on the things over there is almost coming to fruition. With so many resources left, the current group will be able to devour these creatures and obtain their genes after a few more stages of evolution. As long as these genes are completely obtained, his entire insect colony will undergo a qualitative change. The current stage is that its bugs can devour these ghost creatures, and then the bugs that have swallowed the ghost creatures will die within a certain period of time. However, these dead bugs were transported back to the insect nest, and the insect nest began to absorb it bit by bit. In this way, it absorbed as much of the influence of this creature as possible on itself. It only took a few minutes for bugs to enter space from terrestrial creatures. According to the memories he had, his former colleagues were just ordinary creatures on the planet, but they had the ability to assimilate genes. So they went further and further on the road of evolution, from dominating the planet at the beginning to later setting their sights on the universe. And they entered the universe only because they met a creature that could survive in the universe. And then, they were killed by the Swarm Lord at that time. It was attracted to that planet. Then, they devoured that group of creatures and obtained the genes that allowed them to survive and navigate in the universe. At this point, the insect swarm entered the universe. It was so easy to enter the universe. But now it takes Jiangyao countless resources and hundreds of years to change his own form. You can imagine that this is very difficult for a special race like the Zerg. Chapter 691, a bold idea. In this way, Jiangyao's plan is still going on. I have to say that this time is a challenge for Jiangyao. The genetic assimilation of this creature is also a challenge for him. If there is any problem at the slightest step, an abyss awaits him. I feel that these things no longer belong to the category of living things, although their performance makes me feel very much like living things. While Jiangyao was talking, he saw that his insect nest was changing little by little, and he couldn't help but feel a little strange. From the beginning, the Zerg needed to evolve through the genes of various living things, but now non-living things can also be used. Of course, being able to use it is mainly the result of Jiangyao's insect nest evolving after so many years. If it was the insect nest at the beginning, Jiangyao could guarantee that if he were to absorb this thing, there would be a high probability that the insect nest would be directly assimilated. Think about it. Apart from my luck, the most important reason for my success this time is because I invested so much from the beginning to the end. Indeed, Jiangyao invested too much during this period. The most basic evolution from the beginning was when Jiangyao first crossed over and absorbed all kinds of messy things, especially things like ores. These things were of great help to him. While these things allow him to gain points, they are also subtly transforming the entire Zerg race. Then, with the advancement of technology and the rapid advancement of genetic technology, his insect nest was once again improved. Then he encountered other Zerg species with different evolutionary directions, which were of great help to him. And now Jiangyao's way of dealing with that special light. First of all, by constantly going to death. Although this method is very stupid, but this is undoubtedly the best way to promote biological evolution. He didn't have any good ideas at that time. Genes cannot be obtained. So he uses his head to obtain genes. Therefore, we can only invest a lot of resources in this way to force the Zerg to evolve on their own. Then absorb these evolved bugs so that the next generation of bugs can have some immunity to that kind of beam. In this way, their immunity is continuously improved through continuous cycles. In the end, he cultivated immune bugs, which was also the first and most important step. Sure enough, it was just as he thought. As long as he got used to the survival inside, the next thing would be simple. Inside, he gained more opportunities for genetic evolution. And through constant sacrifice and evolution, he was finally able to touch that creature. Then the Zerg continued to evolve and gain the ability to devour. Just figure it out step by step. It's really risky to make something out of nothing this time. Using a special environment to force organisms to evolve is as difficult as if some animals that are intolerant to high temperatures suddenly move to live in high temperature areas. It would be very simple for a change in the environment to wipe out the species. So for these creatures, every step must be extremely careful. But for me, everything is acceptable. At least compared to those creatures. I can control some general conditions of the insect swarm. As he spoke, Jiang Yao turned his attention to the brain worm. According to the current progress, it shouldn't take us long to complete the evolution. At this time, the brainworm nodded when he heard what Jiang Yao said. It will take up to 100 years. Jiang Yao nodded with satisfaction after hearing this. After so many years, I have invested so many resources here. And it is finally coming to an end. Once the evolution is completed, my swarm will be a completely new model. To be precise, my insect swarm will be in a completely new state. As he spoke, he turned his attention to the brain worm. According to your estimation, what level of civilization will my Zerg be by then? It should be able to surpass the limit of super civilization. Brainworm replied. Exceeding the limits of super civilization? For me, this is also a good thing. But is it really that easy? Jiang Yao still didn't believe what Brainworm said. But the Brainworm soon gave the answer. The reason for this conclusion is mainly because of the characteristics of the bugs after evolution. If the opponent cannot grasp the rules of our dimension transformation, then their attacks will be ineffective against us. Similarly, our attacks may not be very effective against them. They cannot carry out attacks from different dimensions. But it may be much easier to defend. And although they can't fully defend, there shouldn't be much of a defense problem in a short period of time. The biggest problem we face is that the attack power of our bugs is limited. At present, the attacks of our insects are at the level of advanced civilization at best. If we take into account the impact of the dimensions of our insects' attack methods in that form, a slight improvement will only reach the level of super civilization at best. This is as far as we can go. A simple summary is that our survivability alone has reached a city that surpasses super civilizations. But our other abilities have brought this city down. So our final average combat power is estimated to be lower than some super civilizations higher. This is also due to the special abilities we have evolved this time. However, when fighting these super civilizations, we also have to take their defense factors into consideration. After taking these factors into account, our destructive ability is actually not that strong. Jiang Yao couldn't help but sigh when he heard this. He actually knew what the brainworm meant. To put it simply, being powerful in this universe is not just what you see on the surface. Real strength lies in reaching that level from various directions, rather than one level being higher and the other being lower. Take these creatures as an example. Do you think these creatures are weak? It was obvious that they were extremely powerful, especially that kind of special group, which destroyed many of their own fleets. But if you want to say that they are powerful, they can't be considered because they can deal with it even when their characteristics completely crush them. In the final analysis, it can only explain the development direction of these creatures. As he said before, the bias is too great. If the survival ability of these creatures surpasses super civilization, then their other places may not be as good as advanced civilization. It is also because of this reason that when fighting Jiang Yao before, this kind of creature did not exert its power. If their attack, survival, and even reconnaissance are at the same level, I can guarantee that their fleet will be completely wiped out in a short time based on their characteristics. However, the final result is that it is obvious that due to various deviations, they not only allowed Jiang Yao to defend, but the most important thing is that Jiang Yao was able to study them, learn from them, and eventually evolve into them. This is undoubtedly a disaster for them, because after all their advantages are learned, then they will have no advantage at all. There is no need to think about the subsequent battle with Jiang Yao. The result will definitely be disastrous. But this is already a thing of the future. At this time, Jiang Yao is actually in a similar state to them. Although his attack civilization level is much higher than theirs. This is 80 steps and 100 steps. In fact, the two are almost the same. But now even if I know what's bothering me, what's the point of knowing what my problem is? For me, even if I want to study and evolve higher level attack methods, it is impossible now. Indeed, Jiang Yao is still very satisfied with the current weapons of battleship technology. If his heavy weapon can increase the attack power to this level, then it will naturally be of great benefit to him. And with this successful experience, he can even choose to use this method in the future to improve the attack ability of the insect swarm. Yeah, why didn't I think of that? In the future, the insect swarm can completely evolve in a similar way to this incident. But as soon as he thought about this, he soon discovered the problem again. Indeed, I can evolve in this way now. But as we all know, the current conventional attacks in the universe are divided into different attributes. It is impossible for me to invest massive resources in evolving each attribute, and finally evolve it into a full attribute. For this kind of evolution out of nothing, he has already experienced the investment of resources once. And that time the other party was a permanent and uninterrupted passive attack. If he wants to create such conditions, not only will the consumption of insects be huge, but also even the consumption of one's own weapons and ammunition must be taken into account. This investment may not be doubled several times. Of course, he can also do without such a high investment. And the method of avoiding such a high investment is also very simple. That is to ignore the cost of time and evolve slowly. The reason why he evolved so quickly was mainly because there was a situation on the other side of the gate of the universe, which would not last long. So he was in a hurry to complete his evolution before the gate of the universe closed. The situation at the gate of the universe is special, but the situation with weapons is different. There are a lot of guns and ammunition on his side. And it doesn't matter when he completes his evolution. What he lacks most is time. Thinking about it this way, he felt that he could definitely adopt that kind of slow evolution. Although he wanted to achieve results in this way, it would probably take tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions of years to be possible. Biological organisms evolve by constantly adapting to the environment. This has been the case before, and is still the case now. Accelerating the progress of evolution takes a lot of time. If you do not speed up in some special circumstances, your losses may be greater. So choosing to speed up is the right choice. Yes, but in the current situation, it is obvious that it does not matter how fast evolution takes place. In this way, Jiang Yao was also thinking about a question. But soon a bold method gradually appeared in front of him. If I purify it according to my idea, not only will it take a lot of time, but also if I want to ensure the evolution of all attribute attacks, it will also take a huge amount of time. The most important thing is that even if it succeeds, my insect swarm's attack power has been improved. But by how much? Indeed, this issue is also very critical. Even if you are improved, how much you can improve is the level of super civilization. To put it bluntly, the attack power of the group is at most one level higher than my current one. Close to 2 levels. Is it worth investing so much for these 2 levels? Probably worth it for most civilizations. In order to improve the strength of their warships, these civilizations spend an exaggerated amount of money on military expenditures every year. But here's the problem. They spent a huge amount of money on the military without any conflicts. But no matter how much it was definitely not as much as what their own evolved bugs consumed. And it was not even a drop in the bucket. They spent so few resources and achieved such a big improvement. But they had to pay such a big price to get the same improvement. Is it worth it? Obviously. This is a very costly thing. For me. Unless it's like those special purple light creatures, my investment will be a loss. And it will be a very exaggerated loss. Unless the improvement can reach a point where I am satisfied. Otherwise, I might as well keep all these resources. If I encounter a similar situation in the future and the opponent is attacked by a major, wouldn't it be better if I just throw the resources to them? Just thinking about it like this. But soon Jiang Yao was obsessed with a bold idea. I was stupid enough to put my attention elsewhere. Now I urgently need an attack as powerful as I imagined. However, I always thought that I had no way. But in fact, I am very capable. Regular attacks cannot achieve my effect. But what about doomsday weapons? After this idea came out, it was out of control. But conventional methods don't work. What about doomsday weapons? This is not just bad. This is simply great. Thinking of this, he had an idea in his mind. If I could convert the attack of the doomsday weapon into my own attack, Wouldn't this mean something to the heavens? Thinking of this, Jiang Yao's heart was moved. He summoned all the brainworms and began to discuss the feasibility of this plan. Although the release frequency of doomsday weapons is not high, it doesn't matter. Watermill Kung Fu. Of course, if he wanted to do this, it would take too long for him now. So after making a plan here, he asked the brainworm to study how to operate it. However, the answer given by the brainworm soon was that the feasibility was very low. After all, their goal this time is to attack, not to defend. Defense can constantly bear the damage to produce antibodies, but attack is different. Chief, your method is indeed a good idea, but our protozoa may not be able to obtain it, unless we redevelop a bug that can absorb and store doomsday weapon attacks, through which bugs can absorb doomsday weapon attacks for a long time, allowing themselves to evolve similar attacks, and their organs can launch similar attacks. Then we can obtain this attacking protozoa. Jiang Yao couldn't help but shook his head after hearing what the brainworm said, joking that it was basically impossible to cultivate this type of worm with his own resources and biological genetic samples. Chapter 692. The Zergs are dispatched. But that's how it works sometimes. There are many things that you know are difficult, but you still have to do them in the end. This is what Jiang Yao is like at this time. This thing may be difficult for him, but he still has to do it. Through the attack of the doomsday weapon to increase the resistance of the bugs, I need to consider how to first ensure that the opponent can survive the doomsday weapon. Indeed, this is very important to him now. Only by solving this problem can we discuss the follow-up. Otherwise, everything is in vain. After thinking about it like this, Jiang Yao decided to go for it. This time he released many different types of bugs, from worker bees to leviathans. Basically all types. Only by casting a wide net in this way can we know who finally obtained the corresponding genes. Once the gene is found, everything will be easy to handle. So the exciting testing work began. First of all, the frequency of doomsday weapons is not high, which is the most critical. The rate is not high, which means that its progress will be delayed indefinitely. In fact, he had never wanted to do this. Even after having this idea before, he still wanted to give up immediately because it was too difficult and took too much time. He also felt very helpless for this. But it's not okay if you say you don't want to do this. Because judging from the current situation on my side, there are some things that I have to do. It won't work if you don't do this. If you don't increase your attack power and develop abnormally like this, you will suffer a loss sooner or later. And if your attack level cannot show a level improvement, it is very difficult to directly improve from one span to another. It's like the evolution of insects this time is the same. If it weren't for his foundation here, it would be basically impossible for Jiang Yao to adapt to the environment they're based on his own situation. I don't have such a good foundation. He estimates that even if he invests 10 times and 100 times more resources, he may not be able to accomplish this, because of the previous basic blessing and the massive investment of resources this time. He was able to solve this matter in such a short period of time. Therefore, the attack must be carried out even if it comes again. So Jiang Yao arranged for the experiment to begin. Insect swarm attacks the evolution team. The first round of testing begins. Started testing Titan's release of doomsday weapons. Successfully released doomsday weapons as group doomsday weapons. And prepared to survive 7,200 from a group of 7.32 million. The first round of testing survived. The main bugs were Levitt, Ultralisk and other high-health bugs. The rest of the bugs have died. Now the remaining fragments of the Zerg have been recovered and no genetic mutations have been detected. At the same time, genetic sampling was performed on the surviving insect colonies, and no changes were found in the sampled genes. In this way, as experiments started one after another, the brainworms recorded the data of each experiment in detail. Although there is absolutely no change in the previous hundreds or thousands of times, these things still need to be recorded, because many times this information may be important in the future. This kind of forced evolution is very rigorous. Every link must be extremely cautious, and every detail must be recorded. That's how the plan began. From the end of the first experiment to preparation for the second and third times. Every experiment requires the consumption of a large amount of resources and bugs. And these resources and bugs are naturally obtained by plundering the resources of this universe. And the bugs used to evolve this time cannot be adapted to the environment. The bugs used must be the most basic, because only such bugs have enough plasticity and a high probability of genetic mutation. Therefore, a huge investment of resources is required every time. But fortunately, this universe is enough to maintain it. Although some civilizations in the universe have formed a coalition, These coalitions are not a problem at all for Jiangyao's insect swarm. No matter before or now. It is not afraid of these joint civilizations at all. With the evolution of the bugs completed, it naturally recycles the regular fleet and then sends these bugs for actual combat. It has to be said that the return on his resource investment this time was far beyond his expectations. On the battlefield, these bugs were seen shuttling between the battlefields like ghosts. The enemy's artillery fire was either absorbed by these bugs or passed directly through their bodies, as if there was nothing in the area where Chongzi was. The player's swarm of insects in the first battle left an indelible impression on these civilizations. Countless bugs were flying on the battlefield, and countless ammunition and artillery fire passed through without any effect on them. Then these bugs ignored the shield and directly penetrated into the interior of the battleship and began to destroy it from the inside out. What on earth are these? Why do our attacks have no effect on them at all? These devils must be devils crawling out of H.L. Retreat all. Retreat. This kind of enemy is simply not something we can defeat. As the battle began, the entire battlefield was filled with howls. Countless battleships saw the swarms killing the insects in all directions. And after their own side was completely unable to cause any damage to the enemy, they all began to retire. Perhaps for them, they and the enemy are evenly matched. They can fight against strong enemies and weak ones. But they can also fight without fear of life and death. Because this is for their future generations. They must fight hard. However, facing the crowd in front of them, they did not have any desperate thoughts. The gap in strength between the two sides was really too big. The shields they were proud of could not stop the swarm of insects at all. And these insects easily penetrated their shields and entered their battleships. Then they began to destroy everything in their battleship. The defense facilities were useless to the swarm, and the swarm easily disintegrated their battleship from the inside. Sometimes the unknown is the most terrifying thing. Facing these bugs, they seemed too weak and helpless. They didn't know who the enemies of these insects were, and they didn't know what methods they should use to defeat them. Facing this ghost-like existence, they felt exhausted for the first time. With such a situation, anyone with a clear eye could see that continuing to fight would only increase casualties. But they could not retreat, because behind them is their civilization. And this is also the cruelty of cosmic war. There is no justice or evil in this battlefield. They are just trying to survive. Maybe today you have become the executioner, and tomorrow you will become the universe in the eyes of others. If you want to survive, you can only do whatever it takes to not move forward. As time goes by, countless battleship wreckages appear in space. But compared to battleships, there are no insect corpses visible in space. This is a battle without any suspense. A battle made the united civilization experience what despair is. It was not until this moment that they understood the strength gap between the two sides. How could this be possible? How could the gap in strength be so huge? It turns out that they had absolute strength to crush us from the beginning. But they deliberately used those battleships to play games with us. They enjoy toying with the enemy in battle. For them, wanting to destroy us is just a matter of whether they want to or not. Not whether they can or cannot. This answer plunged all civilizations into despair. It was obvious that after such a long game, the other party did not intend to continue playing with them. So they showed their strength and showed a strength that makes all civilizations feel scared. The gap between the two sides is too obvious. How should we make up for this technological gap that is like a divine punishment? There is no way. This is inevitable. We can't even understand their existence form, let alone others. However, compared to the despair of these civilizations, the super civilizations in the united civilization have different ideas. Although the shapes of these bugs are beyond their understanding, even they don't know how to defeat their opponents. But they believe that at a civilization of their level, they can find corresponding methods when faced with these incomprehensible means. Although they cannot understand this method, they can understand some of its principles, and use these principles to find ways to defeat the enemy. The united civilization suffered heavy losses in this battle, but they also collected some useful intelligence for them. At present, the enemy's form can basically be determined. They can switch dimensions at will, maybe when attacking. Their dimensions are also constantly switching. The dimensions our attacks face are usually only 3 to 4 dimensions, and we don't know how to deal with more advanced dimensions. Of course, to fight them, we don't need to use the power of higher dimensions. We can use the characteristics of 2 dimensions. This dimension cannot be interfered by any other dimension. We just need to make them 2-dimensional. And then we can use attacks from the second dimension to finish them off. Sometimes things are so complicated, but the solutions are very simple. But if you want to turn the enemy into 2, you must first ensure one problem. That is, Their own survival dimension must also be reduced to 2 dimensions. All their attack methods must also be reduced to this dimension. Switching or transforming between dimensions, or even upgrading the dimension. If you start from 3 dimensions, then everything is easy to handle. But once the dimensions are reduced to 2 dimensions, things become completely different. It is too difficult to increase this dimension to 3 dimensions. And all dimension raising methods must ensure that their base is 3 dimensions. Once it is lower than this dimension, dimensionality reduction will become irreversible. So if they want to defeat these bugs, they can only lower the dimension. Because the speed of these bugs is so fast, they can completely avoid ordinary dimensionality reduction weapons with their own speed. Once they are avoided, the means they prepared for the bugs will be basically useless. And in order to ensure that they can fight in 2 dimensions, both the weapons and their own forms must be reduced to this dimensions. Only after being reduced to this dimension and adapting to this dimension can they have a chance to turn defeat into victory. But once they adapt to this dimension, they will never be able to increase the dimension. And as long as the bugs escape their dimensionality reduction weapons, it means that they will be trapped in 2 dimensions forever. And the opponent can also attack them from the 3rd dimension. And then, they will only become fish on the chopping board. This is a suicide attack. But this is also the only way they can think of to deal with the bugs at the moment. Why doesn't Jiangyao know this? Why should he spend so much energy and time on something that can be solved with a piece of 2-way foil? 2-dimensional, the nemesis of all dimensions, is especially feared by dimensional creatures like him. But is this really the case? It's obvious that there is such a huge loophole. Why can't others think of it? So he tried this method at first. But in the end, he found that it didn't work at all. Because of the special nature of this creature, it can continue to switch even to the 2nd dimension. This is the most outrageous thing. It can switch freely across the entire 9 dimensions. From the 2nd dimension to the 10th dimension. For this kind of creature. If it weren't for this kind of creature, Jiangyao would have estimated that he would have been destroyed long ago. It is also because he has no wisdom that he has the opportunity to evolve in this area. The idea is beautiful. But the reality is cruel. By throwing 2-dimensional foil into the battlefield, it is obvious that you have thought of what you think is the correct dimensional method. But it's a pity that such methods are ineffective. But I can't let you know about such an important thing right away. He soon made a decision. Whenever the other party used such weapons, all the bugs would immediately flee. By misleading these civilizations in this way, making them think that they are really afraid of this thing. Then, they will put a lot of time and energy into researching this dimensional weapon, and even say that they can make this weapon real-time. And miniaturization. This kind of technology was of little use to him. So he chose to use this method to let the other party research it for him. And everything was as he thought. When the other party found out that they encountered this kind of weapon, the bugs immediately started running for their lives. The other party realized that these bugs were also afraid of this kind of weapon. So the United Civilization here immediately started to gather scientists from the entire civilization together to start research on this 2-dimensional weapon. If they directly throw Erxiangbo away, the bugs will run away. But they themselves cannot run away. Every time they throw bugs out, nothing will happen. But their own fleet will suffer heavy losses. Just like before entering the cosmic era, many civilizations are trying this technology for the first time. Dimensionality reduction weapons are controllable. It is very difficult to do this. But if you do it, it will be different. They won't have to worry about using this weapon in the future, resulting in large-scale regional dimensionality reduction. Then they can use this weapon to strike the opponent accurately without worrying about hurting others or themselves. Chapter 693 Gene Protection Plan. Jiangyao was so concerned about their operations. At the same time, after knowing this, he also slowed down his offensive trend. Naturally, his purpose is self-evident. At this time, within the United Civilization, have you noticed that the opponent's offensive trend has obviously decreased a lot? I've discovered it a long time ago. I have to say that the other party has something. Yes, the other party does have something. At this time, everyone within the United Civilization was also discussing this matter. They also had to admit that there was something really special about this race. How this plan of ours got revealed. At this time, among the leaders of civilization, no one knows what is going on. We have only been executing this matter for a long time. And the other party has already discovered you. Look at how much weaker the other party's offensive trend is now than before. Obviously, the purpose of the other party is to give us time to come up with what we want to study. So now I'm very curious about who this thing that the other party has something about is. Or which civilization it is. As the leader spoke, The remaining civilizations didn't know how to respond. It was obvious that there must be a traitor among them. Otherwise this news would not have been leaked so easily. At the same time, they really can't understand that they have already reached this point. Is there any civilization that really imagines that after joining them, the other party will not do anything to you? Sometimes I have to admit that some of us are really stupid. The other party's goal is obviously to eliminate all living forces in our universe. So I really can't figure it out. What gives you the courage to think that if you join them, you will be safe and sound? Do you really think this could happen? At this time, everyone was talking about this matter. They couldn't figure this out either. After such a long battle, they naturally know the situation of the other race. And they also have a clear understanding of the situation of other races. Normally, after such a long battle, as long as you are not stupid, you can understand what the opponent is like. If we betray ourselves at this time, what's the point? To put it another way, if we don't betray, we won't have much chance of winning. After being sentenced, it will only accelerate our death. There is still a glimmer of hope if you don't betray. And everyone can understand this path. Regarding the question raised today, these super civilizations naturally know it and can't figure out the reason. After all, who would dare to admit that he has done such a thing? But it doesn't matter. Today they just want to give a warning to some civilizations with small thoughts to put away their small thoughts. And also give them a warning to make them sober. After such a long battle, they also suffered casualties. Especially at the beginning. The bugs in their battleships. I believe you are all aware of the situation. As to what is going on with them. Or whether they are strong or not strong in their living habits. Etc. I think we have already published the data before. You must have seen it and learned about this ethnic group. There is even a lot of relevant information. Or samples. Stored within your civilization. You should understand that this kind of creature is very special. They can assimilate some useful genes to evolve themselves. What they need to consume is biomass or some substances. That is to say, for this population, we are all their food, including our planet. What is the relationship between predators and prey? This problem has existed since the beginning of civilization. I really don't understand which civilization among us does not know this. Once we are defeated, regardless of whether any of you have taken refuge with them, the only difference between you and us is that you will be devoured by those insects later. As the commander finished speaking, everyone fell into silence. In fact, they didn't know how the news leaked. But they are very smart. If the traitor is not found, all their methods of facing the enemy will be exposed. But I have to admit that our enemies are very arrogant. While everyone was still whispering, the commander continued, they dare to do this knowing that we are working on weapons against them. They are creating opportunities for us and buying us time to develop these weapons to deal with them. Maybe for them, no matter what weapons we develop, it won't have any impact on them. The leader couldn't help but sneered when he thought of this. If they have such confidence, how could we let them down? Next, I will step up the research progress of various technologies to bring such weapons to the market as soon as possible, and then let them experience the consequences of arrogance. At the same time, we will also step up research on other types of weapons. We need to research as many things as possible that can deal with them, so that we can be fully prepared. As for their previous arrogance, let them continue to be arrogant. The more arrogant they are, the more opportunities we will naturally have. At this time, everyone present did not know one thing. Most of their research would eventually fall into Jiang Yao's hands. Gene Stealer is really useful. At this time, Jiang Yao couldn't help but sigh after receiving the latest information from the other side. Genestealers were originally a special bug from the Tyranids. At that time, after the cosmic connection was opened, the Tyranid swarm sent out this kind of bug. This kind of bug itself is not very powerful in combat, but they have a very awesome ability, which is to assimilate some people from civilization. Before the battle begins, these bugs will be dispatched and randomly dropped into each civilization. If they are discovered, then they will consider themselves unlucky. If they are not discovered, they will lurk and secretly assimilate the intelligent individuals in the civilization. After assimilation, these individuals will gather together and then reproduce without restriction. And the second generation they reproduce is usually monsters. These monsters are called second-generation gene stealers. Then, with these gene stealers attracting the original gene stealer, they can infect ordinary individuals in the civilization at a faster speed. It is no exaggeration to say that as long as it is not handled properly, one such bug can destroy an entire civilization. The Tyranids originally launched such a bug at themselves, and the gene stealer was probably confused at the time. because his side did appear to be a normal civilization on the surface. But when the gene stealer tried his best to sneak inside, he was dumbfounded. In his eyes, this area should be the core area where this civilization lives, and there should be many people for him to infect. As a result, when he came here, he found that there was actually a huge cordyceps sinensis, and countless insects were active here. The ground was also covered in an unknown sticky substance, which was basically the same as the substance in their biological battleship. Can he not be stupid after seeing these things? I originally thought that this thing would be a civilization. Who would have thought that this place is actually the same as them? But it is also a Zerg, but of a different type. Of course, as a gene stealer, what he needs to do is to be infected. Although he knows that the probability of assimilation by himself as a Zerg is basically 0. He still decides to give it a try. So, he found a worker bee, but was beaten into a fool by the worker bee on the spot. Then his genes were naturally obtained by Jiangyao. After obtaining it, Jiangyao felt that this thing might be useful in the future, so he improved it based on the gene of this creature, and finally integrated it into the springtail. Soon it had a special kind of springtail. This kind of springtail has the ability of a gene stealer, and can infect and assimilate ordinary people in intelligent civilization. At the same time, he also used other genes to enhance the infection and assimilation ability of this springtail. Ladybugs can release a special powder, and once this special powder is inhaled, the powder will grow into a special kind of bug inside the host's body. This little bug is naturally an infected bug. Moreover, Jiangyao also improved the shortcomings of the gene stealers. It is the shortcoming that the infected individual's IQ and behavior are somewhat problematic. Individuals infected by these fleas have no such defects at all. Once infected, your subconscious mind will undergo great changes. You will think that except the Zerg are your masters. Everything else remains the same as usual. So under normal circumstances, it is impossible for you to notice anything strange. Of course, there are small bugs in his body, and you can start from here. But unfortunately, this is impossible. This little bug is about the size of a cell, and it camouflages itself to look like a cell. Without a comprehensive examination of a single individual, it would not have been discovered at all. And even if there is an inspection, it must be discovered by some civilizations with a high level of science and technology. Some middle and low-level civilizations don't even have to think about it. They will never be able to discover it. This is the new bug in his hand now. This kind of bug is very useful as a lurker or to cultivate spies. It also inherits one of the advantages of the gene stealer, which is that it is good at hiding itself. It not only has the ability to be invisible like special evolved bugs like Euglena, but it is also difficult to be scanned by some instruments. Of course, creatures like this are not meant to be armed police. When the genetic level of individuals in a civilization reaches a relatively high level, these invading bugs can easily be killed by the opponent's immune cell group. But any gene level lower than this stage will be disturbed. Although it is very difficult for oneself to succeed in super civilization, some advanced civilizations are not difficult. However, this time the researchers recruited by these civilizations are basically all advanced civilizations and super civilizations. It is also for this reason that Jiangyao's spies also successfully blended in. Although it is a simpler and more direct way to eliminate them completely. Sometimes these infernal affairs are still somewhat useful. At least through them, I can acquire some of the technologies that are useful to me. This alone is enough for me. Naturally, he has been paying attention to the performance of this special individual. After all, if this special individual is successful, it will be helpful to him in the future. I have to say that when the universe was connected, the Tyranids actually gave him a lot of good things. Both races pay more attention to the collection of genes, so the Tyranids have a large gene pool. Many of these genes are also helpful to him now. Of course, through this incident, he also discovered a huge problem. The genetic confidentiality measures of this insect swarm are also very important. Although this measure is usually done very well, basically no civilization can decipher it. But it is different if we are also Zerg. We are both Zerg. Even if there is a certain gap in strength, the other party can still decipher this thing. This is the biggest problem. Although currently our genes cannot be analyzed for other races, it is different for the Zerg. So based on this incident, I feel it is necessary to upgrade the genetic confidentiality of the Zerg. But no matter how much I upgrade, it will be easy for a group of people to break through 100 million. It seems that it is necessary for me to change my policy. After much thought, he decided to reselect himself and add a self-destruction gene to his genes as insurance. When the insect swarm dies, it will explode. This explosion is very powerful. At the same time, when it explodes, the insect itself will be used as fuel to increase the explosion power and damage. And this burning speed can reach 1/10,000th of a second. In other words, it can burn itself out extremely quickly, leaving nothing behind. Coupled with the special characteristics of the new bugs, basically no civilization can stop them during this period. Although after doing this, the defeated bugs cannot be recycled, and the resource consumption in each future battle will increase significantly. But in order to avoid the special bug genes he cultivated being stolen, he could only do this. At that time, he paid a huge price to obtain this gene. He did not want to become someone else's wedding dress. Therefore, he would rather increase the consumption of each battle than take any risk of leakage. So this intellectual property is important. Just use this time to transform the insect swarm. When I'm almost done with it here, I guess they will also develop the weapons over there. While talking like this, Jiangyao was also busy with his own affairs. Of course, he has not been spared from the attacks of these civilizations. It is not to eliminate them, but to seize their mining areas to replenish resources. Chapter 694 Jiangyao's Bad Taste. In this way, the battle here continued to unite, and areas of the cosmic civilization were defeated one after another. As the swarm attacks, they can only continue to pull the front line back. Before new weapons come out, they can only give up some things. At this time, everyone on the United Civilization side was actually holding their breath in their hearts. Being pressed like this by the opponent made them feel extremely aggrieved. As long as these bugs continue to be so rampant, they won't be able to be proud for long. At present, our relevant research has made great progress. Once this weapon is developed, there will be no delay in its deployment on a regional scale. This also means that they have no chance or time to escape, and they are in a small area. Once they are hit, the area will immediately become two-dimensional, and this two-dimensionalization is controllable. Our attack not only includes this dimension, but also other dimensions. So when we attack them, they will be two-dimensionalized first, and then they will be attacked by higher dimensions. When the attack is over afterwards, the two-dimensional area will return to its original 3 dimensions. In this way, the collapse of the dimension will not affect the ships around us. At this time, the commanders in the United Civilization are also looking forward to it. They look forward to the advent of this weapon, and look forward to this group of arrogant bugs being crushed by their new weapons. After this period of fighting, they also understood the situation of the opponent's insects. So they knew very well that if they wanted to kill the bugs, they had to start from the dimension. In a few years at most, the good days of these bugs will be over. I can already imagine what it will be like when they are defeated by us. When the time comes, we must use the most cruel means to eliminate them and make them regret it. But while everyone was still thinking this, one of the commanders suddenly thought of something. Everyone, please be patient about this matter. It suddenly occurred to me that we know about two-dimensional things, and they also know about it. Many civilizations can research dimensional defense technology, so I seriously doubt that they may have mastered this technology. What's the point? You must know that two-dimensional defense is indeed possible, but this defense has limitations. It can withstand 1 or 2 two-way foils, but it absolutely cannot withstand countless two-way foils. Our attacks, it's like countless two-dimensional films are superimposed on them. No matter how powerful their dimensional defense is, they still have no ability to fully defend against our violent pouring from the dimension. And what we need to do is very simple. That is, just create a sufficient amount of ammunition. Quantitative changes lead to qualitative changes. Even if they have defensive methods, such methods are still ineffective in the face of qualitative changes. Regarding this matter, everyone is very clear. If you want to prevent two-dimensional attacks, you must have corresponding defense methods. However, this kind of defense method also has limits on the attacks it can bear. It is impossible for him to block your infinite attacks live. Then what we need to consider now is how to get a lot of ammunition. Indeed, this question is worthy of our deep thought. After all, the clearest thing we know about their intelligence now is their number. There are too many of them. If we want to eliminate such a number, the number of weapons we prepare must not be small. And this also involves a problem. That is, we must prepare these things in advance, because once the other party knows our methods, then they will fight back like crazy. If we don't prepare ammunition in advance, we may not be able to resist their crazy counterattack because we have a relatively small amount of ammunition. In this way, everyone was discussing the follow-up matters. It was obvious that for them, defeating these bugs this time was a sure thing. Of course, this is inevitable. After all, The weapons this time are the crystallization of their countless civilizational wisdom. This kind of weapon does not seem difficult on the surface. Dimensionality reduction weapons are basically advanced civilizations and have developed technologies. Of course, if you want to completely decipher them, you still need to reach the level of a super civilization. But this kind of weapon has a flaw. That is, it is uncontrollable once dimensionality reduction starts. They will start at the center of the dimensionality reduction strike and continue to spread to the surroundings until the energy of the dimensionality reduction weapon is exhausted. But now the weapons they have developed have overcome this point of reducing the dimension, and they have changed from uncontrollable to controllable. Although this seems simple, it requires too much effort. This is proof of their rapid technological breakthroughs. Even if it is a small change to their level and their level of civilization, the effort required is extremely exaggerated. After all, when a certain thing has been developed to a limit, it will be a bit difficult to break through this limit again. But for these civilizations, they still manage to make this technology controllable and miniaturized. But what they don't know is that everything they have has long since become Jiangyaos. Because of the existence of gene stealers, many of their civilizations have ceased to exist in name only. But they don't know it. Because of the secret promotion of the gene stealers, several high-level leaders of advanced civilizations were infected. At this time, these infected people gradually began to affect the people below. Because this kind of infection is very hidden. Basically no one will notice the abnormality unless these people's beliefs change. There is no difference in other places as before. They are still doing the same work as before, doing the same things, and having similar conversations with their friends, who can detect this kind of infection. As more and more people are infected, it becomes easier for later gene stealers to operate. And as more gene stealers are reproduced, the speed of the entire infection is also very terrifying. This kind of creature is so incomprehensible that it uses various instincts of creatures to fulfill its own feelings. Moreover, this kind of subtle infection can only be discovered unless it is discovered and someone is vigilant. However, because it is hidden deep, it is basically impossible to be discovered. When it is discovered, there will probably not be much left. People. Moreover, the infected targets are also given priority to those with higher status. This is also very critical. After these higher status people are infected, even if the remaining lower status people know about it, there is no way to send any information to the outside world. Sure enough, no matter what form of development there is in the universe, there is always a natural nemesis. Compared to an evolved race like ours, the shortcomings of a civilization that relies entirely on technology are too obvious. Although they can create powerful battleships, their own strength is not high, whether it's an immune system agent or something else. No matter how much they try to improve themselves, their foundation is here. Even the most ordinary insect physique is tens of thousands of times stronger than those creatures of advanced civilizations. Some super civilizations, in pursuit of immortality, carry out crazy modifications to their own genes. Only such civilizations have the chance to resist. If the degree of their transformation is not high enough, they will not be able to resist. Once an entire civilization is infected, I can take down this civilization and take all their resources without a single soldier. Jiangyao also felt a little scared about such a thing. A method that can destroy a civilization quietly. Even he can't help but think about whether there is a more powerful race that has mastered a similar method. And this method is more powerful than his. And even the insect swarm can be infected. But after thinking about it, he shook his head again. Except for special bugs. Most bugs have no consciousness. Even if they are infected, they can be discovered immediately. The same is true for special bugs. When their consciousness appears, if there is a problem, you can find it as soon as possible. And the most important thing is that the biggest advantage of a group consciousness like himself is that when a problem occurs, he can eliminate all the problematic seeds without hesitation, without worrying about any special circumstances. It is different in other civilizations. Considering the opinions of the people and other such issues, it is absolutely impossible to solve these things as quickly as you can. Once you hesitate about something, its spread will be further increasing, the impact will further enhance it. In this way, both sides have different ideas. Jiangyao is thinking about how to increase the intensity of this infection, while the United Civilization is thinking about how to reserve more ammunition to quickly eliminate these bugs at critical moments. In this way, the battle continued with both sides having their own concerns. Time flies so fast. From here to now, the door to the universe is closed. Nearly 1,000 years passed by in a flash. And as the door to the universe closed, Jiangyao was filled with emotions for a while. He has experienced so much on that side. From having nothing at the beginning to gradually becoming stronger, to destroying all enemies, and finally ruling the universe. Along the way, he has seen too many things and experienced too many dangers. In the end, he has reached the top. Looking back now, every bit of his life started there. And now, he has experienced after so much time. He finally entered other universes. And because of the overexploitation of resources in that part of the universe, the entire universe has no energy to sustain it. And the universe has restarted. So that part of the universe can be understood as dead. We don't know where the dead universe will end up. He has been missing on this issue. He only knows that the universe will die. But he knows nothing about the process of death, and what will happen to the universe after death. But for him right now, these things don't seem to be what he needs to pay too much attention to. Because now his eyes have been set on more important places. Because then it's time to reap the fruits yourself. At this time, on the cosmic battlefield, the United Civilization has dispatched nearly 51 warships. And these warships are equipped with the latest weapons currently in their hands. And they are also the strongest weapons they believe can solve the insect swarm. These warships have almost wiped out all the assets of the United Civilization. That's right. After Jiangyao invaded here for nearly 1,000 years, the United Civilization side was also ready. Thousands of years ago, a group of bugs from other universes invaded us. They are very powerful. And all our technological means are like a joke to them. In their eyes, we are just like a group of uncivilized barbarians. They play with us in various ways. They look down on us with their own arrogance. And we have been suffering for nearly 1,000 years. In these thousands of years, our compatriots have dedicated everything they have to resist the invasion of these evil insects. To resist this evil race, all our civilizations have united. Even though this swarm of insects still doesn't take us seriously, they are still the same as before. They use their own tricks to trick us into thinking that in their eyes, we have no resistance at all. However, what I want to say is that they are wrong. And their arrogance will eventually lead them to the abyss. Because after hundreds of years of hard work, we finally developed weapons that can fight them. And today is the time for us to avenge our shame. Following the Commander-in-Chief's words, all the members in the battleship burst into cheers. They have been suppressed for too long. And they have waited for this moment for too long. And this is something that can't be helped. But fortunately, it's all over. And today is their day of revenge. From today on, they will make these bugs regret their fear and destroy them at the same time. In this way, everyone became angry. As the attack order was issued, these warships set off towards the insect swarm in a mighty manner. At the same time, Jiangyao naturally sees everything here. When the enemy is most proud, give them a fatal blow. I didn't expect that I actually have such a bad taste. But it's good. At least for me. Sometimes it's too boring. Which is not a good thing. Thinking of this, he also sent out his own insect swarm. And this time, he didn't send out many. Just 1,000 leviathans. Yes, this is all the troops he sent out. Perhaps such troops were not enough to deal with the enemy in the past. But since he fused the genes of those creatures together, his insect swarm has undergone a qualitative change. Now he is fighting against these civilizations just like the high-level civilization was fighting against the intermediate civilization. Just like when he first encountered a super-civilized warship. The opponent was defeated by just one warship. And now he was ready to do the same thing. Of course, he didn't know what his mentality was. But now, he was eager to see the scene after these civilizations were defeated by a mere 1,000 bugs. How desperate it would be. Chapter 695 Total War begins. At this time, Jiangyao felt that he was too evil. But he didn't know why he liked this feeling very much. Maybe it's because I had too much baggage in the past. Think about it. I have to pretend to be a mature commander in front of the players. Everything must take the overall situation into consideration. And every previous action must take the survival of the Zerg into consideration. So there are so many things that I think about when I'm doing things. Jiangyao couldn't help but sigh when he thought of this. After so many years, I seem to have gotten used to this kind of role. It's really a bit surprising to suddenly change your mind. Jiang thinks he couldn't help but sigh when he thought of this. But this is pretty good. Go wild once in a while. Don't think about gains and losses. Do something according to your own ideas that you haven't usually done or have wanted to do for a long time. Thinking of this, Jiang Fengqi looked at these civilizations. In that case, I won't be polite. And now in the battlefield, I saw that countless battleships had been prepared. The dense torrent of steel composed of warships on the United Universe civilization side looks very shocking. Sure enough, no matter when we see such a torrent of steel, we are shocked. Thinking of this, just when he was about to order the attack, He suddenly thought of something. By the way, I forgot such an important thing. Sure enough, sometimes you have to choose rationality between sensibility and rationality. Just when he was about to order the attack, he discovered a huge problem with his behavior. This is what will happen once the opponent is defeated by you. He knows it without even thinking about it. Something very disturbing will happen. That is, these warships will flee immediately after seeing that something is wrong. And this is also the biggest problem. If these warships escape, how should they respond to more than 1,000 Leviathans? Pursuit? Do not make jokes. How can you pursue such a number of warships? What should you use to pursue them? Thinking of this, he immediately started to arrange it. The next moment, a dense swarm of insects flew out of the insect nest and rushed to the battlefield. Of course, the purpose of these bugs flying out was not to kill those battleships. This time the home field is Leviathans. So Jiangyao will never change this. And this time he sent so many bugs for a very simple purpose. That is to prevent these civilizations from leaving. He is ready to wipe out all these civilizations without giving them any chance. As a large number of bugs were dispatched, Jiangyao also saw a scene that shocked him for the first time in a long time. Countless bugs cover the sky. This feeling has rarely occurred since he had technology. Seeing the torrent of technology and the wildness of life, Jiangyao was filled with emotion. It is difficult to evaluate both sides, other than to say that each has its own merits. With this in mind, the fleet on Jiangyao's side is vast. Watching the swarms of insects in the sky constantly pressing down on the environment, and the ripples in space caused by the movement of these insects, gave him the feeling that these insects were in an illusion. Yes, these bugs gave him this unrealistic feeling. That's it. That's it. This is my insect swarm. The insect swarm I am proud of. I have been going the wrong way. Seeing this scene, Jiangyao suddenly felt enlightened. Why should I differentiate between technology and bugs? Can't they just blend into one? It's obviously possible. I've been wrong all along. I have always kept a clear distinction between biological evolution and technological progress. But I seem to have forgotten. Sometimes things are not like this. The two seem separate but can also be combined. It can be combined in some ways. I have to say that sometimes things are just that simple. When your thinking changes, huge changes will occur in many aspects of you. Things that may have been difficult before suddenly become easy. Just thinking blankly. Soon Jiangyao started to arrange things. Use all the technology we have now to study creatures capable of unleashing doomsday weapons. That's right. I can create a creature. Such creatures possess the power to unleash weapons of doom, or have a similar organ that can release terrifying attack power. This kind of creature does not need to take into account other things. It only needs to have this ability, and it will be okay. The time and technology required to create a perfectly complex life form are too high. But creating a simple life form is different. Even if this life form is only the size of a bacterium. Bacteria are terrifying and perfect creatures, whose evolution is daunting. Start with them to find the bacteria you need to make the biological weapons you need. Then give these things to the bugs to devour. And that's it. Thinking of this, Jiangyao couldn't help but get a little excited when he looked at the insects all over the sky. A matter that had troubled him for many years, and required a huge amount of resources, was actually accomplished by himself so easily. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a little excited. But at this time, it was not only hindering his excitement, but also on the front battlefield. I saw that the army of the United Civilizations quickly discovered the Leviathan army. Reporting to the commander, a huge life reaction has been detected in the front. According to the display, it should be the vanguard of the insect swarm. At this time, the commander was also a little confused when he heard the report. Collect live footage. The next moment, as the picture was called up, the commander's pupils also shrank. These creatures are. Looking at the huge Leviathan on the screen, the commander was obviously dumbfounded. Of course, this can't be blamed. They had never encountered this kind of creature before when the bugs attacked them. Of course, this is normal. After all, Jiangyao just shot some ordinary bugs in the past. As for this heroic unit among the Zerg, he had no intention of sending it there at all. Some ordinary bugs can't deal with what you are still fantasizing about. Fantasy to get these units. Aren't you kidding me? Therefore, the civilization in this universe has never seen Leviathan. So by this time, they saw the creature for the first time. The civilizations were dumbfounded when they saw his huge body and tentacles. What exactly is going on? Are these bugs their secret weapon? Although he didn't know what was going on, the commander was certain of one thing. That is, these insects that suddenly appear are the new weapons of the insect swarm. These bugs are not difficult to identify. When you see that there is only movement in the sky, there are strong power fluctuations in the space, and the surrounding environment is distorted from time to time, you can basically be sure that this is the base of the insect swarm. At this moment, looking at the scene in front of him, the commander had a lot of thoughts. It's not clear what they are, though, but to me, it doesn't seem that important, because all I have to do is crush you. That's all. As he spoke, he turned his attention to the adjutant next to him. How many of these creatures did the opponent send out in total? And the Zerg fleet? How many bugs are there in total? Report to the commander. They sent a total of 1,000 of these bugs. And there are no other bugs at all. What did you say? When he heard what his subordinate said, the commander seriously doubted that he heard correctly. That's right. As a commander, he would actually have such strange thoughts. Accepting it for no other reason made him extremely surprised. And even said he couldn't believe it. There are 1,000 bugs. But the other party only sent 1,000 bugs? Thinking of this, the commander couldn't help but laugh. Do those bugs just want to destroy our United Civilization army with just a few bugs? It's ridiculous. This is really ridiculous. This is the funniest joke I have ever heard in my life. What do these bugs think they are and how powerful they think they can be? You actually dare to humiliate us in this way even though you know that we have developed the latest weapons. These bugs are really arrogant and ridiculous. In this case, don't blame us for being rude. The entire army will attack. Crush these bugs as quickly as possible, and then immediately go to the cordyceps to eliminate them. At this moment, the commander could no longer bear it, and he ordered such a fate. There was no way the Zerg swarm's operation this time was too insulting. He felt that his heart had been insulted like never before. This battle, whether it was for him or for other civilizations, was a battle to wash away grievances and achieve the glory of political civilization. They had fantasized about such a battle countless times. The scene they imagined was that the two armies faced each other, and then the two sides fought. After a fierce battle, they finally won. Instead of like now, 1,000 bugs came to stop them. This is an insult. This is a naked insult to him. These bugs who insult themselves must pay the corresponding price. And as the steel torrent on the United Universe civilization side began to move, Jiangyao also started to take action. When these battleships saw Leviathan, they launched their most proud attack at Leviathan without hesitation. As the attack began, the space around Leviathan began to reduce in dimension. But this kind of reduced dimension is completely different from the previous one. It just suddenly becomes two-dimensional in a small area, and then quickly returns to three-dimensional. It's this kind of dimensional conversion that doesn't seem like much, but the damage it causes is immeasurable, because once the dimension is reduced, all the structures of this single individual in 3 dimensions will be completely destroyed during this dimensionality reduction. When the dimension is recovered to 3 dimensions, the impact will be very large. However, such an attack had no impact on these giant beasts. After the dimension was reduced to 2 dimensions, some parts of these giant beasts also began to reduce the dimension. But the next moment, they returned to the 3rd dimension, and caused no harm. How can this be? Seeing this scene at this time, the commander-in-chief subconsciously widened his eyes. He had imagined countless times, and may have imagined that the other party would use various methods to deal with their attacks. But he never thought that the other party could directly ignore this kind of attack. Attack? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. There must be something wrong. They are not immune to my attacks at all. They are doing this just to mislead me. No. Or our attack has not reached saturation. Only in this way can we explain why they can resist our attack. The commander at this time analyzed this. At this time, just when he was unable to react due to this wave of operations by the Zerg also launched an attack. I saw these Leviathans rushing towards the enemy fleet group at extremely fast speeds. The next moment, countless tentacles on their bodies began to attack the surrounding battleships at extremely fast speeds. These tentacles easily penetrated the battleship's shield, or passed through the battleship's shield, and then appeared inside the battleship. Then a scene that terrified these people happened. The next moment, a large number of springtails suddenly emerged from the tentacles appearing inside the battleship. These springtails appeared directly inside the battleship and spread around at an extremely fast speed. In this way, these Leviathans are like transport machines, constantly transporting these springtails to different battleships. After these springtails destroyed the interior of the battleship, they returned from there as quickly as possible. The battleship flew out from inside, and then killed other battleships around it. Of course, this is not the end. As time passed, Leviathan's huge mouth suddenly opened. And then countless flying dragons flew out of Leviathan. And these insects swarmed densely towards the surrounding battleships. Until this moment, people on the United Civilization side finally knew what this creature was. This is the mothership of the swarm. The mothership itself not only has strong attack capabilities, but it can also carry a large number of insect swarms. Until this moment, they didn't know why they restarted the poll and released 1,000 crickets. Only such an insect came to fight with them. It turned out that this kind of insect was so powerful. At the same time, these people quickly discovered something was wrong on the battlefield. These bugs are too powerful. And they also discovered that these bugs seemed to be able to ignore their latest weapons. Because even if their weapons could cause a little bit of damage to the insects, they would not have been attacking for so long. These giant insects were still like nothing. Seeing this scene at this time, everyone panicked. Because they could already predict what they would encounter before long. But how is this possible? 2 dimensions are the nemesis of all dimensions. 2-dimensional creatures cannot be converted into 3 dimensions without any damage. But why is this? At this time, all the commanders of the United Civilization were stunned. They all panicked as they watched the dense beasts pouring out of these giant beasts and biting their own fleets. They really couldn't imagine what kind of race this was. These huge creatures released insect swarms that were several times or even dozens of times the size of their bodies. Until this moment, these people were sure that they had a complete insect swarm manufacturing production line in the bodies of these creatures. Otherwise, they would never it is possible to release such a massive swarm of insects in a short period of time. Chapter 696 The purple light appears again. After being shocked, what naturally greeted them was an overwhelming sea of insects. Countless insects were swarming towards the surrounding warships. And although these warships tried their best to resist, it had no effect. Some flagships in the fleet were listed in the tank book for care. With the emergence of tentacles, countless springtails appeared inside Leviathan. Immediately afterwards, these extremely powerful flagships began to be disintegrated from the inside. All defenses are useless in front of these bugs. They can ignore any obstacles and pass through the layers of defense on the battleship. After passing through the defense, it went straight to the core. Soon the battleships were destroyed one by one. But there were no casualties on the insect swarm. Even if there are really 1 or 2 attacks occasionally. A perfect hit. Killing 1 or 2 bugs. It will not have much effect. Because when these bugs died, explosions immediately occurred around them. This was a multi-dimensional explosion. At the same time, these explosions vented all the energy of the bugs. The bugs can also take away several nearby battleships when they disappear. Such a scene made the United Fleet feel terrified. Although they are very aware of the current situation. If they continue, they will only be wiped out. But they have to stay here. Because once they retreat, it means they have failed, and the civilization behind them will be destroyed. How can this be? How could there be such a powerful race? Why do our weapons have no effect on them? Why are even the latest weapons researched so ineffective? At this time, everyone in the civilization was shrouded in despair. They knew that if they continued like this, they would definitely be finished. And so would the civilization. The fear brought to them by the insect swarm not only made the entire fleet feel frightened, but even the civilization behind them felt frightened. The opponent's methods are too powerful and unbelievable. They don't know how such a race can exist. As time went by, as countless battleships were destroyed, the fear of this race gradually began to get out of control. Many warships in the simple fleet began to evacuate. Fear has begun to spread and is out of control. At this time, everyone on the battlefield has only one thought, and that is to survive. That's what war is like sometimes. When one warship begins to escape, the remaining warships are like this frightened bird. No matter how loudly the commander calls, they will never come back. But can they escape? Obviously, this was impossible, because in the later stage, Jiang Yao dropped another group of insect swarms and surrounded the battlefield. At first, their attention was attracted by Leviathan, and no one noticed that there were already swarms of insects surrounding them. But when they were all ready to escape, they suddenly realized that the place seemed to be surrounded by insects. What to do? We are surrounded by swarms of insects. There are a lot of bugs, and there are bugs all around. It's done. We're done. The United Universe is over. Our civilization is over. And this universe is over. It's over. The struggle for so long is over. We simply can't compete with this terrible race. Why didn't the United Civilization let us escape in the first place? Why did we have to wait until now? When we are surrounded? For a time, countless people in the battleship wailed. Faced with the current situation, no one can remain calm. How much they hoped at this time. All this was false. It was all a nightmare they had. And nothing would happen after they woke up. Facing these battleships, Jiang Yao will naturally not show mercy. He could also guess how much fear these people were facing now. But even so, he has no intention of letting go of these civilizations. Although he has no enmity with these civilizations, sometimes things are like this. There is no superfluous statement about the battle between civilizations. A very simple truth. That is, either you die or I die. This battle is certainly cruel. But for any civilization, such a war must be experienced. This is the most basic law of survival in the universe. There is no justice or evil here. Only survival or death. After the war in the universe has developed to this level, it becomes more about rational and philosophical thinking. After putting aside all the concepts that belong to different civilizations, what is left is to think about this problem from a cosmic level. Sometimes this problem is so simple and crude. There is no so-called hatred or superiority. Some just want to die and survive. Maybe he can leave the battleships here. Because after this battle, these civilizations will definitely not be able to stand up. But the greatest respect given to an enemy in the universe is to drive them to extinction. The seeds of fear are spreading on the United Civilization side. While the outcome was still undecided at the main food court, many bugs were already flying towards the mother planet of these civilizations. Now that a war has begun, both battleships and civilizations must be destroyed. On a cosmic level, the seeds of hatred will eventually take root and sprout over time. The more of these civilized people you let go, the more luxuriant and leafy the towering trees that will grow later will be. This is something Jiang Yao cannot allow. On the scale of the universe, time is just a blink of an eye. For civilization, it may be hundreds of millions of years passing by. Countless years are enough for those people with the seeds of hatred to take root and sprout, and even grow into a civilization that can compete with themselves. The reason why Jiang Yao was able to have the last laugh in the universe was because he was cautious enough. He is not arrogant enough to think that letting these civilized people go is harmless. What he wants to do is to do his best to prevent these civilizations from having any chance to stand up. Because there is nothing that can be done about it. Otherwise, in the later stages, the civilization that you didn't even look down on might suddenly experience a series of technological explosions and develop into a civilization that surpasses you. Although this probability is very low. If the total population with this probability is expanded to hundreds of billions, then the final result will be two concepts. So even if there was any potential danger, he had to nip it in the cradle. I have a large number of Zerg. It is not difficult to wipe out all of you. And I already know the specific coordinates of most of your civilizations through the inner pages. So you don't have any chance to escape this time. Sometimes, I can only blame you for being unlucky. You were not selected when the universe connected. But you were selected by the gate of the universe. You still haven't escaped the difficulty of stretching your head and shrinking your head. Thinking of this, Jiang Yao couldn't help but sigh slightly. However, this kind of thing won't be your turn. It might be someone else's turn. So the only thing to blame is your bad luck. Just thinking about him, he paid attention to the situation on the battlefield. But as time passed, he found that something seemed wrong with the United Civilization. Of course, the situation he was referring to was wrong. It was not because there were any hidden warships or methods on the United Civilization side, but because of the atmosphere there. The vague word atmosphere caught Jiang Yao's attention at this time. He also had to pay attention, because at this time, his perception had changed a lot after the insect swarm evolved. Things that were not perceptible before can now be clearly perceived. It was also for this reason that he had to pay attention to what he perceived. This seemingly illusory, but real thing has existed since the beginning of the war. To be precise, it entered his perception. And as time went by, he found that this stalker was getting stronger and stronger. What the hell is going on? What happened? He was also a little confused about what was happening right now. This kind of thing often happened in previous battles. But my life level was too low at that time, so I couldn't notice it. Regarding this, he could only give such a guess. However, as time passed, he soon discovered that the situation seemed not as simple as he thought. You are saying that our instruments have also detected energy anomalies in that area. The situation reported by a brainworm that day made Jiang Yao immediately alert. The leader is not wrong. Before, we could only detect abnormalities in the situation through our own perception. But now our instruments can also scan for problems in that space. And the most important thing is that this feeling is exactly the same as when the mysterious light came out. Jiang Yao couldn't help but change his expression slightly when he heard this. Purple light that appears in another universe? Correct. Based on our speculation, We suspect that it may be because intelligent creatures in different civilizations and races have reached an extreme level of emotion and then developed such special energy. Such things happened in the past in the universe only in the later stages. Basically, most of the civilizations were wiped out by us. And it's the same in this universe. At this time, Jiangyao couldn't help but frown after hearing Brainworm's analysis. If your reason is valid, then how can we explain the demise of so many civilizations at the universe connection? You must know that when the universe connection was opened, more than 1 or 2 universes were destroyed. If it is true that when most of the civilizations in the universe are wiped out, their emotions will affect the emergence of such special things, then Jiangyao, I'm curious why those civilizations didn't discover it at that time. It's also something we can't explain at the moment. If it weren't for our previous experience at the junction of the universe, I'm afraid we would have already confirmed this matter. But it is precisely because of our experience there that we don't know the specific reason for this now. Hearing this, Jiangyao couldn't help but feel that things were a little tricky. So what are the starting conditions for these things? He never understood this. Did this situation just happen recently? Or did it happen a long time ago? If it only appeared recently, it means that my previous guess was correct, and the environment of the entire universe will undergo a particularly big change. And this change does not encompass a single universe. And this is also the scariest thing about him. Once something like this happens in every universe, it means that the civilization of the entire universe will undergo a major reshuffle. And civilizations that cannot adapt to this environment will exit early. But what is the principle behind this? Why does this happen? At this time, he felt as if he had discovered something. A very shocking secret was discovered. At this time, the situation on the battlefield was gradually changing. Originally, these civilizations had fallen into despair at the beginning. But as time went by, the people in the civilization also had problems. Affected by this special energy, these people died one after another. The most important thing is that the situation is similar to what Jiangyao found at the beginning. These people began to be slowly transformed. All targets must be completely killed. In this sense, if you wipe them out, you can leave them with nothing left. Seeing the situation in front of him, he immediately made a decision. There are more and more bugs in the 4 battlefields, and a large part of them are responsible for transporting these dead people. They want to put these civilized creatures in one place and destroy them uniformly. Because as time goes by, there are more and more ghost creatures. And the situation here is completely different from the situation in our own universe. The range of light covered here is very terrifying, covering almost half of the territory of the United Universe civilization. At this time, the United Universe civilization naturally also discovered this special light group. After seeing the horror of this thing, they immediately began to escape. Although many civilizations have fled, and Jiangyao's previous attacks on each civilization resulted in a small number of people in the civilization. Many ghost creatures were still born. He knew that this kind of ghost creature was powerful. Although his current restart had the ability to kill them, it was undeniable that facing a large number of ghosts, he would also pay a high price. Metaphorically speaking, there was no cost at all before. In terms of elimination, this time Jiangyao knew that he must nip these existences in the cradle as soon as possible. They cannot be allowed to scale. As a result, attacks on those areas became more frequent, and bugs and ghosts fought battles every day. At the same time, there are many bugs responsible for cleaning up the sources of transformation in those areas. It is a pity that such behavior is in vain, because the transformers include all living things, whether they are animals, plants, insects, or whatever. These are all sources of conversion. And as these transformation sources increase, Jiangyao at this time can be regarded as fully realizing the power of this kind of thing. When the number of ghosts reaches a certain number, the strange light will expand again, thus finding more sources of transformation. This is an uncontrollable expansion. Such a situation also happened in the previous universe. But I tried my best to control the overall number at that time. The area where it happened before was barren, so this special light was controllable at that time. But now there are too many creatures in the area where it happened. Chapter 697 Overclocking Broadcast Warning. Damn. How could things be like this? At this time, Jiangyao also felt a headache about the situation in this universe. If I hadn't paid such a huge price to evolve the insect swarm, I guess this one could carry me away directly. Thinking of this, Jiangyao couldn't help but feel a little headache. How did that kind of creature appear? And now it is completely uncontrollable. Although I can still control this situation with my current military strength, I can't hold on for long. Thinking of this, Jiangyao decided to find a way to cut off the source of infection from this special light. Brainworm. Immediately send out a large number of detectors to send overclocking broadcasts to the entire universe. Give them a specific coordinate. And then ask all civilizations that have mastered galaxy navigation technology to rush to that coordinate as soon as possible. At the same time, I will also send out the situation here, and promise that as long as they come here, I will not take the initiative to attack them. And at the same time, I will protect their safety, and tell them that we will cleanse all surrounding civilizations starting from the light. I will eliminate all civilizations that do not go to my designated area without distinction. This time, in order to avoid being completely unable to control these things in the later stage, he decided to be ruthless. In fact, most civilizations in the universe, such as Jiangyao, a civilization with relatively low technological level, have never deliberately targeted them. The first point is that he does not stay in this universe for a long time. He will leave when the next door to the universe opens. Therefore, he is still willing to leave some sparks of civilization for this universe. So as long as you do not participate in the united civilization, he will not attack these civilizations. Firstly, after starting, I can't get anything useful. Secondly, most of the resources belong to those high-level civilizations or super civilizations. These low-level civilizations have extremely limited resources. It doesn't make much sense to take action against them. However, if you play now, the existence of these civilizations will become the nourishment of those special lights, breeding more ghost creatures for them. They can still resist now, but how long they can resist is another matter. If they are infected with more intelligent creatures, whether they can resist is another matter. So after much thought, he made this decision. Although he did not master the real overclocking technology now, the simple version of overclocking technology he had mastered was completely sufficient to transmit information. After sending the message, he continued to focus on fighting these ghost creatures. These ghost creatures rushed out of the area covered by the purple light curtain, and the insect swarm on Jiang Yao's side immediately sniped at them. And while he was still fighting fiercely with those creatures, there were other civilizations in the universe. When this purple light curtain appeared, it naturally attracted the attention of many civilizations. All civilizations were worried about the strange light curtain that suddenly appeared, especially after discovering that this kind of light curtain could continue to expand. They became even more afraid of this kind of light curtain. At the same time, many civilizations also sent their warships to check the situation. But so far there has been no news from these warships. At this moment, they suddenly received an overclocking broadcast from Jiangyao. At this time, we are inside an intermediate civilization. Everyone, please tell me about the broadcast on a special frequency band that we have recently received. I have roughly read the content of the broadcast, which is about the situation of those purple light curtains. Although I don't know whether what they said is true or false. We can judge what they said based on the disappearance of the warships we sent out recently. The possibility is very high. So now I want to ask everyone's opinion. Should we do what they say? Hearing this, all the high-level civilization officials fell into deep thought. After a long time, someone stood up. What is the purpose of the other party? At present, we don't know. If the information they convey is true, then it's okay. But once there is a problem with the information they convey, they just want to deceive us and then eliminate us. If so, what should we do? You must still remember the message from the United Civilizations that you received thousands of years ago. That piece of information indicates that in this universe, a civilization from other universes has arrived. That civilization is very powerful. So the civilizations in this universe must unite. Later, through our observations, we discovered that the place where the united civilization of this universe and the civilization from another universe were fighting was the place where the purple light curtain appeared. So it cannot be ruled out that this purple light curtain itself is the work of that civilization. As he spoke, the man took out the latest information. Based on our observations, we can now basically confirm that the united civilization of this universe was wiped out by that mysterious alien civilization not long ago. It just so happened that not long after they were eliminated, the purple light curtain appeared. This is all too coincidental and logical. So regarding the information we have received now, my opinion is that after that mysterious civilization eliminated the united civilization of this universe, in order to eliminate other civilizations in the universe as quickly as possible, so they directed and acted this drama themselves. Many people who heard this person's analysis thought it made sense. The reason why they feel this way is simple. By connecting all the events that have happened in recent years, you can easily get a logical and problem-free storyline. Although what you said is not a big problem, I still have reservations. This matter is related to the survival of our civilization, so we must be cautious. Indeed, the entire line of events has been connected according to what you said, but you ignored one point they mentioned in the message. That is, civilizations that did not evacuate in accordance with their orders will be cleared by them. At the same time, they also said that purple light is special and will react to some living organisms. And they did this to cut off the erosion of purple light. If this information is true, it means that they are capable of finding us. And the purple light was not created by them. Because since they have the ability to find us, they can go door to door to harvest. There is no need to do such a thing. For a time, everyone in the civilization was talking about this matter. Each of them has a different opinion, and no one can convince anyone. At the same time, they also know very well that their decision will affect the survival of civilization. Therefore, discussions on this matter have continued for several years. Over the years, they have used many means such as continuous demonstrations and simulations. Without exception, the result is that this civilization is self-directed and self-acted. And its purpose is to invite more people into the urn. So a few years later, so what should we do next? After so many years of discussion, there should be a result. Although it is more likely that I will direct and act myself, I still stick to my previous views. At the same time, there are many people in civilization who insist on my opinion. They believe that it will be safer to go to the designated place than to stay here all the time. If your guess is wrong, then people in the past would have died. At this time, the leader of the group, who was watching the argument, thought for a while and said, "In that case, let's divide our forces into two groups. Some of us will stay here, and the other group of people who want to leave can just leave on the battleship. The current immigration ships in our civilization should be enough." In the end, this civilization made such a choice. Those who are willing to leave can leave with the fleet, and those who are unwilling can continue to live here. Most of them have made such a choice similar to their situation. And in many civilizations, only a few people left. Only in a few civilizations did the entire civilization mobilize. After all, the laws of the Dark Forest universe have always made these civilizations full of fear and malice toward other civilizations. Time flies by like this, and 100 years have passed in the blink of an eye. But this time on Jiang Yao's side. Brainworm. Judging from the current situation, it should be almost time. Yes, Chief. It's been 100 years. The Brainworm continued. Currently we have detected 5,400 civilizations. Because the technological level is relatively backward. They are on their way now. 3,200 civilizations have arrived at our designated resettlement sites. And the vast majority of these civilizations are just a small part of the civilization who are willing to come over. The vast majority of people still stay on their home planet. Hearing this, Jiang Yao nodded. Not surprised at all. These civilizational situations are quite conservative. But that's fine. At least you have brought out the seeds of civilization. In this case, then the big cleaning plan will begin. As Jiang Yao's order was issued, tens of thousands of Leviathans were dispatched next. These Levitas were hatched by him over the years. Similarly, in these years, he has basically found the location of the civilization that the purple light will pass through. He did this, of course, for this big surprise plan. He needed to wipe out all these civilizations as quickly as possible and cut off the source of infection from the purple light. The main reason for the disorderly expansion of the purple light here is that there are too many sources of infection. If the sources of infection are not eliminated, sooner or later these purple lights will wipe out the entire universe. At this time, in a galaxy where an intermediate civilization is located. At this time, the observatory at the edge of the galaxy suddenly sounded an alarm. Alert, alert, detecting massive energy response. As this alarm sounded, the civilization immediately entered a state of war. Then, in their incredible eyes, they saw a Leviathan that was as big as a planet appeared here. The next moment, countless swarms of insects were seen pouring out of Leviathan's body, and then densely attacking this civilization. At the same time, this civilization immediately responded with countless battleships, and countless defensive turrets also poured out firepower at the same time. Then an incredible scene happened for them. Their cocks are completely ineffective against these bugs. On the contrary, these bugs could easily destroy their warships. The warships they originally thought were invincible were like paper in front of this group of bugs. The entire civilization's 3,200 warships were destroyed in less than 30 seconds. Completely annihilated. When the command received this message, it was already a few minutes after the battleship was destroyed. Until this moment, a deep sense of fear spread in the hearts of these people. They know which civilization came over. At the same time, they also knew that they had made the wrong choice. In fact, many civilizations don't particularly care about Jiang Yao's warnings. After all, there are so many civilizations in the universe. Even if what the other party said is true, even if the big purge the other party said is true, and they also have this ability, but they still don't believe it, there will be only 1 or 2 fish that slip through the net. If they don't believe the other party, they can take everything all civilizations were uncovered. That's how it works sometimes. Weakness and ignorance are not obstacles to survival. Arrogance is. These newborn calves of civilization are not afraid of tigers. In their understanding, space war is nothing more than a competition between the two sides in terms of military strength and technology. The gap in technology can be bridged through military strength. This is what they think. Because everything they have experienced in their development history has been like this. At worst, I can build my own troops with 10 times more people. I don't believe that I can't crush the enemy with the total number of people. Many people in civilization think so. This is why only a small number of people in a civilization leave their homes. And this small number of people are laughed at by the rest of the civilization. Until this moment, they didn't know how naive their thoughts were. If they could think of some things and problems, then the other party would definitely be able to think of them. In their eyes, wars between civilizations take this form. But they don't know that when the level of science and technology reaches a higher level, wars between civilizations are completely different. They don't have access to that level. And naturally they don't know how powerful that level is. After fighting these bugs, they can basically be sure of one thing. That is, the other party does not need to deal with them. Thousands of troops only need one battleship. Or in other words, one bug is completely enough. There is no need to formulate tactics, and so on for the army they imagined. Just a single warship can crush them. But it is a pity that it is too late for them to know now. As countless bugs appeared, they saw the same thing as the broadcast description they received. These bugs quickly devoured everything on the entire planet. Whether it was plants or animals. Even the planet itself was devoured by this vast swarm of insects. And this civilization also came to an end. Of course, to be precise, they are not over. Because many years ago, they had a fleet that left civilization and headed for the designated location. At the same time, the same thing happened to other civilizations and planets. Some planets that had not yet evolved civilization were directly devoured. Even planets with lower levels of civilization and technology. Qin Yao did not let go. Chapter 698, the purple light disappears and the battle ends. In order to ensure that the infection and expansion pathways of these rays can be perfectly cut off, Jiang Yao's actions were unprecedentedly decisive and straightforward. This also allowed many civilizations that had previously ignored the advice to experience what cruelty is. One civilization after another was destroyed. These leviathans tirelessly lead the insect swarms to clean up one civilization after another. This day is a disaster for the civilization of this universe. When Leviathan takes action, there is no possibility of recovery. Even if these civilizations want to leave now, it is impossible. Their warships were all wiped out by Leviathan's swarm of insects as soon as they took off. If a civilization does not leave within the stipulated time, then there is never any need to leave. This is Jiang Yao's approach to these civilizations. I have to say that his method was indeed very useful. The light stopped after it expanded to the area that was constantly being cleaned out. Although the energy it contains can still allow it to continue to expand, the road ahead has been cleared by him in advance. This time is a big purge. There is no civilization along the way. Immediately afterwards, these purple lights seemed to understand something. And seemingly countless ghosts appeared again. Obviously these ghosts want to find some better areas to settle down, and then continue their expansion. But this is not the first time Jiang Yao has seen their operations. His hordes of troops had been waiting for something for a long time. So the moment these ghosts rushed out, the Zerg army that had been waiting here for a long time also moved out. For a time, the war between the two sides spread throughout the universe. Jiang Yao also had to sigh with emotion about what happened in front of him. Facing such an existence, it was a blessing that he was a swarm of insects. Otherwise, he wouldn't have any power to fight back. First of all, the opponent's strength itself is not done, but their characteristics are taken into account. The most important thing is that the quantity is also very exaggerated. Normally, when such a being encounters any other civilization, it will be crushed, even if these civilizations have the ability to kill them. In terms of numbers, these civilizations will be completely suppressed. Jiang Yao was able to barely resist these existences by taking advantage of his innate advantage of reproduction speed and constantly exploding troops. However, the problem soon appeared. That is, a serious shortage of resources. Although he has wiped out many civilizations and occupied a large number of mining areas before, it is even said that these civilizations or some creatures have become nourishment for the insect swarm. But even so, his resources are still a little unable to keep up with the battle. But he could also predict this. In fact, he could have imagined that such a day would come from the beginning. This is not a strange thing. It seems we need to take a risk. In order to maintain the war, Jiang Yao also made a decision quickly. Since there are not enough resources outside, just go inside and grab them. After making the decision, the swarm of insects began to gather in a certain place after cleaning up some ghosts around them. And as time goes by, the number of these gathered bugs increases. When the number reached a certain level, these insect swarms rushed into the purple light in a mighty manner. Then they rushed towards a mining area, and then began to frantically exploit the resources inside. For a while, the entire insect swarm became busy. This kind of beam, which is fatal to other creatures, has no effect on the insect swarm. From the beginning of the group, the mining of resources was not a big deal at the beginning. The constant friction in other areas was still going on. But with the purple light here later, something seemed to be discovered. As a result, the battlefields everywhere began to slowly shift, starting from the periphery and slowly moving towards the place where the insect swarm was mining. Just like Jiang Yao's side has cut off the roots of the purple light's continued spread. These purple lights seem to have discovered that as long as there are those things, the insect swarm can continuously produce more insects. Therefore, they are naturally unwilling to let the bug succeed. In this way, the battlefields on both sides gradually move to the major mining areas within the area covered by purple light. Two different races with completely different characteristics. Of course, each has its own advantages. And as time goes by, Jiang Yao gradually finds a way to defeat the enemy. As a result, insect swarm buildings began to appear in different mining areas. Except for nests. Most of these insect swarm buildings are various defensive insect turrets. As time went by, Zerg buildings were built in one mining area after another. And then these buildings began to gradually spread towards the interior. These buildings not only have certain self-protection capabilities, but also continuously produce bugs for combat. When the resources in this mining area are completely absorbed, these nests will self-destruct. In this way, Qin Yao used different mining areas as the basis, and then continued to extend to the interior. In this way, he gradually cannibalized the ghost creatures inside the purple light. Without supplies, purple light can no longer spawn ghosts. The ghosts inside are constantly being consumed. In this way, as time goes by, there are fewer and fewer ghosts. And the insect nest on Jiang Yao's side is expanding wider and wider. I have to say, this is indeed a good approach. Because as this plan began to be implemented, the purple light was continuously suppressed by the insect nest. And Jiang Yao unexpectedly discovered that the area of these purple lights began to gradually shrink. In this way, the balance of victory in this battle has been tilted to his side step by step. Finally found a way. This kind of thing itself belongs to a conscious body. But its expression form is a little strange. But it is undeniable that these light beings should have their own intelligence. After I cut off the source of diffusion, they stopped spreading. After I eliminated the ghosts inside, they began to gradually converge. It was obvious that they also realized that it was not wise to continue fighting me. So they planned to retreat. There are basically no problems with the entire process. So it can be confirmed that they are intelligent creatures. Jiang Yao couldn't help but shook his head when he thought of this. This creature appears with no pattern. It seems to be able to be pulled by certain emotions. 2 consecutive universes encountered these things. And ultimately the answer pointed to emotions. Although there are many reasons. And I don't know exactly what's going on. The information I have so far is enough for me. Thinking of this, he also recorded some of the things he could think of. After doing all this, Jiang Yao turned his attention to the slowly disappearing purple light. It's time to start closely monitoring the situation over there. The reason why he chose to closely monitor the place was mainly to study the entire process of the disappearance of the purple light, and whether anything else would appear around it. There is also the question of whether we can find the place where he left after the purple light disappears. All in all, he had to understand a lot of things. In this way, countless observation equipment or insects gathered at the purple light, and began to witness the process of its overall disappearance bit by bit. And this purple light is like a raging fire. Without fuel, it begins to decrease bit by bit. The current coverage of purple light is 5 million light-years. And no abnormalities have been detected. No abnormalities were detected in the purple light range of 4 million light-years. Nothing unusual was found in 3 million light-years. Nothing unusual was found. No abnormalities were found in the purple light range of 1 kilometer. At this time, Jiang Yao was dumbfounded as he looked at the reports one after another. How is this possible? No abnormalities were found at all? You can find something fishy when these things come out. Why is there nothing when they disappear? Even when these things disappear to a certain range, all instruments, including evolved bugs, will see nothing in that area. Originally, he thought that when the purple light curtain disappeared, he might be able to find something. As a result, this thing disappeared more secretly than when it appeared. At least, he could find something when this thing came over. But when these things disappeared, he found nothing. It seems that this time the observation can only end in failure. So where did these things come from? How did they appear? How did they disappear? Where did they go after disappearing? These questions have always been on his mind. After experiencing this incident, he paid more attention to these things than before. Because this time, these things fully demonstrated their potential to him. Make no mistake. Potential. In the previous encounter with the universe, these things were very well restricted due to my own obstruction. Naturally, I could not see the potential of these things at that stage. However, this time it was different. This thing almost went out of control. Under such circumstances, the area, scope, speed, and other things it spread to were fully displayed. Through what was displayed, Qin Yao also discovered the potential of these gadgets. That's right. I can only describe myself as having huge potential. It was previously speculated that this thing might cover the entire universe, and completely change the pattern of the entire universe. At that time, he was only in the guessing stage. But now that he has seen this thing, he is basically sure that his guess is correct. At this time, he felt that with the existence of this thing, the entire universe was in a special state. This state is like the state in which marine life evolves towards land life in the evolution of life. If the previous universe was compared to an ocean, then the area covered by this special thing could be called that land. This is almost the form. What this meant was very clear to him. This means that if other creatures cannot adapt to this environment and deal with those ghost creatures within a certain period of time, then there will be a mass extinction of all creatures in the universe. Judging from the information he currently has. First of all, these things do not belong to a certain universe. They may appear in many universes. After all, he has encountered this kind of thing in 2 universes so far. From this, we can see how likely it is that such a thing will occur. I have traveled to 2 universes, and I can encounter this thing in both universes. Even if it does not appear in every universe, the probability of its occurrence is definitely not low. I don't know what happened, or what secrets these universes have. Whether it's the connection between the universe, or these purple lights, or the black ball that suddenly appeared last time. These things are not as simple as imagined. Jiang Yao couldn't help but sigh when he thought of this. He was also a little helpless about things that he couldn't understand, but that threatened his own safety at all times. In this way, the Ziguang matter finally came to an end amidst his doubts. He doesn't know much about what the future will be like. But what he knows now is that he can only continue to move forward. How should I take the next step? There is no breakthrough in the technological route. I'm thinking that my technological path has reached its upper limit. Judging from what I currently have, it's basically impossible to go further. As for the evolutionary route, the only direction we can take now is to rely on forced evolution through the system. However, with the overall transformation of my heavy group, if I want to rely on the system to evolve again, the cost of each evolution has increased more than 10 times. For such a figure, he also felt that he couldn't afford it at the original price. But now it has doubled so many times. One can imagine how much pressure he is under. Of course, he can also know the reason for this situation. The bugs that the system evolves cost different costs according to their different strengths. In the past, the strength of the bugs was not high enough, so the cost was relatively low. But after a lot of fiddling with it, he found that as the strength increased, so did the cost. Instead of putting my thoughts on the system, I might as well continue to study the evolution of my insect's attack direction. Thinking of this, he sighed slightly and turned his attention to other things. That's right. Now he finds that he no longer seems to have the financial ability to use the system. The resources required to build a powerful heavy army using the system are invested in the evolution of ordinary bugs. The bugs that the army can obtain are many times higher. So now, at least in the short term, he does not plan to use the system. Once he uses the system to build an army of Zerg, he has initially estimated the resource consumption based on the size of his current Zerg army, and each bug has evolved more than 10 times. In this way, his strength will be increased to an unparalleled level, and of course, its resource consumption will also be increased to an unparalleled level, based on the current average number of resources he has collected in each universe. Based on this average, it would have to plunder at least 3 to 5 universes to collect so many things. Chapter 699 Exploring the Edge of the Universe. This amount of resources is also very abundant for him now. At this time, after solving the problem here, Qin Yao also began to think about his next plan. Currently, we are still researching the direction of attack evolution. There are not many problems in other aspects. Thinking of this, Qin Yao turned his attention to other aspects. As for other places, there is nothing. At this time, Jiang Yao found that there seemed to be not much he could do here. Basically, he can do almost everything he can. In the next time, let's continue to search for the door to the universe, and then exploit the resources of this universe as much as possible. As for the evolution of the attack direction, just wait and see it slowly. After everything was arranged in this way, Jiang Yao became unusually relaxed. At this time, he realized that there didn't seem to be much that he needed to pay attention to here. After Ziguang made such a fuss, most of the civilizations in this universe were gone, and naturally there were no enemies left. So now, he doesn't need to pay attention to too many other things. In this way, days passed day by day, and so far, he had not found any news about the gate to the universe. As for everything else, everything is fine and evolution is proceeding step by step. At the same time, he is also increasing his efforts to accumulate troops. All in all, everything was fine. Should I also think about reviving the players? When he came to this universe before, he chose to put the entire Blue Star people into sleep, because many of the things he has to do next require a huge time span. So after thinking about it, this is the only way that is more reliable. But now as time goes by, he feels that everything is almost done. Huge changes have also taken place on our side during this period, and it will take time for players to adapt to these things. So he had the idea to let the players out in advance. Let's forget it for now. There's nothing going on in this universe right now. It doesn't seem to be of any use letting them come out. After I find the door to the universe and arrange it to the next universe, I think I can consider it. But before that, I need to make arrangements for the subsequent players to wake up. Thinking of this, he also started to take action. At the same time, he remembered something that he had ignored. This incident is not a big deal. That is to explore the edge of this universe. Since coming to this universe, he has been busy fighting with the united civilization of this universe. Later I encountered that special purple light again. These things also delayed him a lot of time. The matter of exploring the edge of the universe has been falling behind. Until this time he remembered this incident. Although for him now, exploring the edge of the universe does not seem to make much sense at this stage. He still feels it is necessary to go and take a look. But compared to the previous explorations where he sent out warships, this time he directly sent a Leviathan. Just like that, a Leviathan set off in deep space. This Leviathan is moving towards the target area at an extremely fast speed. This Leviathan is extremely fast, opening one jumping channel after another like a ghost. Time and space seem to have no meaning to him. In just 2 days, he reached the edge of the universe, and the current speed is naturally obtained after the previous evolution. The evolutionary improvement of the insect swarm was extremely large, because you can constantly switch between different dimensions. When you switch the dimension to a higher dimension, the boundaries of time, space, and distance become gradually blurred. Taking advantage of this feature, the insect swarm is now very fast. After arriving at the edge of the universe, Jiang Yao found that the situation here was similar to the situation at the edge of the universe he discovered last time. Not much has changed here, but that doesn't seem to be what I need to focus on right now. While speaking, Jiang Yao controlled Leviathan and entered it. After entering, he began to search the entire special area. Hey, this is strange. I didn't discover the bubble world this time. Compared to the edge of the universe here, the edge of the previous universe seemed extremely desolate. There was nothing here but that special environment. It seems that the civilization of this universe has not reached that step. It is even said that they do not even know the connection point of the universe. If it is not complete, there may be relevant research. If not, then let's go back first. But just as he was about to leave, he suddenly thought of something. By the way, what was the past at the edge of this universe? Qin Yao was very curious about this question. in the previous universe. Although he could also set foot on the edge of the universe, he could not leave the universe because the special characteristics of the edge of the universe made it impossible for battleships to jump here. However, the expansion speed of the edge is very exaggerated. If you cannot make a super long distance jump, you simply cannot keep up with its expansion speed, which means that you will never reach the outside of it. But it was different now. He found that his bugs could also jump long distances in such an environment. So Jiang Yao decided to rush out of the universe out of curiosity. Just do it. Thinking of this, Jiang Yao controlled Levi Tai and started to act. Leviathan was seen next, and he immediately escaped into the void. Then it started moving at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, while moving, Jiang Yao also discovered the situation. The environment here is extremely difficult even for an insect swarm like Leviathan that can switch between various dimensions to achieve the best state. Fortunately, the situation here is still acceptable, at least for now. His movement isn't hindered much. Although the speed is much slower than in the normal universe, it is still acceptable for now. In this way, as time went by, half a year passed in a flash. And at this time Leviathan had appeared at the very edge of the universe. At this time, Jiang Yao could see that there was an invisible film here, but he couldn't see clearly what was outside the film. It seems that there are many things, and it seems that there is nothing. Everything is like a dream. He didn't know what the current situation was, although he also wanted to set foot in that area. Moving to this position was already his limit. At this time, he found that his Leviathan could no longer move. That's right. It just can't be moved. No matter how he switches dimensions, it's useless. To be precise, it should be now. He has no way to switch dimensions. At this time, this Leviathan is standing here like a statue. The most important thing is that the Leviathan's body is also disintegrating. If it weren't for the strong recovery ability of the Zerg itself, Jiang Yao estimates that this Leviathan would have died long ago. The current situation actually started half a year ago, and he has been stuck here for half a year. This area of the universe also made him feel a little strange. It only took him less than a day to get here, and after arriving here, he found that his Leviathan could not move. And then he began to understand the surrounding situation. At the beginning, he naturally had no clue, but later he gradually came up with ideas and directions. The general situation is that the time and space in this area is very chaotic, and some things even do not exist. Some of the basic rules of the universe no longer exist here. It's a very chaotic place. This was the first time he had seen such a place. He didn't know how to describe this area. In short, to put it simply, it was very magical. That's right. This area is very magical to him. Maybe 1 + 1 is not equal to 2 here. Or maybe it is something here. What he usually thinks is absolutely correct is wrong here, or does not exist at all. This is true whether it is the most basic method of movement or other things. The only thing you can rely on here is your own physical strength, because only if your physique is strong enough can you adapt to or withstand the abnormal erosion around you. This is what he can currently research here, and there is nothing else he can research other than this. It's really magical, but it's quite interesting. It seems that I have found a new research direction. If the situation here can be thoroughly studied, and then the Zerg can survive in this environment, does that mean that I will have the ability to go out of the universe? The more he thought about this possibility, the more likely it became. But soon he thought of another key thing. That is, all the rules here seem to not exist. Under such circumstances, how should he study them? In other words, how should I evolve? Although he was very confused about these things, in the end, he sent the swarm to try. Jiang Yao himself is a practicalist. Although he doesn't know the direction, he will do this. It doesn't matter if you don't have a direction. You just need to do it, and you will always find the direction. That's what he thinks. As long as something has passed, even if you gain nothing, at least you have done something. As a result, batches of bugs were sent there and entered that area, and their situation was naturally exactly the same as Leviathan. It's true that we have no clue at all, but research continues. It must be said that this research was the most difficult one he had ever conducted. I have no clue at all. Even though I and the brainworms have tried their best, there's just no sense there. We tried everything we know out there, and it either doesn't work or is completely wrong. And there's another thing. That is, after entering that area, everything becomes relatively static. Although you are in this state in that area, you will not leave that area due to the expansion of the universe. As for the reason, he hasn't figured it out yet. But think about it in an area without any rules. How can you figure out the reason? Research on that area has always been in its infancy. And it has even been said that it has not even taken the first step. The most important information currently available is completely missing, which may be the death time of these bugs inside. Most of the time of death is not fixed. Sometimes an ordinary Dongfeng can persist there for 10 years. But sometimes a Leviathan can only persist there for 2 days. The situation over there is so magical. It broke all his common sense and all his cognition. It's basically unrealistic to improve your iron skills and then break any rules if you persist for a longer period of time or rely on your strong physique. Because after entering that area, I can't bring anything back without any genetic reference. In this way, time passed day by day, and time also flew by very quickly while researching. Research again and again. Failure again and again. But at this time, Jiangyao was enjoying it. Because he knows very well that if he really studies and understands these seemingly strange and irregular things one day, his strength will be greatly improved. So he is willing to spend time on these things. Anyway, the Zerg attack will take a very long time. During this long time, he must find something to do. Years of development have made him develop a habit of not standing still. Sometimes he doesn't do anything. After a long time, he always feels that he is missing something. And he will start to think wildly. He will wonder if other civilizations will be like this if they stop moving forward. If they are all making progress, and he is the only one who stops. He will be the one who may be beaten in the future. So for his own safety, he must continue to make progress. Any breakthrough in research may determine one's life or death in a future battle. So during this period of time, he has been studying the special characteristics of that area. According to the current characteristics of that area, it is not easy to study a reason. Through repeated failures, we continue to understand and study details. Although this method seems to work on the surface, it is completely different for that area. Maybe the rule you summarized in the last second is wrong again in the next second. How can I study this? There's no right or wrong in that area. It's all random. And it's the kind of randomness that has no logic. Just like when you buy a lottery ticket. At least the lottery has a pattern. And the pattern is that the numbers it draws out are numbers. But the situation here is just like if you draw a number. You may get a refrigerator. Or you may get a puppy. It's just something that you can't hit with 8 sticks. It has to be said that the situation here is so special that even a being like him, who has been traveling in the universe for so many years, feels troubled. Chapter 700 New Universe. Hey, it seems to be my problem. With my current level of technology or knowledge, it is simply a dream to study this. In the end, after hundreds of years, the final research progress was still only a big duck egg. So Jiangyao had to give up the idea of continuing to study this thing. So that's all we can do for the time being. After thinking for a long time, when Jiangyao was about to give up, a brainworm came to him. Chief, I'm thinking we might as well change our approach regarding the research on that area. Jiangyao was also a little confused after hearing what brainworm said. Change your thinking? He was a little confused as he said that. Yes, I think we should change our thinking. We have been using more conventional methods to study such unconventional things. This in itself is extremely unreasonable. So I think we can think differently. Please tell me the details of your idea. When Jiangyao heard what the brainworm said, he was also ready to listen to its opinion. I have to say that this brainworm's thinking is indeed very tricky. The leader is like this. Since there are no rules over there, why don't we study it in some method that also has no rules? Jiangyao frowned slightly when he heard this. Tell me how to operate it specifically. It's very simple. The most fundamental reason why the bugs we have sent out have not brought us anything useful is that they are too regular. We want to study what's going on in that area. And we want to know how to survive in that area. And to do that we have to overturn existing knowledge. But we still carried out the current knowledge when doing research. So I think the probability of success is very low. Qin Yao was also thoughtful when he heard this. Then tell me what you think. It's very simple. We need to abandon our previous understanding. And we need to use a new model to accomplish this. As he spoke, Brainworm continued to add. Actually, the specific operation is not difficult. Since stable bugs cannot obtain information, why don't we make the bugs also irregular? There are many special genes in our gene pool, and we can integrate all of these genes into a certain insect. In this case, this may produce some kind of strange changes. Perhaps in the normal world, this change will directly kill the bugs on the spot. But what if it is released into an irregular area? Does normal death or genetic collapse, a pattern that exists in this world, still exist in that area? But when he heard what this brainworm said, Jiangyao couldn't help but feel his eyes light up. Yes, How did I think of this? If all the rules are invalid there, then it will definitely not work if I continue to research according to the previous ideas. Things that might cause the entire gene to collapse in that area will most likely not happen there. After much thought, he decided to give it a try. Ever since, there was an extra Leviathan not far from that area. Then he launched a large number of biological chambers over there. There is a worker bee in each biological cabin. But compared to other worker bees, the genes in these worker bees are disordered and constantly rejected by different rejection genes. This makes the gene chain of this worker bee very chaotic. And the shape of the worker bee is constantly changing like a soft body. Its form is always changing. If it weren't for a few stable genes remaining in the gene, Jiang Yao suspected that this male bee would have exploded directly. But what is surprising is that, just like the old insect, when this worker bee entered that area, everything changed. The shape of this worker bee gradually became stable. The original changes also stopped. And even the chaotic genes in the body seemed very normal here. It actually works. Jiang Yao was also shocked when he saw this scene. Then he began to notice some of the details of the changes. After this observation, he immediately discovered the mystery. There is no right or wrong here. Any rules fail, making things that were originally wrong actually become correct here. Unlike other insect swarms, this worker bee here needs to expend its own energy to resist external invasion. This worker bee has completely let go of all this. It allows the special environment outside to constantly transform itself. The state of the worker bees at this time was sometimes stable and sometimes chaotic. In short, there was no pattern. Time may have passed day by day until finally the worker bee completely disappeared in that area. Died. Seeing this result at this time, he was not surprised. It seems that this time's research has given me a big surprise. Although death will inevitably occur in the end, at least I collected some useful information during this period. So far I have discovered that 2 genetic conflicts have become normal under the influence of that area. After knowing the feasibility of this matter, Jiang Yao couldn't wait to start various experiments. As a result, various different gene combinations were put in it, and he found many feasible gene combinations. Exploring in this way, although the whole progress is very slow, because the effects produced by different gene combinations are very complex. For example, these 2 gene combinations may work, but after adding other combinations that can work, these combinations will not work. It's like if you guess a combination of numbers. Even if it's a 3-digit number, it can be transformed in many different ways. A bug contains trillions of different genes. If we were to experiment with all these things and sort out the gene arrangement that could be accurately manipulated, this would undoubtedly require a huge amount of time and energy. But for Jiang Yao, as long as he can make certain progress, even if it takes a lot of time, what's the problem? First, he can sort out all the useful combinations, and after the number reaches a certain level, he can then experiment with different arrangements. Through such a stupid method, we rely entirely on quantity to create a reasonable combination. And just like that, his experiment began. Of course, during the experiment, he did not give up the search for the door to the universe. The resources here would definitely not be able to sustain him to complete this task. According to his estimate, it would take the total resources of 4 or 5 universes. Only then was it possible for him to accomplish this feat. In this way, time passed day by day, and under the operation of the old bugs, millions of gene combinations were quickly found. And this number is increasing every day. It has to be said that such a stupid method is indeed time-consuming. It took Jiang Yao nearly 5,000 years of staying in this universe to complete the first genetic sorting work. I have to say, sometimes it's really annoying to do this kind of thing. But fortunately, after such a long time, I have some ideas here. There hasn't been much success in business over the years. Even the first genetic sorting was barely completed. But fortunately, the swarms of attackers have basically evolved to perfection. At present, I have solved the only shortcoming of the swarm. Now I can focus my time and energy on this one thing. Thinking of this, Jiang Yao also started to think about it. Currently, most of the resources in this universe have been consumed by me, and the remaining resources can only be used to maintain the normal operation of the universe. If you consume it too hard, if something goes wrong in the universe before the gate of the universe appears, you won't have anywhere to cry. Thinking of this, Jiang Yao began to focus on the gene sequences currently studied. We can sort out what we have so far. First, sort out the first feasible solution, and then conduct experiments. You don't need to put in too many bugs each time. Just 1,000 is enough. Although this doesn't have much reference value, But one advantage of doing this is that I don't need to worry about insufficient resources in the later stage. The input of these bugs is just a simple direction for my subsequent research. Simply put, this is a way to test the waters. Thinking of this, he immediately began to operate. At the same time, he also accelerated more detectors to search for the appearance of the gate to the universe in this universe. If we cannot master the technology of cross-universe teleportation at present, everything will be in vain. No matter what you do, you have to wait for the opportunity. It's just too difficult given the magnitude of the resources I need right now. Now he once again experienced the trouble of insufficient resources. It was clear that his research had finally made some progress. He could have continued to work hard, but he had to slow down the progress due to support reasons. But fortunately, he was pretty lucky, and the door to the universe appeared again. But this time when he entered the universe over there, he once thought that he was in the wrong place. That's right. The universe here is different from any other universe in my knowledge. He really couldn't imagine that more than 80% of the planets in the universe had life. And according to his estimation, the resource reserves of this universe are at least 1,000 times that of the ordinary universe. The most critical point is that the size of the universe is something he has never seen before. Over the years, he himself has been in 2 universes for a long time, and has entered many other universes through the connection between universes. Then he discovered that the size of each universe didn't seem to make much difference. But this time the rhythm subverted his thoughts. The most important thing is that not only the types of creatures in this universe are extremely exaggerated, but the most important thing is that the layout of the universe is also extremely fantastic. He saw some thick material made of flesh and blood, like a thread, extending from one planet to another. This was an extremely strange scene. He also saw that all the planets in some galaxies had basically stopped rotating, because these things are also connected by similar flesh and blood vines. The entire galaxy is like a big web woven by a spider, quietly waiting for its prey to arrive. What's going on here? The scene in front of him made him a little unable to react. To be honest, this was the first time he had seen such a scene. The entire universe is extremely weird. He is no stranger to the matter of flesh and blood ascending. In fact, his insect swarm can be counted as one of them. But after so many years of experience, he had only heard of a certain piece of technology being like this. But he had never seen the entire universe be like this. To this end, he also went to explore many civilizations. He found that these civilizations were not the same civilization at all. So this also ruled out that the universe was unified by a certain powerful civilization. And the most important thing is that this time he entered this universe, he didn't seem to be the strongest. The power of this universe was beyond his imagination. The most important thing is that the edge of the universe that he is thinking about is no longer the same as the edges of the universe before. There is no special area at the edge of the universe. It is a transparent film that is constantly expanding. After reaching this area, no matter how he uses various methods, he cannot break this film. What he saw completely overturned his view of the entire universe. Or it was completely different from the universe he knew. Whether it is this universe or the civilizations in it, everything is full of weirdness. At the same time, he also began to clean up the civilizations in this universe, because there were at least a dozen civilizations around his area, as well as some weird lines. But when he sent troops there, he quickly discovered that something seemed wrong. The evolution speed of these creatures is extremely fast, especially after fighting him several times. Although they cannot obtain their own genes, they are also constantly evolving through their own forms. At first, they created without causing any harm. I can easily eliminate them. As time went by, he discovered that these creatures were constantly evolving and actually had the ability to attack his own insect swarm. A discovery made him feel that all his years of research were completely spent on dogs. Although they cannot copy Ziguang, because they have corresponding genetic protection. Once the Zerg dies, it will explode directly and burn all the organisms in its body without leaving a trace. It is also for this reason that the creatures in this universe cannot obtain its genes at all. But through fighting with him, they have independently evolved an attack method that can target these bugs. But how is this possible? The time and energy required to evolve to this level is exaggerated. How could my current Zerg method be evolved so easily? Needless to say, what this universe showed made Jiang Yao feel that things were difficult. Damn it. If that's the case, then the problem will be huge. But how did such a universe appear? How could there be so many special creatures? And why is the universe so crowded? In such a crowded situation, it stands to reason that a great war should have broken out long ago. Chapter 701. Prepare to develop in the new universe. Jiang Yao is also full of doubts about the situation of this universe. Although he was not clear about the situation, Jiang Yao decided that the first thing he had to do was to occupy a place in this universe. It's time for the players to wake up. Thinking of this, Jiang Yao began to make arrangements. The next moment, a brainworm flew out with countless bugs and flew towards the huge building where Jiang Yao arranged the Blue Star people. Because the span of time is so large, everything here has changed a lot. The once perfect urban greening has already covered the entire city. The original cement buildings also had cracks. And the whole world looked dilapidated. No matter where it is, as long as management stops, time will bury everything. And what he has to do now is to restore it all. To restore it all to millions of years ago. As countless bugs entered a large number of buildings and were knocked down by these swarms, new buildings began to be constructed. And everything went on in an orderly manner. The city gradually began to return to its former appearance. And the green plants that had grown for who knows how many years and reproduced for countless generations were all cleared away. Immediately afterwards, new vegetation was planted, and then bloomed and grew. It didn't take long for it to grow to what it once was. As cities were restored one after another, mountains, rivers and other things also began to be restored in an orderly manner. Before freezing, the brainworm had recorded every aspect of this place. So the entire restoration doesn't take much time. Because of the help of brainworm, both the restored details and other aspects are very perfect. In just a few years, the world, which was once in a terrible state, took on a new look. Then one sleep chamber after another was activated. Then countless bugs appeared. And they put these people where they were originally. Immediately after placing these people in the appropriate positions, a special gas began to spread throughout the area. At this time, the entire world is still on pause. But about 10 minutes passed. It was as if the pause button had been pressed on play. The world has returned to its original normality. The people who are sleeping are still immersed in their dreams. And the people who are discussing with others in the office are recounting the topics discussed before. But what they don't know is that the gap between these two paragraphs has spanned tens of millions of years. I have to say, sometimes technology is really scary. Such a long period of time is enough to destroy civilization and the planet. Yet across such a long time, they remain the same as before. If such technology were used on oneself, one would be tricked without even knowing it. What a terrible thing it would be. Just imagine. In your eyes, time may have passed for just 1 second. But in fact, tens of millions of years of time have been stolen from you by a certain super civilization. At that time, the civilization that was once very weak in my eyes could easily crush me. How many planets in the universe will evolve civilization? Even the technological level of these civilizations may reach the same level as mine. Thinking about it carefully, if such a thing really happened, it would be too terrible. But it is obvious that such a thing is basically impossible to happen to him. There is no way, because his technological level is now considered to be the strongest in the universe. Of course, the reason he mobilized so much this time was not just to get the players back, because the swarm on his side is changing too fast now. And his swarm has undergone such huge changes over the years. So he needs to let these people adapt to the new swarm. So an announcement was made with him. The content of the announcement is that the Zerg metaverse will undergo a major version update. Updated content upgraded the special abilities of the swarm. The original bug system will be upgraded to the latest version of the bug for free. And the latest version of the bug is thousands of times more powerful than the previous ordinary bugs. Of course, this is not the point. The point is that the cost of evolving these bugs will be higher and higher in the future. Of course, this doesn't matter to the players. After all, your own strength has increased so many times, and it takes a little more to evolve. This is also a very normal thing. So they don't particularly mind this. Of course, this update is more than that. Apart from these, there are many update details. Just like the new open universe. And this universe is very strange. The creatures in the universe are not only extremely strong in their initial strength, but the most important thing is that their evolution speed is also very fast. At the same time, the official also announced the data of some creatures. As for other creatures, players need to explore on their own. All in all, there is a lot of content in this update, and everything is detailed. At this time, on the player's side, when they saw this update announcement, they couldn't help but feel extremely surprised. Let me go! Why is there such a big update suddenly? God knows what the situation is. But this update has made such a big noise. I feel that the game pattern may change in the future. Isn't that right? I discovered a long time ago that the official wanted to promote the Zerg again. But at that time our battleships were stronger than the Zerg. So even if the official tried their best to promote this race, there were still many players who didn't want to, willing to buy into it. That's different now. This wave of official operations has directly brought the Zerg from the sewer to the super first-line level. I made a lot of money this time. I sold the battleships and replaced them with bugs when I saw something was wrong. Now it seems that my original decision was indeed right. After this update, the battleship will be completely useless. The ones upstairs are not as exaggerated as you said. No matter how much you build after the update, they will still be of some use. But compared to before, they are definitely much different. There has been such a big commotion this time. I guess there must be a lot of people making the fuss. That's for sure. After all, there are many document manufacturers and others who will be affected by this update. It would be strange if they don't make a fuss. For a time, many players also discussed this topic, just as they thought. Just a few hours after the update announcement was released, there was a lot of criticism on the official website. Most of them were players who were engaged in ordinary ship business. They had nothing else except warships, bugs, so this update is really a big loss for them. As a result, a group of two-player players jointly wanted to cancel this update. But unfortunately their resistance was in vain. After all, once Jiangyao makes a decision, it is so easy to change it. And they can only yell a few words. And they don't even know how to quit. After all, there are many people who want to enter this game now. After a group of people leave, he can recruit another group immediately. Therefore, he does not particularly care about the suggestions of these players. After all, the total number of his players is too much now. The lack of 1, 2,000, 2 or 3,000 is not a big deal. And these people are still taking the commercial route. There are many people who can take this route. So the market share will be divided up by other civilizations later on. It is also for this reason that these people can only safeguard their own interests at most. And then find that the official ignores them. And there is nothing they can do. After all, if you continue to fight, you will only be the one who bears the loss in the end. As a result, this matter came to an end amidst various discussions. And finally this matter was implemented. Naturally, this revision is also very shocking to players. Brothers, I just went to see the new arms. The first one was about Leviathan. Previously, there were restrictions on this kind of arms. But this time the purchase restrictions have been completely opened. At the same time, the Thunder Beasts are also, and can be evolved. Everyone was a little surprised when they heard the news. I'll go. This wave of official play is a bit big. Isn't that right? Everyone knows about the situation of Thunder Beast and Leviathan. I never expected that this time the official would actually open up purchase rights. And the most important thing is that the strength of these arms has improved so much compared to the previous arms. It is really unimaginable that such a powerful arm will have anything to contend with in the future. The numerical expansion of this game has always been very good. But I don't know why it suddenly increased so much. Yes, we were already very good with the original values. But this wave is still getting stronger. I can't imagine what this game will be like in the future. The one upstairs is expanding because it has reached its top. Everyone was a little confused after hearing what this player said. Speaking of old iron. What do you mean? It's very simple. The difficulty of the map has also increased now. Especially since you have never seen the scene in the universe after this update. I watched it. If I had to comment on the situation there, I can only describe it as infiltrating people. That's right. The situation over there is really new and terrifying. Please tell me in detail what's going on upstairs. The general situation is that the creatures in the entire universe give me the feeling that they are all made of flesh and blood. Just like the Zerg. And the most important thing is that many of the creatures actually rely on a special biological pipeline to connect the entire universe. Maid, you can see some weird meat webs everywhere in this universe. They look really new and penetrating. After hearing the explanations from these players, many people were extremely curious about it. Immediately afterwards, many of them went there to check the situation. It's fine if you don't look at it. But many people are uncomfortable with it. It's hard to imagine a universe like this. And the most critical thing is that the number of civilizations in the universe is unusually large. With this situation in this universe, I really can't imagine what kind of creatures live here. In fact, the problem of this player is also the problem of many players. Some of the creatures announced there are actually similar to the cosmic creatures we have seen before, except that most of them are flesh and blood creatures. So their appearance is somewhat unsightly. Of course, there are many creatures similar to our Zerg race, whose appearance is covered by a thick layer of carapace. All in all, brothers, the situation here is a bit disgusting. It's not the point that I'm here. The point is that the creatures here evolve at an extremely high speed, and their ability to evolve seems to be even stronger than that of the Zerg. But our current Zerg are immune to damage. But if we fight against them, as time goes by, they will be able to evolve corresponding attack methods. I'll go. This is getting a little perverted. I was still thinking before. The Zerg were originally very strong. But now they have such ability. Wouldn't they just take off? Who would have thought of the result? For a while, everyone was talking about the new monster here. I have to say that the monsters updated this time did surprise them somewhat. In this way, amidst everyone's waiting, the game finally ushered in another server launch. At this time, the players who entered the game were also flying out from the starry sky beasts and insect nests one after another. At this time, 3 planets in their area had been cleared by Jiangyao in advance. And this is also their foothold in this universe. According to Brother Meng's introduction, this is our new foothold, and we will start to develop slowly based on this place in the future. This universe is very different from other universes. The biological foundation here is very high. For them, the entire universe is their habitat. To put it simply, the entire universe can be understood as a real forest. The civilizations inside are like the animals in the forest. Each animal has its own territory. Once we enter the territory of other creatures, we will be attacked by them. The cosmic background setting this time is quite novel. Okay, brothers, let's not think about it so much now. Let's first find a way to build defenses around the area. Defense? How to do this? What else can we do? Place turrets around the perimeter. Anyway, as long as an enemy approaches these turrets, we will know how to attack them. It is estimated that this method is no longer effective. Some turrets basically cannot cause much damage to these creatures. At this time, a lot of people also started talking about it. It has to be said that this universe brought them too much novelty. The background of the entire universe and the pattern of civilization completely subverted their previous understanding. In this way, we will organize a wave of vanguards first, and the team will explore here for a while, and then fight with other civilizations once or twice to see the situation. You can have this. After discussing this, the players formed a vanguard exploration team of 10,000 people. This team is composed of different types of soldiers among the Zerg. The overall layout of the team is also relatively reasonable. Whether it is melee damage or long-range damage, it basically takes care of both. If I were in the same team as before, it would be easy to destroy several civilizations. But now this group of players is extremely cautious. Chapter 702 Take action against the creatures in this universe. Because other creatures in this universe are not fuel-efficient lamps either. The team of 10,000 Zerg on his side could not stop a large-scale attack by those creatures. At this time, Xianyu, who was controlling Leviathan in the void, spread his psychic energy to the surroundings, and soon he became aware of the general situation around him. The method of psychic dispersion is actually a very inefficient way to find enemies. Not only is this approach inefficient, the most critical thing is that the range is much lower than overclocking technology. However, there is nothing they can do about using this method. They also wanted to use conventional detectors. But during this time, they discovered the characteristics of the creatures in this world. They are inherently invisible to this kind of technological radio waves. These things are hard to spot. It is even said that some species of creatures can actually distort this kind of radio wave information. Simply put, they can change the results of the signals detected by these detectors according to their own ideas. Let those probes tell you what they want you to know. This is a very scary ability. This ability directly cuts off the player's idea of continuing to use overclocking detectors to obtain intelligence on a large scale. For players, this ability of these creatures is like instantly bringing players back to their original form from a god's perspective. I'm so embarrassed. I didn't expect that the new universe would have so many restrictions. At this time, the penguins in the fleet couldn't help but sigh. I guess it shouldn't be a restriction. But the official wants to remove the warship from the stage. The Emperor Penguin also nodded after hearing what Xianyu said. Yes, the revision problem this time is really too big. First of all, the place where we are has changed a lot. The arrogant battleships in the past are no longer the mainstream. In fact, even the exploration technology has undergone a major revision. And all the exploration methods that were previously available have been cut. After this wave, I estimate that those who still have some hope in battleship technology will be completely disappointed. Thinking of this, all the players were a little helpless. Whatever. Everyone may suffer heavy losses with the revision of Hachi. But fortunately, the new universe currently seems to have relatively abundant resources. After developing this place, at least we won't lose money. Everyone nodded after hearing this. At present, they could only comfort themselves in this way. Heartbroken and unable to breathe. But there is nothing that can be done about it. In fact, many of them have already thought about this revision. He even said that he had thought of it when he entered the United Universe. Brothers, we should say it or not. In fact, the reason why we are facing today's situation can only be regarded as our bad luck. I was thinking about this issue when I first stepped into the Universe Gate and entered the United Universe. As he said this, the player couldn't help but sigh. Do you still remember what happened to us at that stage? At that time we were being hunted by a super civilization. You should know how dangerous it was for us at that time. And how much we had to pay to deal with this kind of enemy. I mean under normal circumstances. Everyone naturally knows what this player said. At that time, they seem to be alone in this universe. They have no choice in the face of a civilization that is eyeing them. This kind of thing is also helpless for them. One of the opponent's warships needs to send a large number of insects to fill it. Although the biggest advantage of the Zerg is quantity, it is a pity that this advantage has long since disappeared. Because his opponent is a civilization that favors mechanical civilization. Everyone knows what this means. Yes, we were so desperate when facing that civilization. At that time, all we could do was run away. And even then we were still worried about being caught. At that time, we wanted to fight as a civilization. Even if we didn't talk about war. I guess it would be difficult to maintain peace and stability. At that time, I estimated that if we followed the normal development path, we would need to invest at least a lot of resources, spend a lot of time to find some advanced genes, and many other factors combined to create self-protection should not be a big problem. The previous player nodded at what this player said. You're right. That's what happened at that time. He then added, but what about the facts? The fact is that we found the door to the universe and successfully blended into the united civilization of another universe. How long does it take to buy? And we, who could only survive originally, have the ability to fight against them? Think about that neutron battlestar back then. And then think about that large army of robots. That was a fleet we built entirely with money. But acquiring such a ridiculous fleet caused our enemies to suffer huge losses. We won that battle, and the opponent suffered heavy losses. As the player finished speaking, everyone knew what happened next. Next, they bought more weapons, and their strength was greatly improved. How big is this improvement? Let's put it this way. They were submissive at first, but within a few years they were able to strike hard. Just imagine that a civilization that has developed in the universe for hundreds of millions of years is being held back by its own development for a few years. Is this reasonable? But it happened. The excellent performance weapons purchased by players through different companies have suddenly changed from being hunted down to taking the initiative to hunt down the enemy. The reversal was so sudden. And the final result is naturally that the other party is destroyed by his own superpower. Immediately afterwards, the battleship completely entered the historical stage of the players. What happens next is naturally much simpler. First, players bought more weapons, and then plundered civilizations. The civilizations they once wanted to avoid were now planning to destroy them, and take away as many resources as possible. The identities of prey and hunter are completely reversed. So do you think this is what game officials want to see? It's okay to take shortcuts. But if you keep thinking about taking shortcuts, how can you play this game? So I guess that's when officials saw the situation was starting to get out of control, and they wanted to reverse it. Everyone knows until the end. The officials are disappointed. How could we give up after we have reaped the benefits? At that time, they wanted to change the version. But it was obviously meaningless. No matter how we changed it, our battleship would still be the pinnacle battleship in the universe. No matter how they modify such a battleship, it can crush other civilizations. Hearing this player speak slowly, everyone naturally thought of something. So the Cosmic Rift appeared at that time. And that Cosmic Rift was also an official demonstration to let us pay attention to the swarm. They allowed us to see the Tyranids. And at the same time, they also allowed us to experience the crazy development of the universe. That's right. That's what the officials meant at the time. But it's a pity that the idea finally came to nothing. Yes, if we fail, we will still prefer battleships. We can't see that we can't change it. But that's normal. After all, it's difficult for them to change our technology. So they just came with a big wave. It overturned the original universe, increased the strength of the monsters in the new universe, and at the same time strengthened the Zerg's approach, which directly forcibly reversed the trajectory of the game. While analyzing, everyone was speechless. Sure enough, it's official. It's embarrassing. This wave is considered a loss. Depending on the situation, the official will probably not restart the battleship. Restart Mau Mau. Old guys. We are Zerg. Do you think the official will lose touch with the essence of the game? Okay. Things have happened, and we have also lost money. Now what I care about is how I can make back the loss. After saying this, the player looked at Xianyu and asked. I said, Xianyu, have you found the target after searching for so long? Hearing this, Xianyu replied, I've definitely found it. I've named the planet I've found so far Green 3. There are currently 5 different powerful civilizations near the area where our insect nest is located. These civilizations may have discovered us, but they may not dare to jump due to our strength. But such a thing certainly cannot last for too long, because the leader said they were ready to make a move. I just happened to find one of these green planets. I called it Green 1. As this planet heads towards us, there will be 3 intelligent and civilized planets along the way. And this green planet is the one closest to us. I just observed carefully, and I can basically confirm the situation over there. First of all, the number of troops there should be around 500,000. The number is very small. Of course, the number is still much higher than ours. But I think with our ability, we should be able to fight with them. So this time I decided that we should hit that side. Eli can just knock it down and use it as a stepping stone to attack Green 1 or as a defensive planet. It can also resist for a while when encountering unexpected situations. Of course, the most important thing is for us to become familiar with the operation of this universe. There are many revisions of the Zerg this time, and the most significant revision is the psychic network. This revision is also a revision for players to improve their strength. First, players can establish a psychic network through special bugs such as Dynasty, allowing them to control as many other bugs as possible. In this way, only one player could control one bug, but now one player can control thousands of words of related operating ideas. The official has already tried it before in the universe connection, so the players thought that the experiment should be to test whether this function was feasible. After that experiment, they were basically sure that it could be used, so they moved it to this updated version. In that case, let's try a new operating idea. As he spoke, everyone turned their attention to Leviathan. This time they brought a total of 30 Leviathan. And this giant beast has long been filled with insect nests. As long as they arrive in the area at that time, these insect nests can start working and hatch insects continuously. In this way, amid the expectations of the players, they soon arrived at another planet. This planet is also green overall, with all kinds of lush plants inside. These things look very primitive and ancient, and it is even said that they do not pose any threat. When the players are close to this planet at a certain distance, these plants or animals on the planet seem to be like a certain signal has been received. The next moment, creatures similar to locusts filled the sky suddenly flapped their wings and flew towards the universe. At the same time, there were some thick trees on the ground, which suddenly pointed their direction towards where the players were. And then, they sprayed a large number of biological mats from the tree trunks, shooting towards the deep space of the universe. Go! Before they even got close to the players, they were treated friendly by various creatures on this planet. Brothers are ready to fight. Ignoring these attacks, the players continued to move forward, because the current insect swarm was different from before. If there were no corresponding attack methods, then these attacks would not be able to touch the insects at all. Therefore, facing the overwhelming Ginjiang cannons emitted from the entire planet, players did not care that these plasma cannons passed through the bodies of the insect swarms, as if these insect swarms did not exist at all. The players also hurried on, and soon they came to the orbit of the planet. At the same time, the locust army on the ground had already flown into the universe. Seeing this scene, the players immediately began to send out swarm of insects. Attack it. The overall battle was definitely one-sided at the beginning, due to the players' special characteristics and their own strength. These locusts basically had no resistance and were easily killed by the players. At the same time, the players immediately started hatching, and countless bugs jumped down from space and began to kill some local trees or animals and plants on this planet. Wherever the insect swarms passed, no grass grew, and a large number of plants were uprooted. Some of the transported insects were then transported back to the universe for conversion, in order to maintain the player's combat consumption in order to use biomass. As time goes by, a large number of plants and animals on this planet have been wiped out. But gradually, these plants and animals are also undergoing very big changes. From the beginning, they were unable to attack players, and now some of their attacks can already hit players. Before I went there, I heard that these creatures evolve very quickly. How long have we been here? Brothers? They can already touch us. It's too outrageous. The characteristics of these creatures determine that if we fight them, the first battle must be the last battle. Otherwise, if we fight them a few more times, the attacks they have evolved will probably cause us damage. It's also very scary. It has to be said that although they have seen the same information on the official website and have a certain understanding of it, they only have a real understanding of it when such a thing actually happens to them. In just a few hours, these creatures have undergone such great changes. If this timeline is extended, how much will they change? Fortunately, the players also made very decisive decisions. After discovering something was wrong, they attacked even more fiercely. Chapter 703 New Combat Method. Moses. Exploration Team 1 is calling for support. Brothers from the insect hive need to send more Leviathan fleets here. At this time, while fighting these creatures, players began to call for support in the chat channel. After all, they haven't fought for a long time, and the opponent's evolutionary momentum is so strong. If you don't send more manpower here, these creatures may be able to counterattack you by then. In this way, after the insect nest received the news, they immediately began to integrate their troops. Brothers, the creatures over there are somewhat powerful. This time we will try to send as many Leviathans as possible. If it doesn't work, just knock them out of their nest. I also feel that instead of slowly grinding down them, it's better to get rid of them once and for all. At this time, there was also a lot of discussion in the insect nest about sending troops to support this time. Most players feel that although this time they are testing the opponent's strength, the situation is now a bit out of control. To prevent any eventuality, it is better to go directly to Huanglong and destroy the place to be safer. After all, according to the information they received, if the evolution speed of these creatures is not curbed, there may be some big trouble. After some discussion, the players decided to send the highly evolved Leviathan. At the current stage, the size of many bugs has also changed due to the version update of Zerg evolution. Take Leviathan, for example. In the past, one of them started out as 200 kilometers long. With just a few waves of evolution, their size could be larger than a planet. But after this revision, Leviathan's size shrank sharply. The original Leviathan was only 6 or 7 kilometers long. Although the attributes are much higher than before, it is more inconvenient to do some things than before. Of course, there are also large Leviathans at this stage. The biggest one in the players' hands now is the potato in their hands. That Leviathan is also the first one that players get. After many evolutions, at its largest, the size of Leviathan exceeded 2 blue stars. However, due to the rise of battleships, his appearances were relatively less. After this update, Tudo and the others took this Leviathan to evolve for several rounds. At this time, the size of this Leviathan, it is already comparable to a planet. Of course, this is not the point. The point is that his attributes are already extremely exaggerated. In that case, let the potato side send their Leviathan over. The decision was made in this way. And then the Insect Sea troops, led by Tudwa and composed of more than 30,000 players, began to march toward their target area. As soon as they arrived here, Potato and the others saw the vanguard that had now been beaten back into space. Brothers, what's going on? Didn't I hear you say that I had already penetrated? Why did you come back again? Forget it. This planet is so abnormal. The evolution speed of the creatures inside is really mind-numbing. From the beginning, these creatures were completely unable to attack their side, to being able to attack later. And now they are actually able to cause a certain amount of damage. The whole process is really too fast. At this time, after understanding the general situation, Tudo was also a little surprised. It's a good thing that the creatures here evolve so quickly, because we can also plunder their genes, and then we can achieve the same effect. Hearing this, a Leviathan player shook his head. You think too much in your brain. We don't know what's going on with the creatures here. We can't get their genetic information at all. Leviathan has a special biological cabin in his body that can optimize the captured genes. However, when I put this thing into Leviathan's belly, I only got a little biomass. As for the genetic information, I didn't get it at all. No. Hearing what this player said, Tudo was also a little surprised. I'll go. This happened. As he spoke, he became even more curious about the situation here. Forget it. Let's forget about it for now. Logically speaking, you should be able to start a scene. The potato finger stirred up trouble and naturally destroyed this planet. Don't mention it. In fact, Under normal circumstances, if the power of our Leviathan's plasma cannon is slightly larger, it is not possible to blow up a planet. But the problem is that this planet is a bit outrageous. The plasma cannon we fired hit this planet, but it was absorbed for some reason. Later, we found out through research that the surface of this kind of planet is covered with a special layer of moss. It was this inconspicuous thing that absorbed our plasma cannon. So we had no choice but to call you here. To stir up trouble? After hearing this player's explanation, Tudo nodded thoughtfully. He has figured out the general situation. It's not that they haven't thought about starting a scene in the first place, but that they don't have the ability. It's outrageous that a plasma cannon that can easily destroy a planet can be absorbed, and there are still some inconspicuous little plants on the planet. Of course, this also shows how perverted this planet is in disguise. So after knowing the whole story, Tudo didn't hesitate too much. He only saw him controlling his huge Leviathan slowly, close to the planet. As the Leviathan, which was about the same size as this planet, approached, the creatures on the entire planet immediately launched a counterattack, and the next one saw countless attacks flying towards Potato. In the face of such intensive attacks, Tudo didn't pay much attention, because so far it was impossible for the attacks of these creatures to cause fatal damage to him in a short time. After ignoring these attacks at this time, Potato took action, and countless thick tentacles suddenly appeared on the huge Leviathan. Immediately afterwards, these tentacles pierced directly towards the planet. Countless thick tentacles pricked holes in this planet. This is one of Leviathan's attack methods. Not only can the tentacles on its body attack, but a large number of combat bugs can also enter the planet through the tentacles. This planet is also very strange. According to the player's thinking, since there is such moss, it is not possible to use energy attacks. In this case, they just let Leviathan use the oldest method to destroy it. As a result, as soon as Potato got his hands on it, he discovered that there was something wrong with this planet. Every tentacle he hit on this planet was like hitting a sponge, as if this planet was not made of soil, but made of moss that grows all over the planet. Worry. What's going on with him? Seeing this scene at this time, not only Tidwa, but also other players were shocked. Potato's attack hit the planet, and although it caused damage, it only took a few seconds for the damage to heal. Just like you squeeze the sponge into a small ball, and it regained its senses. Let me go! This physical magic doesn't work. Players will find all kinds of novelties about these planets and creatures in this universe. They had never thought that there was a planet like this, or that there were creatures that could evolve so fast. However, they quickly realized that they knew that they could not go on like this any longer. Since hard and soft tactics were no longer enough, they would use a more primitive method and directly send a large number of ground combat bugs in to clean up the entire planet. Immediately afterwards, the players began to take action. Leviathan began to hatch various combat bugs and continuously drop them from the universe downwards. Then, they also told the players on the other side of the insect nest about the situation here. As a result, the entire player group immediately took action. I have to say that this time it did surprise them a bit. But it doesn't mean that they really have nothing to do with you. After all, so far, the players have not used their strength. Now, after learning about the situation there, the players decided to directly send 500,000 people to control the node bugs. In this major update, the way the insect swarm fights has also changed a lot from before. In the past, a single person controlled a single insect. But now it is different. Since the official test of using node insects for control at the universe connection was successful, this method has been retained. I saw that each of these players controlled nodes. Some of the bugs controlled king bugs, and some controlled bugs similar to hive lords. These bugs are connected through their own spiritual energy, and each player's financial situation is different, and each player can control hundreds, or even thousands of bugs. An army of 500,000 players suddenly pulled out a sea of hundreds of millions of insects. In this way, the group set off towards the target area in a mighty manner. These bugs are all evolved bugs, so their strength cannot be underestimated. When they came here, as a large number of bugs entered the planet, the native creatures on the planet that could originally block these bugs gradually became weakness. Brothers, we have opened a gap. Brother King Insects, hurry up. This time, the offensive methods adopted by the players are completely different from those in the past. This is also the result of the update. This update is not only for the Zerg. There has been a big update here, and a new building function has been added. Players, we can create Zerg-related buildings to assist in our battles. As the gap was opened, players were preparing to use this combat method for the first time. Under the cover of other bugs, a large number of king insects quickly came to the area where the gap was opened by the insect swarm. As long as there is a place to stay, this planet will be finished. The new combat method is different from any previous combat method. It just so happens that the new combat method is more restrained against the creatures of this planet. As he spoke, these king insects began to release a special purple mucus towards the surroundings. Creep carpet. This is the most basic thing about Zerg. With the bacteria platform providing nutrients, the corresponding buildings can then be hatched. And with the appearance of the Legion, a lot of kung fu jumped out of it. And then, they immediately began to change on the military platform. Some worker bees have turned into carpet tumors, growing things that can absorb various biomass, and then continuously expand the coverage area of the carpet. Some of the worker bees began to hatch cordyceps, while the other group of worker bees immediately turned into the Zerg's anti-ground building spine crawlers. As a large number of spine crawlers were hatched, they immediately began to attack the surrounding areas. This special structure is one of the means for the Zerg to fight against ground enemies. This kind of structure can protect the safety of the Zerg hive, and at the same time, they can also move. However, they need to continuously draw nutrients from the golden altar. So this also leads to the fact that they do not survive long after leaving the creep. Therefore, their activities are limited to the surroundings of the Legion. But as the carpet expands faster and faster, the scope of activities of these special buildings is also getting wider and wider. I saw these buildings starting to move towards the edges of each creep. After moving to a similar position, they began a new round of attacks on the surrounding enemies. The existence of various organisms not only protects the safety of cordyceps sinensis, but also removes obstacles to the expansion of the carpet. In this way, as the area became larger and larger, more players joined in, and one after another cordyceps appeared in hatching pools, flying dragon nests, hydralisk nests, and many other Zerg buildings, one after another, rising from the ground, and rise. Immediately after the emergence of these buildings, a large number of Zerg troops began to be produced. The creatures on this planet are very powerful and special, and have strong evolutionary capabilities. Although their genes cannot be used, it is undeniable that the biomass they can provide is also massive. This amount of biomass players have never seen before. Of course, the players also know very well that this is all due to the special creatures here. Although the bugs hatched by consuming biomass in the insect nest do not have the ability to evolve. For the players, they do not need this ability, because now that the building has been built, it is directly suppressed by quantity, and whether the individual is strong or not is not that important anymore. Immediately after the hatching of the first batch of insect nests was completed, a large number of worker bees were hatched. Then more insect nests appeared. At the same time, units such as springtails and hydralisks also appeared one after another. After these creatures appeared, they began to attack the surrounding creatures. Of course, the local biological combat power is also very strong. At least compared to these springtails, they are much stronger. But what does this mean? If the quality cannot be compared, then just increase the quantity, and it will be okay. As time goes by, the local creatures can block the insects for a while at first. But as the number of cordyceps increases, the number of hatching pools for various special ice species gradually increases. Then a steady stream of bugs hatched in these places and joined the battlefield. Basically, this batch fell, and the next batch of even larger insect swarms arrived. Just like this, the snowball of the Zerg snowball grew bigger and bigger, and eventually it went from guarding a small area at the beginning to cleaning up the outside world. As the area being knocked down becomes larger and larger, the coverage speed of the carpet becomes faster and faster. In less than half a day, the players directly covered the insect swarm's carpet to an area the size of a large province on Blue Star. And this expansion rate is still increasing. Chapter 7:0 for the true situation of this universe. For players, they have to admit that the creatures on this planet are indeed not simple. Although they are expanding rapidly, these creatures are not slow to evolve either. At first, they had no way to deal with the bugs, especially some of the buildings that were responsible for releasing phages unique to the bug swarm. These buildings release a special bacteriophage into their surroundings. The phage attaches to surrounding organisms and infects them, making them the bug's helpers. At first, these phages were still very effective, and even the various viruses in the Zerg carpet were also effective. But as time goes by, other creatures on this planet are no longer afraid of this kind of thing. Their changes also surprise the players. Let me go! Do these guys evolve so fast? Not only can it attack us, but it is also immune to phages. It's really scary. Originally, our various characteristics still had advantages, but I never expected that they would be evenly matched with us in just a short time. Damn. This is too perverted. Brothers, this actually doesn't matter. Think about it. This planet provides us with a lot of biomass. We can still fight them with biomass. That's right. The biomass of this planet can fully support our insect swarm army and consume them. In this way, the players communicated while expanding the front line. As time goes by, although the advantage of players not being attacked is gone, the advantage of numbers is still there. Although all kinds of strange animals and plants on the planet have extremely strong attack power, they can still withstand it for players. Anyway, if you can't beat one, let's attack 10 together. At the same time, the development of players is also getting faster and faster. From the springtails at the beginning, more powerful units appeared later, and the alien dragons flew out of their nests to form a huge formation of alien dragons. Flying snakes also joined the fight, because there is enough biomass. Brood worms are basically starting to breed in the Zerg buildings. Once a building is destroyed by the opponent, the brood worms inside can come out and give them a fatal blow. With the increase in the types of troops, both land and sky have been spread by the flames of war. As for the conventionally hatched units, players will naturally make changes based on the actual situation on the battlefield. For example, if suddenly a tree group tens of meters or even hundreds of meters high appears in the opponent's camp, the players will immediately hatch the Thunder Beast and let this war machine destroy these large creatures. You can see a huge Thunder Beast leading the way everywhere on the battlefield, and under its feet are densely packed springtails, hydralisks, and other creatures. The densely packed insect sea of these creatures rush towards the distance. At the same time, the opponent's huge ancient tree and vines flying all over the sky. The ecosystem around the trees seemed to be summoned by the giant trees. The dense creatures around them flew from the trees and killed the Zerg army. Then the two sides fought together. Attacks without many bells and whistles are the most primitive and savage attacks. The two sides continued to fight, and for a while, the battlefield was covered with a strong smell of blood. The huge vine whipped at Thor's body, and was cut off directly by the multi-branched blades of the Thunder Beast. In addition, a large number of spores began to attach to the Thunder Beast and began to grow crazily. However, at this time, many worker bees suddenly appeared and began to quickly clean up these plants on the Thunder Beast. At the same time, the Thunder Beast's attention was still on the big tree. There were howls unique to the herd, and the sound of tearing could be heard everywhere, until one of the two parties completely disappears. As the battle here ended, the insect swarm continued to advance forward, and at this time, the large army of worker bees from behind also rushed over. They began to quickly transport dead local animals and plants on the ground, and the corpses of previously killed insects. These things are transported to the insect nest and converted into biomass. And then a steady stream of insects are hatched. The players have tried this kind of combat method once before at the Universe Connection, but that time because the enemy was not actually strong. They did not experience the charm of this method at all. But this time it was different. The opponent's strength is evenly matched with theirs, so players have experienced the charm of this kind of battle. This unique charm belongs to the Sea of Insects. With this way of fighting, players also have a deep understanding of what Zerg is. Although these castrated versions of bugs are too weak compared to bugs purchased or evolved through points, these castrated insects hatched from conventional insect nests do not have many abilities in order to reduce costs. But it is this castrated version that makes full use of Chonghai's tactics. Brothers, don't tell me. I think this way of fighting actually looks good. That's true. And the monsters on this planet are special. So this is the only way to suppress them. It can only be said that we use different methods to target different enemies. For some technological enemies, especially those who have mastered weapons of mass destruction, it is too easy for them to deal with our insect sea tactics. That's why you think too much upstairs. Even if we bugs are castrated versions. Because of this special characteristic, we can at least arm wrestle with super civilizations. Even if a super civilization uses such large-scale weapons, it may not be able to clean up our sea of insects. But once our sea of insects rushes into their fleet, they will really play tricks. Are our bugs so strong? Otherwise, what do you think? This time of major revision, you really feel lonely after the revision. Since we are so powerful, why are we so annoyed when dealing with some of these native creatures? Annoyed? Should you say it or not? You put these creatures in the previous universe and let them take action against those super civilizations. See if those super civilizations can do anything to them. In this way, the players were talking about this matter while attacking. At this time, While the players are still discussing, Jiang Yao's research on the creatures in this universe has also made great progress. He also basically figured out why the creatures in this universe are so powerful. First of all, the nature of this universe is completely different from the universe we were in before. If the previous universe is understood as a small universe, this universe can be regarded as a large universe. It is not only rich in products, but also the life of the life forms that exist in this universe. The level is relatively high. This level of life can be regarded as a leap in the level of life. Normally, if a normal life form is born in this small universe, it can be understood as a creature of the first level of life. If such a creature wants to break through the level, it will have to pay a price too much. Unless you have entered a super civilization and the genetic modification technology has been very fully developed. Only in this case will you have the opportunity to break through the life level and reach the second stage of life. However, compared to all the creatures on this planet in this small universe, their life levels have already reached the third stage from the day they were born. People's starting point may be the end point that you will never reach. Under such circumstances, after a long period of evolution, they have also undergone great changes. For them, different dimensions can be touched at any time. Such an ability can actually change the existing pattern of the entire universe. However, because this is the big universe, the rules of the entire universe are very different from those of the small universe. To put it simply, it is the universe of the big universe, and the rule barriers are very powerful. The dimensional abilities you target can only target yourself in most cases. It is basically impossible to change the status quo of the big universe. If there are so many creatures in this universe, and put them into the small universe, they can easily reverse the entire universe, the current situation of the small universe. But if you put them in the big universe, they won't have any impact on the big universe. This is the most essential difference between the big universe and the small universe. There is also another point that I have always ignored, and that is the living environment of the universe. In general, what is different from the living environment of the small universe is that the spatial dimension of the large universe is somewhat aggressive. If a general super civilization comes here, then they must activate the corresponding dimensional defense technology. This is like a fish that lives in water all year round and comes to dry ground. Your environment is very special. Creatures from the small universe cannot adapt to the living environment of this universe under normal circumstances. The main reason why I can survive normally here is because of the previous genetic modification and purification. If the overall shape of the Zerg had not changed, I estimate that I would have suffered heavy casualties as soon as I entered here. To put it simply, the small universe and the large universe are completely different, with completely different living spaces, as well as completely different rules and creatures. Strictly speaking, my insect swarm currently belongs to the third level, and the life level is basically the same as that of this big universe. This is why it is so difficult to send troops to attack these creatures. Of course, this is nothing to Jiang Yao. In the case of even competition, Jiang Yao really has not been afraid of any civilization. After all, his own sea of insects is no joke. At the same time, he also understood why he could not assimilate the genes of the creatures here. The main reason was because the genetic level of these creatures was too high. Life forms that have reached this stage have the function of genetic protection. Therefore, if he wants to assimilate these genes, he needs to spend a lot of time to decipher these protective mechanisms. Only in this way can he finally assimilate as he wishes. Of course, this is nothing to him. It only takes a little time to realize it. As long as this genetic protection is broken, and the method of breaking is put into the gene pool of the insect swarm, it will be much easier to assimilate the genetic creatures here in the future. And this is the general situation of this universe. Naturally, after understanding the general situation, he also informed the players of the research results here immediately, so that the players would have an idea. This universe is undoubtedly a good place for me. In the past, my Zerg gene pool had already reached a bottleneck, and there was no way to obtain better genes to further enhance my strength. But there are a lot of genes in this universe that I can obtain to improve my insect swarm again. So for me, this place is simply a paradise. As long as all the biological genes here are included in the sequence, integrated, and some better genes are selected to be added to the bugs, then the strength of my bug swarm will reach another stage before long. Moreover, this universe has too many biological types and density, which means that he can obtain a large amount of biomass to strengthen himself. After players defeat this universe, Jiang Yao estimates that the number of his insect swarms will be a qualitative change. So Jiang Yao is looking forward to this universe even more. At the same time, After receiving the latest information from the players, they finally got an idea. Brothers, what's going on for a long time? I mean, how can these creatures be so strong? According to the leader, after we crack the mystery of the DNA of the creatures here, we will be able to integrate their genes into ours. This means that the conventional bugs we hatch in the future will also have corresponding strength. Actually, I think that although the current castrated version of bugs is cheap, it also has a lot of problems. In my opinion, based on the biomass output provided here, our bugs can actually be improved a little more. There is no need to castrate them so badly. It depends on what the leader thinks. But we can use the current bugs very easily, and we can still overwhelm these local creatures. But while the players were still communicating, they suddenly discovered something incredible. A large number of spore-like plants suddenly appeared near their planet. And then these spores rushed towards Chongshuan at extremely fast speeds. When these plants land on the ground, they begin to grow at an incredibly fast rate. Then one by one, creatures covered in thorns, similar to Venus flytraps, appeared. This sudden scene made the players a little dumbfounded, because the number of these plants was too huge. The number of these special spores flying all over the sky has reached an immeasurable level. And these spores are still flying in from space in a steady stream. Worry. What is going on? If I'm not blind, these things should have jumped over. This is outrageous. You must know that these things are plants. How can these plants jump? And why did they jump to this planet instead of others? This scene made the players numb. It was obvious that what was happening in front of them had a big impact on their outlook on life. Chapter 705. A leaf blinds the eyes. At this time, the players felt a little numb as they watched these plants floating towards them. Brothers, although we currently have an advantage in fighting these ground troops here, if the problem of these plants is not solved, we will be in great trouble in the future. How to solve this? These things appear so suddenly, and the most important thing is that they seem to be in large numbers. Let's try it out first, and then we'll see what happens later. In this way, players continue to create Zerg units for battle while communicating. It has to be said that the plants that appeared this time completely broke their original plans. Because of the disturbance of plants, the players' insect swarm had to use part of it to protect the insect nest. Made. This isn't over yet. At this time, after several days of fighting, players found that these things were still coming in a steady stream. And the most important thing is that this kind of plant appeared in only one area at the beginning. But in the later stage, plants also appeared in other directions. And there are many types of these plants. In the beginning, there was a Venus flytrap. But later on there appeared something that the players called a poisonous fruit. The fruit of this plant is something with a hard SHL. Like bombs, these things will explode immediately once they approach the target. And the surrounding space will also change with the explosion. It's a change that players clearly know is being used against them. Because once the surrounding space is exploded, it will become very stable. Even the dimensions will become stable. Even the player's bugs have no way to change dimensions in this stable space. Worry. The situation is not good. Brothers, I also discovered that things here are somewhat beyond our expectations. It's numb. Things are not going to be straightened out now. At this time, the players started communicating with each other. At this point, they have to admit that the current situation is getting increasingly difficult to handle. Players can actually understand from the beginning that although these creatures evolve very quickly, they already have the ability to attack players. But the problem is that the state of the creatures there before. To be precise, their evolved abilities were very rough. That's right. There's nothing wrong with using rough to describe it. This rough ability actually has little impact on players. But the creatures that suddenly appear now are obviously much more sophisticated. From locking down space to massive area of effect damage. This ability is entirely to restrain their abilities and the insect swarm. It's ridiculous how powerful this guy is. He was able to evolve to this extent in just a few days. Players have to admit that this is a bit scary. If they have such abilities after hundreds of years of evolution, players would think this is normal. But now, how long had it been since the other party had such an ability? And it was specifically aimed at the fine evolution of his own side. Is this the power of advanced life forms? This is simply outrageous. Can advanced life forms really do whatever they want? What other creatures take thousands or even tens of thousands of years to achieve? Does it only take a few days for them? Sure enough, as the official said, advanced life forms are completely beyond our understanding, and we cannot judge them using conventional methods. What should I do now? At this point, players have to admit that things are a bit tricky now. First of all, players naturally know the situation here very well. After fighting for so long, I finally got an advantage. But it was all gone in the past 2 days. And the most important thing is that these plants appear so endlessly. Which is outrageous. You must know that plants are appearing now. But what about animals in the future? Thinking of this, the players felt helpless. At this time, not only the players were helpless, but Jiang Yao was also helpless. When he set foot in this place, he was also shocked by the creatures here. But he also knew that this was inevitable. Because after all, we are advanced life forms. And if we look at many things with normal vision and cognition, something will happen sooner or later. Take these plants as an example. To be precise, appearance is just a form of expression. On the surface they look like plants. But what is their true identity? They might be intelligent life forms in this world. But their appearance makes players subconsciously think they are plants. As for those plants jumping, there's nothing strange about it. If they were all sophisticated battleships, maybe players would think it's normal. But if these things were plants, players would have different ideas. But players may not have thought that sometimes the structure of an inconspicuous bacterium or plant you see on the roadside may be hundreds or thousands of times more sophisticated than the most advanced battleship. Jiang Yao couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Originally, I thought I inherited the Zerg and mastered the genetic evolution of the Zerg. At the same time, I also developed technology. And then, the technology level developed to a very high level. I thought my study of life had come to an end. And now it seems I'm sitting in a well looking at the sky. That's what Yezhuangmu means. Having said that, Jiang Yao also had to put away his pride in his own strength. At this time, he has become the original civilization that only tried to survive in the cracks in the universe. The development in these years has been so smooth that Jiang Yao has forgotten the original years. How would I know the difference between the levels of life if I didn't see these plants? Sure enough, sometimes it's always good to see the world. Jiang Yao has forgotten that the word seeing the world has not appeared in his dictionary for many years. But now the word seeing the world appears in his dictionary again. No way. Just like a child who grew up in the mountains and forests. His thinking may be blinded by inherent cognition. All he saw was something in the mountains. He didn't know that buildings could be made of reinforced concrete. And he didn't know that mobile phones could send messages thousands of miles away. In his cognition, he only saw houses made of wood. And he only knew that shouting loudly was the way to communicate over long distances. This is inherent knowledge. Jiang Yao is like this. He had been in this small universe before, facing some low-level civilizations, and even few super civilizations. In this situation, he was trapped in the information cocoon of the small universe. He has never seen the city outside. Some of the things he can grasp are just some things he sees, and then studies them. It's as if you found a square wooden house, and then built it into a rectangular shape. At best, you are gifted enough to build a house out of clay and stone. This is what you are made of. But these things are not as safe as the reinforced concrete in big cities. This is the gap in perception. At this time, after coming from the small universe to this big universe, after seeing so many things that he had never seen before, Jiang Yao knew that his cognition was already changing. Many things that seem incredible to me are normal to this universe. Now these creatures gave him the feeling that they were not creatures of the same level at all. He was like an uncivilized ape who had eaten roasted meat by chance. From then on, he never forgot about this kind of meat. Then, in order to eat the meat again, he began to observe and study. In the end, the forest was set on fire again, and some beasts were burned to death. However, this ape carefully went through difficulties, and finally obtained this food again. He thought that this kind of thing was simply the most delicious thing in the world, and it was too difficult to obtain. But he didn't know that if they wanted something like this on the other side, they could use electric ovens, liquefied gas, ovens, etc. These things are so normal to humans. And this is where I am at the moment. It's very difficult for me to evolve to where I am now. I've even sacrificed too much to get to this point. But what I didn't know was that it would be too easy for other civilizations. To be precise, it's too easy for advanced life forms. The gap between them and me is like an ape who has gone through so much trouble to obtain a barbecue. I thought it was difficult to obtain barbecue. But little did I know that such a thing had already been played by the opponent. For me, evolution is a long time. But for them, evolution is just a very simple thing. They encounter some incomprehensible things, such as those weird purple lights. Such an existence is too scary for me. But maybe for the creatures here, they don't need to pay too much to figure out how to evolve to the point where they can survive inside. At this time, Jiang Yao had to admit that maybe he was really too naive. His knowledge was too limited before. He is so shallow that he regards what he sees as the end point. And in this way, he understood that the end he saw might not even be as good as others' starting point. It seems that entering this universe this time may be a good thing for me, because only by understanding these things and gaining so much knowledge can I know how to take the future. Jiang Yao, who had figured everything out in this way, suddenly became enlightened. At the same time, he also understood why it was so difficult for him to fight the creatures here. The reason is simple. Because all his offensive methods are very primitive. The original cannot be in the original. He is just like the ancients, holding spears relying on their numerical advantage to attack modern troops. Although we can win, the price we need to pay is very exaggerated. If I were not a Zerg, I would probably be dead long ago. Thinking of this, Jiang Yao actually felt a little lucky. It's true that he feels this way now. There is no other reason. Mainly that's the case here. If it weren't for the fact that he was a swarm of insects and had no numerical advantage, a group of warriors armed with ancient weapons would have been defeated, and nothing would have been left to challenge the modern troops. But even though there are so many insects here now, the situation is still hard to say. Thinking of this, Jiang Yao turned his attention to the battlefield again. It is not easy to cross the level of life. Although I have made a leap through the purple light incident before, it can only be regarded as a semi-finished product at best. If I want to make a complete leap, there is still a long way to go. The fight will continue from now on, and we will continue to deploy additional manpower and resources. Thinking of this, Jiang Yao issued the next battle plan. There is nothing wrong with the fact that these creatures are powerful and incomprehensible, and that one cannot decipher their mysteries on their own. An ant trying to unravel the human DNA sequence is a funny thing. Since I, as an ant, cannot solve it, the first thing I have to do now is to evolve into a human. It's a fantasy, but for me it's possible. This time he adopted the same tactics he used against Ziguang, using Qiong Hai to constantly fight, die, and then reorganize in the constant battle. He will instinctively purify his genes and optimize his genes. In addition, they are constantly devouring these things and obtaining their biomass, so they are also undergoing subtle changes. Through long-term fighting in this way, one day he will be able to evolve the same ability. To be precise, his life level will truly rise to the same level as these plants. At this stage, it will not be so difficult to unlock the genes of these creatures. So he asked the players to continue fighting with these creatures over there. Now I'm just so close to finishing. As time went by, it must be said that his strategy was still effective, because he had vaguely discovered that the genes of the frontline bugs were undergoing some changes. The plants fighting against the insect swarm are evolving, and the same insect swarm is also slowly evolving. Although his speed is not as fast as theirs, at least he is not standing still. The reason why he was able to achieve such great achievements was probably because Ziguang provided him with a springboard that time, allowing him to initially glimpse the mysteries of this level of life. Otherwise, his insect swarm would not have such an effect. At this time, on the player's side, they feel that as time goes by, the opponent is getting stronger and stronger. Now it basically takes more than a dozen springtails to destroy one opponent's plant, whereas in the past, the same plant only needed one springtail to easily crush it. Brothers, something is wrong. Why do I feel like these things are getting stronger the more I fight them? The old guy upstairs is telling the truth. Don't feel like it's the truth. This intensity is not even the slightest bit. The increase in intensity of these plants is too exaggerated. If we continue like this, I'm worried that we won't be able to withstand it. This is outrageous. And the most important thing is that those resource plants are still appearing continuously, which makes our combat pressure increasing. Obviously, players also discovered something was wrong with these plants. Brothers, if we continue to fight according to this situation, we will win if we can win. The biggest threat to us at present is the plants that suddenly appear. The most important thing is that we have basically determined that these plants came from the gathering places of the planets behind this planet. I really can't understand how they received the news. Yes, we are so far away from each other. Why can they receive news about the fighting here? Chapter 706 The counterattack begins. Players have been thinking about this issue. First of all, in terms of signal detection, we did not find any signals from them. This means that they are not communicating through the communication methods we know. Is it possible that they also have a network similar to the Zerg's spiritual connection like us? Many players believe that this possibility is very likely to be the case. Based on what is happening so far, this is the only possibility that is the highest. But soon the players thought of another problem. If the other party communicates in this way, it means that they are also a group consciousness. And this must involve a question. How big is the scope of this cluster consciousness? And how many such plants should it consist of? Brothers, I think we can go and find the nests of these plants that are constantly set here. Only in this way can we determine the situation there. And if I'm not wrong, the main reason why the types of troops they send are so different every time is that our frontline battles provide them with a lot of intelligence from behind, allowing them to target our weaknesses. Direction of evolution. In this way, the players can barely guess the outline of this matter through your words. But brothers, I'm very curious now. Even if we find their so-called lair now, what can we do? After hearing what this player said, everyone fell into thinking. Indeed, after finding it, what they should do next is the key. How about we think about it? Extend the front line a little bit, and send some troops to their places? One player said tentatively. I think this plan should be feasible, since we currently control a relatively large number of Zerg anyway. Under such circumstances, if we want to open more fronts, it should not be a big problem. And the amount of biomass that the organisms here can provide is very high. So I think this matter should be considered, as long as we send troops to multiple areas at the same time. Subsequent support will definitely not be able to come through. After some discussion, the players decided to take this approach. But they soon discovered that this method was indeed feasible. But the other party seemed to be much smarter than they thought, and they basically left no trace when they came over. This makes it difficult for the players to find them. But fortunately, they are relatively experienced in finding people. So through the clues they left, they can be considered to have found 6 planets. Naturally, after clearing the opponent's 6 nests, the next operation will undoubtedly be much simpler. Not long after, Leviathan and a large number of bugs appeared on the edges of these planets. And when these bugs appeared in these areas, they naturally encountered strong counterattacks from these planets. After all, they have been supporting troops on the main battlefield for a period of time. So they are also very clear about the situation of these bugs. When they discovered that the bugs were coming to their side, they naturally knew what these bugs wanted to do. Of course, they definitely couldn't let the players gain a foothold on the planet so easily. So a large number of soldiers also rushed towards the players, because the creatures on these planets are now relatively well evolved for players. Players are also blocked from the outside, and it is extremely difficult to go deep. A large number of airdrop pods containing Zerg troops were launched from Leviathan and hit the planet like meteors. And the various plants on this planet seem to have been prepared for it. In the next moment, countless spores flew towards these airdrop sacks. I see these guys are already prepared. The main reason is that they have been fighting us for a long time, and they have already understood our situation thoroughly. They knew how we logged in, so they made arrangements for us in advance. Then what should we do next? Brothers? What else can we do? Keep sending troops to break through. As long as there are bugs breaking through and taking out all the bug nests, everything will be settled. But obviously, this matter is not as simple as they thought. The resistance of these creatures is too perfect, even if the players' pests are exaggerated enough. Under such circumstances, the players still cannot attack them. Faced with this kind of civilization where all the people are soldiers, there is really no way to start. After all, they all have combat capabilities, which means they cannot leave too many opportunities for players. Of course, the players here have been waiting for opportunities, and through continuous attacks, they try to pull the battle line towards the planet as much as possible. The price the players paid along the way was also very heavy. Fortunately, in the end, the players successfully released a lot of bugs and entered this planet. After entering here, the players immediately started to return to their old business. But it didn't seem to go as smoothly compared to this time. Brothers, I guess they have been on guard against our attack for a long time. A lot of ground combat plants suddenly appeared in the area where the worker bees landed just now and are rushing towards that direction. We have actually expected this. But in the current situation, we can only act recklessly. While communicating in this way, the players also began to deploy more troops. As the number of units deployed gradually increased, more worker bees or some other heavy combat units broke through the defense line. Gradually, insect nest incubators began to appear in different places on the planet. Although many of them have been cleared away by the ground combat creatures that have been waiting for a long time on this planet, there are still some that have slipped through the net. Brothers, we have succeeded in 5 so far. Let's see if we can renew these 5 flames. There should still be a chance. Now we have a lot of bugs fighting on the ground who are stalling for them. Immediately afterwards, the cordyceps here also began to develop. With the emergence of the second insect nest and the third insect nest, The number of insect nests in each area was increasing crazily. Soon, 3 of the 5 areas had become climates. Naturally, these 3 areas received the focus of the creatures on the planet. So these insect nests failed to survive in the end. But it was also because these 3 areas diverted attention that the remaining 2 areas were successfully developed. From the initial crazy increase in the number of insect nests and various hatcheries, to the subsequent increase in troop strength, and then the gradual increase in the number of insect nests and hatcheries for other types of troops. Otherwise, all this did not go too smoothly. After clearing those 3 areas, they turned their focus to these 2 areas. But fortunately, they already had a lot of troops here at this time. And they also started to build defense facilities. So they still blocked the charge of these plans. After all, not only the troops can help now, but the most important thing is that many buildings have also been built. And these cooperate with each other. At this time, facing 2 attacks, the players were naturally trying their best to increase their manpower. Brothers, currently only base 1 and base 2 have been secured. We must find a way to hold them. The attack over there is too fierce. The bugs we produce so far can at most sustain the consumption in the area. Then we will work harder on the perimeter to reduce some pressure on them as much as possible. In addition, if the number of insects in the nest continues to expand, it can be stopped now. If they recruit more troops, I'm afraid it will be difficult to stop them. Let's first slow down the speed of the explosion. By the way, brothers, are you done with the tunnel worms? At present, it has almost been hatched here, and it will be put into use soon. This kind of tunnel worm can be regarded as a special kind of bug. This kind of bug is like an earth-boring machine. This kind of bug is mainly used for tunneling for the Zerg. Of course, this is no ordinary tunnel. This kind of tunnel insect burrows underground and digs out the route that the insects need to advance. While drilling, his body will also harden and lengthen. The hardened part at the back of the body becomes something similar to a pipe, providing convenience for the Zerg to pass. And the most important thing is that it contains a large amount of bacteria carpet inside, as well as some special active structures, which make the bugs move extremely fast inside. You can think of this thing as a maglev train. It's just that the speed is much faster than the maglev train. So in this way, the tunnel worms have established a mobile network of swarms underground on the planet. With this network, the swarms can go anywhere at extremely fast speeds. Arrival speed. This time, the players naturally gave priority to connecting the 2 bases. And then, they began to create tunnels leading to other areas with fewer creatures. When the time came, it was no longer possible to quietly build a base there. In this way, under the arrangements of the players, everything is proceeding in an orderly manner. At this time, facing the attack of these plants, although the players are still a little confused, they can at least block it. Players now have multiple escape routes in the takeaway, so they are not particularly weak. At this time, the players continue to be in a stalemate with the plants on the planet. But at this time, the players have begun to secretly accumulate strength, preparing for several waves of explosions. The Nidus worms have found 2 areas for players with less vegetation. As the construction of the tunnel here was completed, the next moment thousands of worker bees were seen heading towards these places from both areas. Relying on the Zerg, the worker bees of the underground network quickly arrived at their destination. And then a large number of combat units appeared here. Then without saying a word, the combat units began to clean up the surrounding plants. And these publics immediately began to hatch new ones. Nest. It only took less than 20 minutes for the plants to start sending troops to those areas. The insect nest had been hatched, and a steady stream of troops was being hatched. Of course, this is just the beginning, because as the insect nests suddenly appeared in this area, a large number of insect nests appeared in several areas. With the emergence of hives in these areas, the original battle pressure there has obviously been reduced a lot. It turns out that our plan was successful. 2 more areas were created, and they also sent corresponding troops to block these 2 areas. In this way, after the troops are dispersed, the pressure on our original 2 bases will decrease. Continue like this, and continue to build as many insect nests as possible in this way. Spread their forces as much as possible. Anyway, they have to control every place we go. Otherwise, once we develop, they will be in trouble. After this operation, there will always be a place that can become a climate. But now they seem to have discovered the role of tunnel worms, and they are currently targeting it. In this way, the battle between the 2 sides continued, and in the end, the players' various tricks to raise the insect nest finally allowed them to become bigger and stronger. One of their bases has completely transformed. and the number of insect nests inside can already be calculated as 100,000. There are a large number of other nests, and various defensive weapons on the outer belt. Then a steady stream of troops appeared from here, and then began to spread to the surroundings. The initial defense has now begun to transform into a counterattack. At this time, the plants on the planet naturally realized that the situation was not good. But even if they wanted to stop it, they had no chance. The rich biomass of this planet creates conditions for players to explode their troops. Only on such a planet can they adopt such a method of explosive troops. At the same time, several other planets are almost in a similar situation. As these planets fell one after another, the planet that the players attacked at the beginning had no resources. So the subsequent advancement was undoubtedly much simpler. Then as these legions continued to expand, the entire planet was soon enveloped. And as the entire planet was enveloped, it meant that all the plants on the planet had been wiped out. Immediately afterwards, the bacteria carpet began to crazily absorb the nutrients of this planet. And these nutrients were quickly turned into various bugs. As time went by, the number of bugs on this planet also increased dramatically. Of course, the planet's plants and biomass are all decreasing at an extremely fast rate. Immediately afterwards, these hatched units were immediately put into the battlefield in other areas. After this area had almost been exploited with all the resources that could be mined, these bacteria carpets also had no energy for a long time. The supplement begins to gradually shrink and eventually enters a dormant state. The volume of the creep that enters the dormant state will become 1,000th of its original size. So when these blankets went dormant, the current full picture of the planet was revealed. The originally vibrant planet has now become a planet without any vitality. At this time, the surface of this planet, and those planets that have never been born with life, seem to be covered by all kinds of yellow sand. And there is nothing else. Chapter 707: The Second External Attack. After so much trouble, the players finally solved a planet. Emma, brothers, we just want to say that the difficulty of this new map is a bit high. It's not just a top. It's a top. It's so difficult. On the surface, it looks like we only need to solve one planet. In fact, we need to send troops to 7 places at the same time. By the way, the old Iron Gate is moving. Next, let's go and lift the remaining planets for them. Let's go! After solving one planet in this way, the players launched an even fiercer attack on the other planets. There is no way. After all, since we have already taken action, we cannot leave any further trouble. Moreover, players in several other places have finally managed to arrange for the insect nests. It would be a pity if they gave up halfway. However, it has to be said that once these planets do not have support from other places, it will be very easy for players to destroy them once they develop enough troops in the later stage. So these planets were solved by the players. After these interests were resolved, the number of insect armies in the hands of players also soared sharply. In order to make rational use of resources, players left the flying dragons, Leviathan, and thunder beasts behind. As for the other bugs, they were converted into biomass to produce these 3 types of arms. After such an operation, players now have the original disc to send troops to other planets. Next time the war starts, put these into the vanguard. However, with this combat experience, players will have their own ideas for dealing with these planets next time. Brothers, don't say anything anymore. We have learned something this time. Yes, although we suffered a lot of losses, we shouldn't encounter so many problems when sending troops to these places in the future. This wave is really true. What was originally planned to test the waters with a planet turned into a war. The main thing is that we suffered from the unfamiliarity of the place we were born in. Otherwise we wouldn't be like this. In this way, the players communicated word by word. After all this tossing, the players finally came up with their own ideas. First of all, the first thing to do is to send troops to other civilizations or planets quickly enough. These creatures have no way of attacking us at the beginning, so we can easily log in and gain a foothold before they evolve the corresponding abilities. And the second point is about the area where troops are sent. Before sending troops, we must understand the civilization, including some of its cooperation areas. Then sending troops in advance can effectively avoid the situation of sending troops to support these places later. The last point is the most critical point. That is, the base must bloom more, so that even if a lot is destroyed, at least 1 or 2 areas can rise. As long as they can rise, there will be follow-up. This is the troop dispatching rule that the players have concluded after dispatching troops this time. After summarizing the new rule in this way, the players decided to experiment with the feasibility of this rule. As the saying goes, Practice is the only criterion for testing truth. According to the general routine summarized by myself, the players set off in small groups in a mighty manner. This team is naturally used to search for surrounding planets. Brothers, this time we are also dealing with the surrounding planets. Based on the experience last time, we need to find all the planets within a radius of 20 light years from this star. Then arrange your eyes in advance. Once the war breaks out and the planet sends troops, you will know what to do next. Don't worry. The tricks are all clear. In this way, a group of players began to search. Soon they found their target. With this planet as the center, players found a total of 12 planets in the surrounding area. That's probably all there is. In that case, let's get started. In this way, the general situation was determined, and the Zerg army set off again. This time the planet that players attack is a blue planet. Of course, the reason why this planet is blue is not because there are a lot of oceans on the planet. Instead, there are a large number of blue spores on the planet. These spores are floating in the wind on the planet. On the surface, they look similar to ordinary spores. But in fact, these spores are dangerous bombs. At the same time, most creatures on this planet have strong self-destruction capabilities. So when the players' insect swarm army first entered, the players also suffered a big loss. Worry. This is outrageous. Yes, this horse riding is poisonous. The things here can actually explode. And they can explode so hard. I have to say that this sudden explosion caught the players a little off guard. Although they have not evolved methods to target players at this stage. Who would have thought that such an explosion could cause certain damage to players? So the players were caught off guard when they first entered. I have this ability even before I evolve. I can still do this if I evolve. This is outrageous. Brothers, this planet idea is a bit tricky. After all, we have to do it as soon as possible. I think it would be prudent to forget it. Let's choose another planet that is not so difficult. Forget it. How can I forget it? And what's so difficult about this planet? Don't be cowardly, old fellows. Just do it. There is no turning back when it comes to our characteristics. If we stop, who can guarantee that our characteristics will not be leaked? God knows whether these plants can communicate with other non-their groups. What if we can communicate? Considering various reasons, the players finally decided to continue sending troops here. Even the players know very well that after these plants evolve explosions that can target them, the damage on their side will be even more serious. After all, this ability has not yet evolved here, and the players have already been caught off guard. If this ability really evolves, players can already foresee the scene in which they will be bombed and turned upside down in the later stage. But even so, they still decided to take action. And this time, they wanted to win quickly. The main concern is that if the speed is slow, the opponent will evolve faster and faster. If one of them fails to do a good job, his side will really overturn. Just like that, the war began again. At the beginning, it was basically the same as what the players thought. When their attack started, 7 or 8 of these planets had already begun to take action. Seeing this, the players who were in charge of the supervisors here naturally told everyone about the situation immediately. And then these planets also received the same care. However, these planets are similar to the planets they attacked before. There are not many exploding things. But where there are so many explosions, that one planet is the only one. This also made many players breathe a sigh of relief. If these planets had the same characteristics, players felt that they might not be able to hold on. The battle that followed continued steadily. As time went by, the explosive plants on this planet gradually began to evolve their own explosion methods specifically for players. The damage of these explosive plants is indeed very high, and it is also area-wide, which causes players to suffer heavy losses even if they had expected it. Worry, brothers, the situation here is not good. Yes, there is no advantage at all against the sea of insects that can harm us in such a wide range. It's a bit uncomfortable to explode this piece. The main theater may only be able to maintain the war situation for the time being. The other theaters should take care of the planet as soon as possible and then come to support. In this way, the players were fighting while discussing their subsequent plans. But as time went by, players discovered something very surprising. These bugs of theirs evolved. Although the speed of evolution is very different from that of some local plants, it is undeniable that this evolution can still give players some hope. The first thing to evolve is the hatching speed of the Zerg. Players roughly estimated that it has increased by at least 30%. This is undoubtedly good news for players. Of course, this is just the beginning. In addition to the hatching speed, the hatched bugs are also changing. Many of them have begun to grow a special armor on the outside. And this armor can withstand the opponent's plants for a long time when they explode. Most of the damage. This kind of armor, which is similar to reactive armor, can withstand an explosion damage at one time, which also greatly reduces the effectiveness of these plants that can easily blow up a swarm of insects. Brothers, it's okay. Our bugs have also begun to evolve. Yes, and it is a targeted evolution. However, the armor that has been evolved so far is not very effective. It can only block one wave, and then it will not be able to withstand the second wave. Old Tai, just be content. At least for now, we can fight off the next wave of attacks. And we have just begun to evolve. So it will take time to evolve the kind of armor that can withstand the attack for a long time. At this time, compared to the players, Jiangyao couldn't help but feel a little surprised when he saw these situations. It seems that the Zerg have begun to gradually adapt to survival here, although the genetic sequences of these organisms have not yet been solved. Fortunately, the insects have been able to adapt a little bit. With enough fighting, these insects can evolve a way of survival unique to this place. It's actually quite good to think about it this way. At least football with strong adaptability can still exert certain advantages here. Regarding this unexpected incident, Jiangyao also saw an opportunity to decipher these genes. After all, based on my current situation, only by continuous improvement can I have a chance to crack these things. The life level of my current insect swarm has not yet reached the standard. But now I at least see hope. At this time, on the player's side, as time goes by, other planets have been captured by the players one after another. But this remaining planet has been unable to be captured. There is no way. The situation on this planet is too special. But soon, players also discovered some clues. Although this planet has been unable to be conquered for a long time, these creatures have no way of attacking it. Currently, both sides are in a state of balance. And the players also found that after these creatures evolved to a certain level, they no longer evolved. The players probably felt that at this point, they had reached the limit of targeting their own insect swarms. It's unclear whether these creatures feel that evolving to this level has little meaning in the future, or whether they can only evolve to this point. If it is the former, then we will still have to face many tests in the future. But if it is the latter, it means that the biological evolution of this universe is not what we imagined. Actually, it doesn't matter which one it is. According to the current situation, I guess it won't be long before our bugs can evolve special bottom-level armor. By then, we will have more and more advantages in fighting. In this way, as time went by, the swarm did not disappoint players. After a month, all the Zerg fighting in this area have evolved various special abilities. First of all, their size is a whole circle larger than other Zerg, and this circle is covered by various special armors. Of course, this is not all. The swarm has also evolved many other special abilities. Basically every insect has some special spikes on its armor. And these spikes are like the triggers of a mine. Once launched and hit the target, these spikes will detonate in advance and can self-destruct. Plant. This means that when testifying, the heavy group will first detonate a batch of such plants remotely, then rush up and sit at close range, using the armor on the body to withstand many attacks, so as to reduce the damage to as much as possible. Lowest, compared with the initial bombing of these creatures in pieces. Now the price these plants want to pay to kill these Zerg has increased by tens to hundreds of times. And all of this, it only took a month for the insect swarm to be completed. Players can't help but be surprised by the Zerg's adaptability. Of course, this is naturally a good thing for the players. After this period of fighting, the players found that the insect swarm is evolving faster and faster. It was obvious that they had also discovered that the insect swarm was gradually adapting to this world. And this time the battle came to an end as the players' bugs evolved. Because the current bugs are specifically targeting the creatures on this planet, both sides will be evenly matched in a fight. It's just that the players' insect army grew more and more as time went by. And finally the planet was destroyed by sheer numbers. At this point, the players' second attack has come to a successful conclusion. Brothers, after these two attacks, we have basically figured out the situation in this universe. And the surrounding planets have been almost cleaned up by us. Which means that there are basically no threats around the insect nest. Next, it is time to discuss external expansion. In this way, the players started discussing this matter one by one. Soon a general plan for this place was almost drawn up by the players. Chapter 708, go check out the location. Now that we have a general idea, the next step is the issue of operation. The players were quite familiar with these things. And soon their vanguard team was on the road. Brothers, Our goal this time is to find out the surrounding living planet first. Of course, this is not the focus. The key point is that we need to find resources. Although it is indeed possible to rely on biomass to fight, we must also arrange some elite bugs, especially in the recent battles. Without the participation of some elite units, it would be very difficult to fight with just those ordinary bugs. In our plan, we need to earn enough biomass by fighting different planets. The entire development process can refer to the Tyranids we encountered before, and we will continue to expand the number of our insect swarms. So currently we still have certain requirements for the elite varieties among the insect swarm, but elite insects need to be purchased by consuming energy ores. After hearing what this player said, another player seemed to have thought of something. So he asked, "By the way, old man, I suddenly remembered something. Well, everyone must have discovered some problems during this time, and one of them is about energy ores. At least we have been here for so long, and we haven't even found the shadow of energy ores. Is there a possibility that there are no energy ores here? Or that there are other alternatives similar to energy ores? The possibility of this is very high. But if this is the case, our subsequent operations may be a little troublesome. The first thing is to find these ores. What means should we use? You are also very aware of the situation in this universe. The data detected by most communication facilities is not accurate. This means that there are many places that we must go to before we can know it ourselves. And this is where the problem lies. In some places, we were able to understand the situation clearly, but now most of the planets are covered by some plants. Which means that no matter how we operate, we must always get rid of them before we can understand the situation inside the planet. In the past, we often went to the asteroid belt to look for these things. And there are many plants in the asteroid belt here, which means that no matter where we go, we have to deal with these things. For players, this is a very difficult question. After all, they have almost figured out the situation here during this time. The war here is particularly complicated. Once the war starts, you have to attack many different places at the same time. And that's the biggest problem. The whole process takes a very long time. Of course, this is not the point. The point is that even if they work hard and spend a lot of time, the final result may not be satisfactory. Because it is covered by those plants. No one knows whether you have and what the ore content is. Everything is unknown. In the past, when a mining area was discovered, it was mined directly. But now after it is discovered, many different areas need to be attacked at the same time. You can only mine it after you take it down. And before taking it down, you may find through some means that there is very likely to be ore there. But the specific content and other data are not known. It is tantamount to rashly sending troops without knowing anything. In fact, this is the same as opening a blind box. You guys should say it or not. But the setting in the new universe is a bit uncomfortable. I feel like I'm getting old, and I really can't adapt to the way resources are obtained here. There is no way. After all, a new place cannot be the same as before. In this way, the players and the exploration team communicated and moved forward. And soon they came to an area. There are a total of 73 planets in your area, and they are all relatively dense. According to the information we have received so far, the planets here may be united, because the distance between them is relatively short. Their support will be very fast. But in such a dense area, the energy consumed by these creatures is also very exaggerated. So we judge that there may be energy ores here. If there are energy ores here, doesn't it mean we have to go to war with more than 70 planets at the same time? For this number, players also feel numb. Although once they successfully settle down, they will still have the confidence to establish the insect nest. But this is just confidence. If so many planets counterattack at the same time, even they may not be able to stabilize. After all, once a certain planet decides to abandon its own planet and release all its excess organisms to other planets, they may really be unable to stop the situation on other planets. Therefore, if there are too many attacks, there will be many uncontrollable factors. Even if you don't win in the first wave, there will basically not be much chance in the follow-up. All in all, players rarely feel that the situation here is a bit tricky. Brothers, in fact, everyone is well aware of the situation here. Of course, what you are worried about is probably impossible to happen. Even if we discover that there is ore here, we will not set foot here until we have enough strength. The main reason we went here this time was to find out the general situation here. If we want to attack here in the future, it is best to make relevant plans in advance. After hearing everyone's discussion at this time, the team leader immediately explained the relevant situation to everyone. If that's the case, then I can rest assured. Yeah, it scared me. I thought we were going to attack them now. When we attack them, it's like lighting up a lantern in the toilet to look for shit. Based on our current situation, unless enough troops are invested for the first time, it is absolutely impossible to break through their defense line. But unfortunately, our current military strength cannot meet the requirements. In this way, after determining the general situation of this operation, everyone could finally feel relieved. But just as everyone was talking and laughing along the way, they suddenly discovered a huge energy reaction in the distance. What happened, brothers? I don't know. There seems to be a huge energy reaction in front of me. Is there anyone who can go over and take a look? At this time, the leading player naturally knew what was happening here. So he immediately called on everyone to calm down. Brothers, don't worry. I've sent a scout team over to check. It won't take long before we should know what happened. As everyone waited, the players over there soon responded. Brothers, the situation over there is clear. There is a giant starry beast. At this time, everyone was a little surprised when they heard what this player said. What the H.L. Starry Sky Beast? There are actually starry behemoths in this universe? Players have forgotten how long it has been since they heard this word. And they can hardly remember how long it has been since they saw this creature. In fact, to be honest, there is quite a deep connection between these creatures and them. Especially those old players, who were chased by such giant beasts all over the universe. When they later entered the United Universe civilization, they still relied on the Starry Sky Beast to lead them. And they were able to buy so many good things in the end. Therefore, players also miss this kind of giant beast a little bit. But what surprises them is that they did not expect that this kind of giant beast actually exists in this universe. However, just as the players were thinking this, the voice of the scout player in front came again. The top 5 directions of the Starry Sky Beast are also our destination. And judging from the performance of this Starry Sky Beast, its strength is no weaker than our Starry Sky Beast city. Everyone was a little surprised when they heard this. Their mobile city was built on the Starry Sky Beast. And they also knew how powerful the Starry Sky Beast was, which was as big as a galaxy. In fact, the strength of this Starry Sky Beast is very exaggerated. If it can evolve into a Zerg, then it can still dominate in this universe. But it is a pity. He is not a Zerg. So even though Jiang Yao tried many methods, he still couldn't do it. But even so, the current strength of this Starry Sky Beast cannot be underestimated. But the players in front told them that this Starry Sky Beast is about the same strength as that Starry Sky Beast. This made the players a little curious. So they decided to quietly follow behind to take a look at the situation. In this way, following the players all the way, they soon saw the body of this Starry Sky Beast. It was almost as big as half a galaxy. But the energy response emitted by the whole was much smaller than the one in the players' hands. One end is even worse. At this time, players were also amazed when looking at this giant starry beast that looked like a whale. Brothers, is this the legendary Kun? Based on my many years of experience, this Kun should be practiced for 2.5 years. Sure enough, there are little black spots everywhere. In this way, while complaining, the players followed the Starry Sky Beast and soon arrived at their destination. After arriving in this area, they were also shocked by the sight in front of them. First of all, there are more than 70 planets here, and the distance between each planet is about half a solar system. The overall spacing seems very far. But these planets are connected with the kind of living biological channels that can be seen everywhere in the universe. This biological pipeline is what players call the tentacles that connect planets in this universe. And these biological pipelines are centered on these planets, and are connected in series to weave a large network. At least in the eyes of players, these things are big nets. At the same time, the players also discovered that something was entangled somewhere in these large nets. After a closer look, the players found that this thing looked very similar to the Starry Sky Beast. But it was a smaller version. I'll go. If I guess correctly, this thing should be that one. Please tell me who it is upstairs. Are you playing games now without any brains? It's so obvious. Don't you even notice it? This makes it obvious that this little goldfish is the baby of the big whale. Seeing that the little goldfish is still alive, but very weak. I guess he may have been caught when he swam here. Let's just ask. Is there a possibility that this little whale was deliberately left here for fishing? It feels like it's possible. Especially if you look at the condition of this little whale. It stands to reason that he might have been cold for a long time. But he has been living well. Obviously using it as bait to attract big whales. Just like this. In the discussion of the players, I saw the Starry Sky Beast roaring after discovering the small Starry Sky Beast. Although the universe cannot transmit the sound, The players felt that they really heard the starry sky beast. The voice of the beast. Then under the gaze of everyone, this giant starry beast began to attack here. The attack capability of this starry behemoth is very terrifying. Basically, the damage it can achieve with each hit is comparable to the doomsday weapon released by the player's strongest titan. Moreover, it is a doomsday weapon that can cause single target damage. But this is just a casual blow from the starry sky beast. And it is also a group attack. At this time, the players were stunned when they saw the scene in front of them. They were also surprised by how powerful it was. Then the players saw an incredible scene. Logically speaking, such an attack should easily destroy the creatures in these places, or destroy the biological pipelines and rescue the small whales. Just when these attacks were about to hit their targets, a large number of dandelion-like plants suddenly appeared from nowhere. Although they are somewhat similar, players can clearly notice the differences. Compared with the creatures that players have seen before, the energy emitted by these creatures, or the feeling they give players, is several levels higher. Then the next thing is absorbed by the plant, which emits a dazzling light. Then countless beams of light from their bodies attack the starry sky beast. It was obvious that they had returned the attack they had just absorbed to the starry sky beast. The players who saw this scene couldn't help but secretly smack their lips. Such a powerful attack just bounced back. And the most important thing was that they could easily absorb it all. Players are also surprised by how much energy these seemingly inconspicuous plants can store. And just when the players were having fun watching the show, something suddenly happened on the field. It can be seen that those players should not have any movement in their cognition. And the biological pipelines seemed to come alive. They attacked the starry sky beast at extremely fast speeds. The players who saw this scene were dumbfounded. Let me go! Can these things move? I don't know. I didn't see any movement from this thing when I was playing before. And if you look at the speed of these tentacles, it is obvious that they have exceeded the speed of light. This is outrageous. Chapter 709, found the frame and died. And while the players were discussing each other, the situation on the battlefield had also entered a heated stage. It can be seen that a large number of tentacles are attacking the starry sky beast like a mountain roar and a tsunami. The starry sky beast releases a powerful attack while starting to dodge. What surprised the players was that the starry sky beast's attack didn't seem to cause much damage to them when it hit the tentacles. This scene also stunned the players. In fact, they had destroyed tentacles like this before. I'll go. I seriously doubt that the ones we encountered before are not the same species as this thing. There is no need to doubt the person upstairs. It may be the case. This is outrageous. Where did these creatures come from? I don't know. All in all, I feel that these biological pipelines may not be as simple as we think. Players still know some of the functions of these biological pipes. At least in previous battles, they have seen their opponents use these things. In the final analysis, this thing is similar to the Nidus worm. It allows some plants to reach another area through it, and it can still be reached at high speed. At first, players thought that these biological pipelines were simply the tracks from some plants in this universe to other planets. But now it seems that they may have oversimplified things. In this way, the players continued to observe the situation here. As time went by, the starry sky beast gradually became unable to hold on. At the same time, the players also discovered that the surrounding environment seemed to be undergoing certain changes. Naturally, it was impossible for everyone who focused their attention on the battlefield to feel it at first. But now, because this feeling has become more and more obvious, many people have subconsciously noticed it. And then, they found that great changes seemed to have taken place on their side. There seemed to be something special hindering their actions in the originally empty surroundings. Players felt that it was extremely difficult for them to take action now compared to before, which surprised them. What the hell happened? I don't know. What's going on with us watching the battle so well? But just when the players were confused, they discovered that there was some green viscous liquid on their bodies. What the hell is this? I don't know. But this thing is disgusting. And how did it appear on us? When everyone was still confused, their eyes suddenly widened in the next moment, because they discovered that this special thing was floating in the universe in the entire area at this time. When seeing these things, players' minds were full of questions. They really didn't understand how such things appeared. However, many players soon made certain judgments based on what happened here. I suspect that this special substance should have been deployed by them when the war started. And this substance should have the effect of being invisible. So taking advantage of that, they started spreading it around. And by the time we found out, it had already spread. Similarly, the invisibility time should also be limited. In this way, the players started communicating with each other about this special substance. Although they didn't know what this special substance was, the players knew that something was going to happen to this starry sky beast. It would be really strange if something happened. You must know that the players are currently switching between different dimensions. And the most important thing is that they have never fought against the plants here. In other words, the plants here have not evolved specifically for their characteristics. Under such circumstances, this special substance can make one unable to move or make it very difficult to move. This shows how powerful this substance is. As the players thought, the starry sky beast was also affected by this substance, and its speed became extremely slow. Then countless light balls were seen flying out from different planets at extremely fast speeds. He quickly attacked the starry sky beast. Seeing this scene, not only the players, but also the starry sky beast was obviously stunned. Then he began to release various attacks, trying to block these light balls. Of course, he also successfully blocked some of them. However, some of them still hit him. And after he was hit, there was no explosion as the players imagined, or something like that. But these light balls disappeared directly on the surface of the starry sky beast. Not long after, countless special plants began to spread on the starry sky beast. Of course, for a similar situation, the starry sky beast naturally had its own prophecy. The next moment, countless electric arcs were seen entangled on its body, trying to clean up these special plants. But the speed of cleaning was very fast. Slow. But fortunately, these things can also prevent the spread of this plant. So the two sides have reached a stalemate. Of course, in addition to resisting this special plant, the starry sky beast is still attacking continuously, because at this time, he has been entangled by many tentacles. Of course, he still has ways to deal with these tentacles. But it is also because of the delay of these tentacles that more tentacles appear, directly wrapping the starry sky beast tightly. At this time, the starry sky beast was naturally struggling desperately. But its struggle did not seem to have much effect on these creatures. Countless attacks poured out, but they were all absorbed by these biological channels. In this way, the starry sky beast watched more and more biological channels appear until it completely enveloped itself. All of this was too shocking for the players, especially when they saw such a powerful starry sky beast in this situation. They couldn't help but sigh that the creatures in this universe were really abnormal. Looking at the scene in front of them, many players who had a fairly good understanding of the game immediately discovered the clues. Brothers, I'm thinking that I should understand the situation here. The division of labor among these duties is very clear. If I guess correctly, these vines are specifically aimed at huge creatures, like the starry sky beasts. Some small and medium-sized creatures are dealt with by the plants on the planet. In short, these plants in this universe have figured out the different types of weapons that target them. When I heard what this player said, many players agreed with it. I feel like it's very likely. There are special things for the big ones, and there are special things for the small ones. I have to say that the development ones are too perfect. The ones upstairs are here now. Do you still think of them as ordinary plants? That's right. Just based on their performance, how can they be regarded as ordinary workers? In the final analysis, we can also understand them as civilized people. That's right. Lao Tai. I think they can indeed be understood as civilization. If you underestimate any unknown thing, especially this kind of intelligent thing, I think we will all pay a heavy price. So all you veterans, please be careful. Hearing this sentence at this time, everyone did not have any refutation, because they looked at the starry sky beast struggling desperately in the distance, but to no avail. And these things, which are like the tentacles of an octopus, are constantly appearing to wrap around the starry sky beast and drag it inside. Players can't help but feel chills running down their spines. I'll stop you. This is too perverted. Without this starry sky beast, it will be completely gone. I guess he will become the nourishment of these planets. At this time, the players who looked at the starry sky beasts that had been dragged into this big net also pronounced their verdict. These plants completely refreshed their understanding. Today, these plants behave like hunters fishing, and this starry sky beast is naturally the fish they catch. Let me tell you guys, it seems that the trouble over there is over. What should we do next? Otherwise we'll go home now. I don't know what's going on inside. You're such a der. You dare to go there and find out what's going on here. What's there to be afraid of? Don't forget that the troops we have now are worthless things. Yes, these things in our hands are not valuable, and their death will not have much impact on us. In this way, the players were discussing each other, and I have to say that the situation here really made them feel a little chill down their spines. In their eyes, these things in front of them are like hunters hiding in the dark. quietly waiting for their prey to come. But even so, they decided to go over and figure out the situation before talking about it. So the players controlled the bugs and began to cautiously approach this area. What happened next was almost exactly what the players thought. The players saw these plants attacking them. As for counterattacks, they had no intention of counterattacking on the opponent's home court, and it was useless. So they chose to escape. For a while, the players began to run around in this area, and then collected as much information as possible. If they saw that they could not escape the pursuit of various strange plants, they would plunge into the planet, see if there is a chance to go underground on the planet, and find out if there are any ores here. As the players operated, the entire area suddenly became chaotic. Various flying plants can be seen everywhere in the starry sky, chasing players everywhere. Brothers, run quickly. Many plants are catching up with you. Ha ha ha. Riding a horse is really exciting. Yes, there are a lot of people following me. My Japanese brothers are still adding more people. Damn it. Old guys, please be careful. Don't get any information and then waste it all. Ha ha ha. I just want to be steady. There are a lot of people behind me. How can you keep me steady? If I run a little slower, I probably will be dead. For a time, the whole area was full of laughter and laughter. Of course, the players will continue to play and have fun, and they will definitely not forget the serious things. At this time, I saw players running away while observing the movements around them. Once a player discovers something is wrong, he will rush directly there without saying a word. Once this area is reached and no tricks are found, players will tell others what is going on here in advance. That way, they won't waste two chances in the same place. But once it happens that the players are carried away before they get there, the players will also be informed. In this way, nearby players can find opportunities to go over and check out the situation. Old fellows, we haven't found anything here so far. Could it be that there really isn't what we want here? This is absolutely impossible. How can it be possible that there is such a density here? But we have visited so many people and still haven't found anything. In this way, players communicate and search at the same time. Fortunately, hard work pays off. Finally, the players found what they were looking for. A player discovered something incredible after going deep into the planet. Although he was eventually stuck, he found it in the end. Good news, brothers. There is a big discovery. I just found it here. At this time, this player had just lost the lottery, and he started shouting in the channel shortly after. After hearing what he said, everyone immediately started asking about the situation. After some understanding, the players determined the situation. Old guys, you don't know. I went down just now and really found what we needed. There is a planet over there that has ores, and the entire planet is made of ores. And this kind of ore is different from what we have seen. The energy content of this kind of ore is extremely high, even surpassing rare things like crystals. At this time, everyone was shocked when they heard what this player said. Damn it. Surpassing crystal. This is going to be unbelievable. I'm going to do it for the whole planet. To be precise, this planet is made of this kind of ore. As long as we capture this planet, we will definitely make a fortune. Then, while everyone was still discussing, another player came and found that he had found a planet similar to a heart in this area. In fact, he didn't have an accurate definition of what this thing was because it was too huge, but the appearance gave people the feeling of a heart. And the most important thing was that he found that these biological passages extended from here and then connected to different planets. Seeing the situation here, he naturally told all the players immediately. After other players learned the news, they were naturally very surprised. And then, they decided to go over and find out what was going on inside. But obviously their plan failed. The defense there was very strong, and the heart itself also had a special effect. But looking at the players through the energy response emanating from the surroundings, they feel that there must be something inside, and it is even said to be more valuable than that planet. In this way, players have found valuable things in two places, and they can basically confirm that most of the planets here should be united. Chapter 710, The Edge of the Universe. Brothers, based on my many years of experience, I can basically confirm that the heart is most likely the core of these tentacles. As long as we crush that thing, I can guarantee that we won't be attacked by those tentacles in the future. After figuring out the situation there, the players gathered together to discuss strategies. However, it is somewhat difficult to sneak into the heart area, and it is even more difficult to develop troops to destroy it. A group of players were discussing with each other. Although they have figured out the general situation there, the players are also very aware of their own strength. With their current strength, even if they mobilized in full force, it would be unrealistic to capture that area. Fellow veterans, I have a suggestion here. Based on our current situation, it is basically impossible to deal with the enemy. Instead of spending time with them here, I think it is better for us to find some soft persimmons. Presumably through this period of war, everyone has discovered that our bugs are also constantly evolving. According to the current rhythm, as long as we continue to fight wars with other places, our bugs will one day evolve to a very high level. I think it might be better if we wait until then to fight back. And then again, I still don't believe that in such a huge universe, there is only one area with ore. I guess there should be other areas as well. After hearing this player's suggestion, the other players also thought for a while. They also felt that what this player said was quite reasonable. The power over there is too huge. You also know that we worked so hard to conquer so many planets some time ago. And the situation there is not like those places where dozens of planets gather together. But even so, take a look at the final result. The final result is that we still played very hard and almost overturned. As for that area, I estimate that we won't have any water seepage at all. At least the strength of our bugs will no longer go up a few levels. And the number will no longer increase dozens of times. I don't think we need to consider that at all. Place. In the end, after unanimous discussion among the players, they decided to temporarily abandon the attack on that area and instead set their goals elsewhere. In this way, after discussing it, the players began to search aimlessly again. I have to say that it is indeed a bit difficult to find ore in this area. First of all, these ores are covered up by some special plants, which means that if players want to find the ores, the first thing they need to deal with is those plants. Starting a battle directly would take a long time, and it would be unnecessary and inefficient. So we could only find a way to infiltrate. However, if this is embedded, the overall operation is not an easy task. Many times, players are in groups of 3 or 5, guarding a planet and scratching their heads. They are all thinking about how to break through these plants as quickly as possible with minimal losses, although they have never paid debts to them. And these plants will not evolve corresponding methods. Their existing methods are still useful to players, and the number of players in each wave is relatively small, and it is impossible to send them out. Too many troops to break out. Eventually this led to things becoming more and more complicated. Then what makes the players feel most distressed is that they have gone through a lot of hardships and finally managed to get this thing done. The final result was that there was no ore in this area, and all their efforts were in vain. To be honest, brothers, I feel that it is really difficult to find ore. In the past, everything came out in one scan, but now this whole thing is simply torture. It has to be said that it is not entirely unreasonable to say that it is difficult to move from luxury to frugality. At least players, who have enjoyed all kinds of conveniences, are not used to the current way of finding ores at all. After all, they are not the group of veteran players, and have not experienced many things. So they feel all kinds of headaches about the current situation. If the old players are here, they will definitely say that this is nothing. When they wanted nothing, they relied on a new picture to try their luck in the universe. Once a mining area is discovered, it's time to invade at all costs. This stage is much more difficult than the current stage. But it is a pity that these old players came into play for a few days when the new universe was opened, and then went back to retire. After all, for them, now that they are older, it is definitely inappropriate to continue to come back to play, unless there are some particularly major changes, and they want to come in and experience it. Other than that, they basically don't log in now. Game over. After all, every generation of players also has their own thoughts. The old players have made enough money and can enjoy life. But now the new players have just started. Of course, in Jiang Yao's eyes, these things are a kind of training for new players. After all, these players still have too little experience. Only after they have experienced enough can we safely let them go out to fight. In this way, as time went by, some players finally discovered the target. And what surprised them was that the ores in this universe were completely different from those they had encountered in the previous universe. Normally, the entire planet in this universe is made up of this stuff. However, this planet is naturally very different from other planets. The number of planet types comes from the intensity, and other planets have undergone earth-shaking changes. Players can naturally understand this situation. Brothers, we have found another planet. There are only 3 planets around here. I think it should be easy to fight here. We found 2 planets here last week. We have found quite a few planets here. As time goes by, Players have found more and more planets. And they also have a certain understanding of how to find these planets. In fact, this is not difficult. Because of the special characteristics of your planets. Players now only need to simply get acquainted with the plants on these planets. And they will know what they are doing. This also greatly reduces the difficulty for them to find planets. At this time, as more and more planets were found, players began to prepare nervously. After all, after searching for so long, it was time for them to close the net. At this time, the players are still on the other side, at the periphery of the universe, when Mango invades. To be precise, it is on the outskirts of this area, just outside the barrier where Qinyao set foot in this universe. There is still a universe here, but that special barrier separates the two areas. If we insist on speaking accurately, then it should be that both here and the outside are in the same universe. It's just that some powerful civilizations used unknown means to create a barrier in the universe here, preventing the creatures inside from passing through. At this moment, outside the barrier is a glorious space city. This huge fortress built in space is surrounded by dense turrets, and various battleships can be seen everywhere. It is obvious that this is the residence of an intelligent civilization. Currently, there are special energy reactions coming from the restricted area. According to our speculation, a new creature should be born there. At this time, inside the fortress, his subordinates were reporting to the lead of the situation in the restricted area. Restricted area. This is the name for this special area, because there are all kinds of special plants all over here. If you step in accidentally, you may die on the spot. At the same time, in order to prevent these plants from coming over and posing a threat to civilization, this area is wrapped in a special energy substance. This also resulted in none of the creatures inside being able to leave that area. Of course, these protection measures are not complete protection. There will still be some loopholes. At the same time, maintaining the barrier also requires a lot of energy. This is why there is civilization stationed here, and he is here. This universe is a united universe civilization. It was similar to the place Jiangyao had been to before, with a large number of civilizations united. It's just that the union of civilizations in this universe is not a normal union like some universes. The union of civilizations in this universe is because of these plants. When these plants suddenly appeared and began to spread without limit, they were only resisted by the invading civilization at first. But such resistance obviously doesn't have much effect. These plants continue to spread and evolve in the wild, and eventually spread to a wider and wider area, which also caused many civilization excavations to go wrong. Immediately afterwards, these civilizations began to discuss whether to unite to clear these plants. However, as time went by, this matter was shelved. It was not until these plants developed to the point of being out of control that these civilizations suddenly woke up. Nearly half of all civilizations died during this time. This made the remaining survivors immediately realize the current situation. It would definitely not work if they did not unite. And this is the entire process of uniting this cosmic civilization. But at that stage, even if they unite, it won't have much effect, because the evolution speed of these plants is too fast. It's almost time for them to no longer be opponents. And just when everyone thought the universe was going to end, a powerful civilization suddenly appeared. According to their speculation, this civilization should be an ancient civilization that exists in this universe. Maybe this civilization has been hiding itself over the years, but this time it is related to the survival of the entire universe. So it has stood up. This civilization used that kind of heaven-defying technology to create energy barriers, completely separating the areas occupied by plants from other areas. It is for this reason that this universe has survived, because these plants are too terrifying. This area is also called a restricted area. The energy barrier responsible for isolating the restricted area has a total of 323 million nodes. Each node is a special device about the size of a planet. The connection between nodes is also the area with the weakest barriers. So in order to ensure the safety of the nodes, and to stably replenish energy for the nodes, the United Universe has established a total of 320,300,000 bases here. The function of these bases is to prevent fish that slip through the net from passing through the shield. Although these node barriers have been guarding this place for so many years, there has never been a situation where the creatures inside actually came out from inside. But they didn't relax for a moment. At this time, the commander of the fortress nodded after listening to the report from his men. I have been guarding the restricted area for so many years, and there have been no major changes. I don't know what those special energy reactions are. Will it have any impact on the barriers? After hearing what the fortress commander said, his subordinates also shook their heads to express ignorance. It shouldn't be anything bad. Otherwise the barrier might have been affected long ago. Hearing this, the commander nodded thoughtfully. I can only say I hope. As he spoke, he changed the topic and asked another question. By the way, what's the situation with the Explorers organization now? According to our latest information, there seems to be some movement over there. But we don't have relevant information about which barrier they are going to target. The commander laughed to himself after hearing what his subordinate said. The game between civilizations. For this commander, although the civilizations of this universe have united. But this is not a good thing. The rise in ambition after the union of civilizations has made many civilizations want to be the leader. To this end, they also established a joint council of civilizations. Because there are a total of 37 civilizations in the United Council that are at the top of the civilization. All with similar technological levels. No one obeys anyone. Therefore, in order to gain the support of more civilizations, these civilizations usually do not use any tricks. They unite with other civilizations to canvass votes for themselves. And at the same time, they also secretly support some organizations to clear some obstacles for them. There is no limit to what is said. And this Explorer organization is one of them. This organization is what it is today because of the secret support of those above. At the same time, they are also the sharpest knives of the group above. But if you say they are just knives, then all is well. But these people are still a bunch of arrogant people. Their organization believes that the restricted area is a huge treasure house. If they obtain the secrets of plant evolution and obtain the resources in that area, it will be very meaningful for the construction and development of civilization. So the goal of their organization is to enter the restricted area and explore the restricted area. At the same time, their organization also has a crazy plan to use a special instrument to control the plants in the restricted area. Make these plants work for you. Therefore, in order to enter the penalty area, they often attack the penalty area fortress. Because the penalty area fortress is the biggest obstacle to their entry. In fact, their behavior was absolutely not allowed in the first place. But later on, the fight from above became more and more fierce, which also gave them the capital to negotiate. They do the dirty work for them. And they need a fortress in return. Naturally, the superiors agreed. Of course, the consent here means that they can attack the fortress and control it. Whether they can defeat it or not is their business. Chapter 711. Prepare to attack the planet gathering point. It is the above attitude that makes all the fortress defenders very chilling. This incident has also caused a lot of reaction, since it was exposed. But the higher-ups refused to admit it, and even said it was a rumor spread by someone with good intentions. In fact, the fortress guards didn't pay much attention to this at first. After all, for them, the truth of the matter is not important. What is important is that the above needs to be restrained. They need to give an explanation. That's enough for them. But the final result left them heartbroken. Because the above did not give them any explanation. This means that in the end, nothing has changed from before. The people above couldn't do it even if they tried secretly. This also caused a large number of guards to choose to leave for a while. And they were helpless and disappointed. In fact, the people above didn't pay much attention to it at first. But later something went wrong. After seeing the horror of those creatures, they finally became honest. Later they recruited again. Only then did the current garrison troops exist. But desire is unlimited. For everything in the restricted area, our generation only knows about it through some records. None of us have truly understood the cruelty of that disaster. It's easy. After so many years, many civilizations have vigorously developed technology in order to get into that position. Although the incident of plants being released was suppressed, it also caused a big problem. That's because the group of people above have seen the potential of this plant. Whether it is in biological warfare weapons, or genetic engineering, or even in attack technology, it can provide great reference or help to them. Such a benefit blinded this group of people. They actually naively think that if they are given time, they still have a chance to study the secrets of these plants. They even say that with their current level of technology, they can enter inside and capture that area. Thinking of this, the commander could not help but sigh. Unlike the group of people above who only play tricks, generations of his family's ancestors have come from wars. You, the commander, know very well that any gap on the battlefield or any unclear intelligence will cost the soldiers multiple times of blood to make up for it. There are many things about these plants that even our own technology cannot understand. Then it means that their own level is higher than their own. Under such circumstances, that group of people actually want to conquer these things for their own use. This is simply funny. It's as ridiculous as an ant thinking he can control a person. The establishment of the United Civilization and its long-term stability gave them full confidence in the power of their own civilization. To be precise, it should be arrogance in their eyes. This universe should be under their own control. They have completely forgotten that when these plants invaded on a large scale, they were trembling under the threat of these plants. They have completely forgotten that when they cowered like a dog. To be precise, they did not experience this. But their ancestors experienced this. They cannot empathize with the lessons of their ancestors. For many of them, it's just a matter of putting their lips together and making a decision. Although their decisions are well-founded, their arrogance cannot fool anyone. So in order to understand the situation inside, they secretly provide weapons to those organizations. The purpose is to let those organizations enter inside and find out the direction for them. But what they don't know is that the people in these organizations are also uncontrollable. Is the control they think they really have? Regarding this point, the commander actually already had the answer in his heart. But he didn't say it out loud. The people above use these organizations to be their own pawns, so that they can better evaluate the situation inside. And these organizations are using the people above. And they want to get out of control. Both sides had their own little plans. But their plans hit that restricted area. Has the struggle become so severe that even the safety of the entire universe is not that important? No. Maybe they didn't realize how terrifying the things inside were from beginning to end. The commander is also very helpless about this. Because some things need to be experienced personally, rather than just standing in a certain position and casually saying that you can feel it. If these people were a little less pampered, it would be absolutely impossible for them to do such a thing. The commander couldn't help but sigh when he thought of this. If this continues, I'm afraid we will all have to leave. This will just satisfy your wishes. In fact, now this commander and many soldiers behind him have forgotten why they are guarding here. They once guarded this place for the sake of civilization. And now, they don't know what it has become now. Indeed, they don't know either. For them now, the so-called for civilization is just a ridiculous excuse. Some people in the civilization have decided to go inside, and they are guarding here. For them, it is a stepping stone. Not only do they have to ensure their own safety at all times, but they also have to deal with attacks from those organizations. And these organizations attack them with weapons that are more advanced than them. So now many people are thinking about why they continue to stick here. And many people have actually left long ago. Most of the remaining people were those who participated in the war when the plants were leaked. And they knew very well what it meant when the things inside were released. So they can only stay here. Even if many people think it's not worth it anymore, they still have to stay here. But what they don't know is that the existing pattern in the restricted area is also undergoing earth-shaking changes at this time. Players have established themselves here. They found a lot of resource planets and went directly to attack them. From the ignorance here at the beginning, the players here have basically become veterans. First of all, players have their own set of combat ideas for these plants. At the same time, they will also get all the information here before the war begins. Once it starts taking action, it will gain a foothold as quickly as possible and then start attacking. This kind of combat method gives these plants no time to evolve corresponding countermeasures. By the time they can evolve corresponding countermeasures, players will already have a firm foothold here. Although they can also cause great harm to players at this time, the effect is already minimal. In addition, the players chosen here all belong to a relatively weak group, so the whole process went extremely smoothly. Of course, the players' military strength also increases with development. In the end, there was no need to station there at all, and the players were able to capture those areas. However, in order to obtain as many bugs as possible, they still cleared out the plants there. Then your resources, which were about the same size as the planet, were transported back again and again. Then more elite bugs are hatched. All in all, after a period of training, the players have finally adapted here. Brothers, we have gained a lot recently. Yes, there are so many resources here. Actually, it's not as difficult as we imagined. The real difficulty is that when the first batch came in, there weren't many units, and it was difficult to gain a foothold. But after conquering some planets, the number of our insect swarms increased. The more you have, the easier it will be to operate next. Speaking of veterans, there are basically no big problems for us to capture some small areas at present. And the degree of evolution of the bugs is also very high. We can already have a complete evolutionary system for the plants here. Our next battle will only get smoother and smoother. When other aspects are almost ready in the later stage, we can consider taking action in that area. During this period of time, as the players attack more and more areas, they probably had a clearer understanding of the situation in this universe. The first is what they call biological pipelines, which are the things that connect different planets together. If you insist on saying that thing, it should be regarded as a living creature. But most of these creatures have died, and the specific cause of death is not clear. And the pipeline left behind after their death naturally became a bridge between the two planets. Sometimes specific plants will travel to another planet through this bridge to provide support. Of course, although most of these creatures are dead, there are still living ones, such as the large gathering place that the players discovered before. This kind of creature is a living creature. This kind of creature is relatively rare in the universe, but it is undeniable that their fighting power is very powerful. And in fact, most of these creatures are aimed at those giant starry sky beasts or others. Many animals here have corresponding methods for these plants, especially some extremely large creatures. In fact, many of them are not afraid of the damage of the native plants here, and these tentacle-like creatures are specifically designed to target such extremely large bodies. They have a symbiotic relationship with the plants on the planet, and the plants on these planets are mainly for small creatures. For extremely large creatures, they will be unable to cope with them. All in all, they both perform their respective duties. Of course, they also have a certain competitive relationship. When the biological pipeline is alive, it will absorb some substances on the planet. This actually conflicts with these plants in many aspects. In order to avoid reducing the loss of planetary materials as much as possible, this kind of creature usually connects to many planets at once, so that their impact on the planet can be minimized. But no matter how it is reduced, it will still have a certain impact. And players who died of these tentacle-like creatures speculated that they were killed by these plants in the later stages. After all, if these plants don't kill the creatures, their living space will be squeezed. Although without this kind of creature, the living space where these plants are located can last for a long time. It is undeniable that if there is no existence of this kind of creature, then these plants will be attacked by super large starry sky beasts. It's actually very difficult to cope with. Most of these starry behemoths feed on these plants, and they have evolved a series of attack and defense methods against plants. All in all, in this universe, these three are actually in a situation of checks and balances. At the same time, their ways of survival conflict with each other, which makes the relationship between these three creatures very subtle. However, this subtlety has always maintained a state of balance. Many planets, because they do not have this special feature and have tentacles for biological protection, are often invaded by giant beasts in the stars. But the survival time of those plants that require the protection of this tentacle-like creature will be compressed. All in all, the way these three are maintained does not have a balance point just from the surface. We estimate that this is the biggest reason why the universe is so dense and has not completely collapsed. I have to say that this universe is still a little bit magical. Okay, everyone, please don't sigh. We can't wait long here. We are ready to take action over there. Are you ready now? We have attacked so many planets and are basically ready. The number of ordinary insect troops is already very terrifying. It's not that difficult to win those ones anymore. After this period of development, the overall number of players in the insect sea has become immeasurable. After all, every time they go to war, most of their resources are invested in developing their troops. So far, the total strength of the players in the insect sea is about the size of 3 solar systems. That's right. Players' large armies can now be calculated according to galaxies. Although these are the weakest bugs among the group, even the weakest ones are still very terrifying in such a large number. The overwhelming sea of insects is densely packed. A sea of insects the size of 3 galaxies wants to attack the more than 70 planets. The players feel that there is not much pressure anymore. Their Chionghai can even surround these planets in 3 layers, and 3 layers one by one for several times. When the army presses the territory, and the wind rushes in, how can these plants resist? Players also have to sigh at this point, and rediscover the strength of various races. As long as there are sufficient resources, this speed of troop explosion is simply terrifying. In this way, after everything was ready, the players set off. If they swallowed this side this time, their troops would be expanded a lot further. At that time, they will be able to take action in areas with richer resources. Chapter 712 The large-scale battle begins. Players are also well prepared for this hands-on experience. After all, this time is no different than before. This wave of players has dispatched most of their troops. And this time on the player's side, players are ordering troops. The whole area is covered in a huge number of bugs. Brothers, after such a long period of development, today is the time for us to take action over there. We won't go into details. This time we are all out in force, so we must be careful at all times. This time we are attacking a total of 72 areas at the same time. If there is a problem in any area, it will have a great impact on the entire situation. As he said this, the leader of the players looked at everyone. Of course, I have also sent you the details of this action. Anyway, I won't go into too many details. There is only one point in our action this time that everyone must remember. Once an uncontrollable situation occurs in a certain area, remember to notify everyone in the chat channel immediately. If nearby players have extra troops, they can immediately support them. In this way, the players once again discuss the details of this troop dispatch and then set off in a grand manner. Compared to the past, this time the players have basically dispatched everything they can. For a moment, the mighty army of players set off towards the target area like a roaring mountain and a tsunami. Such a large swarm of insects naturally attracted the attention of all the plants in the area immediately. It is difficult for them not to pay attention to this matter. These plants also have their own intelligence network, and players are relatively active in this area during this period, so it will naturally attract some attention. Of course, it is also because the players' activity has captured so many areas, which allows them to gain a firm foothold in this area. In this area, both plants and creatures have special abilities. For example, if players or these plants do not have strong abilities, it is impossible to gain a foothold in this area. The emergence of a new species will definitely attract the attention of other local creatures. Of course, this is normal. After all, no matter whether it is players or local plants, they will always be vigilant when facing a sudden appearance of civilization or enemies. In addition, both players and these plants have the characteristic of devouring other creatures to strengthen themselves. Therefore, the newly appearing creatures will naturally become the targets they want to attack later. Such is the case with this place. Newcomers will receive special care. If you can survive and develop yourself, then it means that you have the capital to establish yourself here. Regarding this point, whether it is the Zerg on the player's side or other creatures that have appeared in the past, this must be experienced. This is also the unique law of survival in this place called the Forbidden Area. Of course, the players don't know that this is a restricted area at this time. This area is really too big. There is also a special shield on the edge of the outer belt to prevent them from detecting the outside situation. So they still think this is a big universe. If one day players see the entire universe, their jaws may drop. There's no way the situation here is really special. And this time on the player's side, the vast sea of insects covered the sky and blocked out the sun. Soon the sea of insects arrived at the target area. After arriving here, the players saw that a large number of plants had been assembled. Judging from the situation, they should have been waiting for the players here. The players who saw this scene were also a little surprised. I'll go. There's something here. Yeah. This is like Star Wars. Although my opponent is a plant, I still feel like this. But brothers, I just want to ask you if you haven't discovered those plants. I discovered it. I discovered it a long time ago. I mean the shape of those plants. Do you think some of these plants look like spaceships? At this time, after hearing what this player said, all the players looked at it and became curious. I'll go. It's true. You see, the combination of these plants and some vines is really interesting. This is outrageous. If I remember correctly, this universe should not be like this. This is an area dominated by plants. Yeah. Logically, there shouldn't be things like battleships. And there's no need for plants to be shaped like this. At this time, the players were discussing each other. Obviously, the situation in front of them made them a little confused. But now they quickly retracted their thoughts and focused on other aspects. Let me go! Look at these plants. Not only do they have the shape of battleships, but there are also many combination plants. After hearing what this player said, everyone turned their attention elsewhere. Sure enough, the situation is similar to what the player said. They saw that many of these plants were intertwined and grouped together, and they have fought against these plants before, so they naturally know what each of these plants does. I have to say that this combination will have complementary effects. For example, some plants have strong attack power but low defense power, while plants that complement it have high defense power but low attack power. Through such a simple combination, the two cooperate with each other to greatly improve the overall strength. At this time, the players couldn't help but feel a little surprised when they saw this scene. After all, they had never seen such a situation before when they attacked other areas. Dear me, this is a bit outrageous. Yeah. My God. Who would have thought these plants knew this? I seriously doubt that there must have been intelligent creatures similar to humans in this universe. But they were wiped out by these plants. I think so too. Those battleships are not a coincidence. It may be that these plants have learned something from each other. Not to mention the battleships. I suspect that even the combined plants were learned from them. At this time, players are also discussing various things about the situation here. But what is certain is that players estimate that there should have been civilization here. Forget it. Brothers, it won't be of much use to think about this now. Don't forget that our top priority now is war. My opponent. It's useless to think like this. Let's resolve the current war first. Just like that, the players started to attack. And as the attack began, this area immediately changed. I saw the mighty Zerg army taking the lead in launching an attack. And countless various energy beams flew towards these plants at extremely fast speeds. Immediately afterwards, various special creatures flew out from the Zerg and flew towards the enemy. For a time, the entire area was covered with various tools. At the same time, the plants are naturally not slow either. After all, their accuracy is also very abundant. And plants also spray large amounts of various substances. Immediately afterwards, both sides began to charge. Brothers took a group of bugs to fight these plants. And other bugs attacked these planets according to the previous plan. Although these plants have gathered in terrifying numbers here, they are still not enough to deal with insect pests. Not even 1/10 of the insects see. Therefore, it is naturally impossible for players to tangle with them here and provide them with time to evolve. After the players discovered the number of these plants, they directly divided an equal number to entangle these plants, while the other sea of insects went directly towards their respective target planets. The whole process is not overly complicated. The players are also very fast here. For a moment, I saw overwhelming, dense insects swarming towards the planets here, and these planets were instantly submerged by the sea of insects. And then some plants inside the planet began to fight back desperately. This also amazed the players. They had never seen an area with such a complete system as this area. This area is not only dedicated to the air, but also dedicated to the earth. Basically, the various configurations are very complete. Compared with other galaxies, there are always a few things different. This can be said to be very complete. Of course, players who have improved this place will naturally understand. After all, if this place is not perfect enough, players estimate that these creatures may have been exterminated long ago. And it is absolutely impossible to develop to such a large scale. Players who have been fighting here for such a long time also have a deep understanding of the ecosystem here. The law of the jungle is more serious here than in other areas. To put it simply, you can only have enough territory if you are strong enough. Therefore, for these plants in this universe, the strength of the plants in this area can be judged based on their territory alone. Large areas like this can basically be regarded as the mainstay of the universe. Of course, there are more powerful areas, which players call super areas, and the area covered by that area is even more terrifying. Of course, these are not what players need to pay attention to now. After all, for players, they only need to develop steadily step by step, and that is okay. Win this area today, and that area tomorrow. Players believe that it won't be long before their scale can easily capture those super areas. At this time, on the battlefield, players and these plants have also entered a white-hot stage. Leviathan can be seen everywhere on the battlefield, frantically projecting airdrop capsules towards a certain planet. And in the sky above the planet, countless air units are desperately fighting against the native creatures of these planets. The whole scene suddenly became extremely chaotic. After these large numbers of airdrop pods fell to the ground, countless bugs emerged from them and began to attack the surrounding plants. At the same time, there were many worker bees mixed in. And when they found the opportunity, they began to lay out their nests. And then a new round of invasion began, because these plants cannot immediately evolve to deal with the player's characteristics at the beginning. Although they can evolve quickly, this time is the best time for the players to set up camp. Therefore, Zerg bases rose up one after another on the planet, and then a large number of bugs poured out of them. Compared with the players who had fought for such a long time, the bugs in their hands had also changed a lot. The change, through evolution, the damage caused by these insects to this plant has become more powerful. In this way, the battle between the two sides continued. Players started harvesting every planet as quickly as possible. And at the same time, the plants on the planet were also evolving crazily. Of course, the war in these areas is nothing on the battlefield. The most intense battle area on the entire battlefield was the father of the heart planet. And hundreds of millions of paper tentacles suddenly stretched out from the heart. The size of these tentacles is not as big as the ones he uses to absorb nutrients. But it is undeniable that these tentacles can also have a great impact on players. and it can also eject a symbiotic creature, similar to bugs, and the symbiotic bugs of flying dragons are similar. In fact, when the players saw this scene, they were a little surprised. But thinking about the creatures that can gain a foothold in this universe, none of them are fuel-efficient lamps. Everyone has a consensus. Not only him and the players, but also the battle between the two sides seems to have changed from a battle between bugs and the planet to a battle between symbiotic organisms. In fact, the players are also taking care of this place. After all, the situation here is so special. As long as you are not stupid, you can see that there must be a problem. The main reason why the players are so focused on this place is that they are worried about what kind of evil will happen here when the players attack other planets. So in order to prevent anything from happening here, the players also sent a lot of soldiers here. And the purpose of these soldiers was naturally to hold back this strange planet. Wait until they take care of the other planets. And then they can besiege this place together. Brothers, work harder in other areas and take down this area as soon as possible. There is something wrong with that heart planet. His attack power is somewhat powerful, and his defense power is also good. The most important thing is that his symbiotic bugs seem to be produced at an exaggerated speed. At present, the number of these bugs is increasing. Fortunately, we can continue to suppress them. But you have to hurry up. I suspect there's something wrong with this creature. We know it here. And now we are also stepping up the progress. At present, basically all the troops have been sent over. At this time, the players continue to fight. In this way, the battle between the two sides continued. Even this time the players are very well prepared. But this time the players' progress was not as fast as expected. But they could think of the reason for this. In fact, they already knew the specific reason. The plants here are much stronger than those in other areas they attacked before. And they don't know why. If attacking other areas hadn't allowed them to evolve characteristics specifically for this plant, players would have estimated that their progress would have been slowed down a bit. Fortunately, players now have these evolutions, so they can still complete the harvest here within the expected time. Chapter 713 Become Famous. Just like this, while the players are still fighting, Jiang Yao has naturally been paying attention to the fighting situation here, especially the strange heart, which is the target of his attention. I always feel that this thing may be very useful to me. At that time, we still have to bring some samples back for study. Through continuous research during this period, his insect evolution has also been greatly improved. As the various genes of these plants begin to be gradually unlocked, the insects are also undergoing great changes every day. Jiang Yao knew very well that this was a leap in life level. This change usually takes a long time, and even a swarm of insects cannot complete it overnight. Fortunately, he is not too anxious about this matter. After all, judging from his current strength, he has nothing to be anxious about. Moreover, now I have almost figured out the situation of this universe. To survive in this kind of universe, every new place you go to is full of dangers. So managing an area by yourself and owning your own territory is the most basic thing. And now he has met this requirement. Gaining a foothold in his own territory is the second point. He has also achieved the simpler point. After this period of time, his insect swarm has been integrated into the universe. Basically, the surrounding plants all know that a tyrannical group has appeared here. Normally, no one would come here to cause trouble. In fact, these plants don't understand that these creatures are not actually very strong, but their numbers are extremely exaggerated. In many battles, they rely on a steady stream of numbers to win. In fact, I feel quite lucky to be able to come to this universe and establish myself in Jiangyao. First of all, my own ethnic group is the Zerg. When this kind of ethnic group faces some enemies whose strength is much higher than their own, they can still rely on numbers to make up for the gap in strength. Without this feature, he estimated that he would not be able to gain a foothold here. Of course, this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is the help he once had in other universes, especially the purple light encountered in the initial universe, and the purple light beam that appeared again in the second universe. If it weren't for the existence of these things, Jiang Yao would never have considered letting the Zerg evolve. It is impossible to think about investing so many resources just to evolve the Zerg. If he hadn't evolved the Zerg at that time, he wouldn't have been able to gain a foothold in this universe. Based on the situation in this universe, Jiang Yao estimates that he doesn't even meet the conditions for setting foot in it. This special environment in this universe is fatal to some creatures with lower levels of life. As soon as you step on it, you will feel cool immediately. According to Jiang Yao's guess, this should be a screening mechanism in the universe. Some places are accessible to all races and all kinds of life. So areas like these have their own unique screening mechanisms. If the conditions are not met, entering here is equivalent to jumping into a pit of fire. If he hadn't experienced so much and evolved so much, then he wouldn't even be able to set foot here. Then he would not encounter these plants. And he would also not know what the conditions of higher level life forms are like. It can be considered that I was lucky before. At least it allows me to barely meet the conditions for survival in this universe. Just like that. While thinking about it, Jiang Yao turned his attention to the battlefield. It's on the player's side at this time. At present, their entire war situation has reached a white-hot stage, and one planet after another has been devoured by the player's insect swarm army. The entire area was ablaze with flames of war. As time passed, countless bugs began to rush towards the direction of the enemy. The enemy side was barely able to resist at the beginning, but now it is on the verge of collapse. At the same time, more players began to gather bugs and launched an attack on that strange planet. For a time, the entire battlefield was filled with all kinds of bugs and tentacles flying in the sky. The extremely large number of tentacles are also covered with bugs. And these bugs are constantly eating these tentacles, and at the same time hindering the attack speed of these tentacles. All in all, the whole situation fell into a very chaotic state for a while. Although the creatures on this planet are trying their best to stop it, the final effect is becoming increasingly minimal. It has to be said that this planet is still relatively powerful, at least compared to other places. He can still persist in the face of such terrifying attacks from players. Even if the players have penetrated into it and started to destroy it, it will not have any impact on his actions. Its existence has exceeded the imagination of the players. First of all, let's say that this is a planet, or a special creature. It is better to say that it is a combination of multiple life forms. To put it simply, this strange creature seems to be a whole composed of many different cells. But these cells are different from the cells of the human body. The human body needs to rely on organs, but this kind of creature simply needs to rely on cells. To put it simply, as long as they still have some cells left, they can theoretically continue to develop into what they are today. Likewise, in battle, as long as they are not completely defeated, they will always maintain their combat effectiveness. However, it is difficult to completely destroy them, because their dimensional attributes are constantly changing like the players, and they also have the ability to open up a small universe. Likewise, certain cells have the ability to harvest and transport, and various methods determine that this kind of creature is destined to be unable to be exterminated. The tentacles of this creature are what players call biological orbits. This kind of thing actually does not exist in death. These things will fall into a dormant state after the main body's heart leaves, and then quietly wait for the arrival of the heart and then reconnect. For this special kind of creature, there is no accurate definition, and it is not an exaggeration to say that they are living things. But it is actually correct to say that they are a planet. In fact, players don't pay much attention to these things. What they care about is how to defeat these opponents, and how to give them a fatal blow. At this time, the war situation here has also entered the final stage, and the extra planets have basically been solved by the players. So now the player's goal is only this last one. For this last target, the players also started various operations. Countless bugs from other areas began to gather here, and the place was filled with a sea of bugs. Countless bugs came one after another, causing the planet's resistance to gradually weaken. At the same time, many insect nests rose from the surface. Then it began to absorb the biomass on the planet for conversion, allowing more bugs to join. These thick tentacles gradually became riddled with holes under the bites of insects. It has to be said that the strength of these tentacles is definitely the strongest thing that players have ever seen. But in the end, they still did not stop the players from being penetrated by water. The Zerg army bit it off bit by bit. And with the disappearance of these tentacles, the planet basically has no resistance. Although he was still stretching out his tentacles to resist, it had no effect, because the new tentacles were devoured by the players before they had time to grow. If it were other civilizations, it might not be possible to stop the growth of these things. But players are different. Their number is too huge, and the planet is basically filled with bugs. As long as there is a problem, they can nip that problem in the cradle as soon as possible. The next step is to gradually disintegrate the planet, which is very slow. The biomass contained in this planet exceeds the imagination of the players. As a result, more bugs were hatched. This allows players to further expand their insect army. Brothers, this weight is basically stable. The next step is to target other areas. For the specific operations in other areas, we will need to discuss a charter in the future. At present, we can capture all the surrounding small areas, and then we can start to consider liquidating some large areas. However, the number of our insect swarm army must also be controlled. Regarding the number of insect swarms, players are still relatively cautious. After all, they all remember clearly what happened at the universe connection. Although it is not clear what exactly is going on, it is certain that if their number exceeds a certain threshold, they may be liquidated. After all, through those civilized behaviors at that time, it was already certain that this was not the first time that something like this happened. But what players can't be sure of is whether such things only happen at connections, or whether they happen randomly in every universe. If the number exceeds a certain limit, then there will be strong intervention. So players must ensure that their number is within a controllable and safe range. If it is just for the connection, they can expand at will, but they are definitely not willing to take risks until the specific situation is understood. All in all, players currently have too little information, so they are extremely cautious before doing anything. After taking down this place, the players began to clean up some small areas around it according to their own plans. The large area has been cleaned up, so it is naturally very simple to clean up these small areas. At present, players only dare to attack in super large areas. There are too many people there. Although the troops they have seen to be many, it is still quite difficult to fight. And the most important thing is that as time goes by, they find that the evolution of these plants in the universe is targeting them in more and more places. Brothers, I've been observing this for a while, and it's outrageous. We have never set foot in many areas. But why do the plants there begin to evolve corresponding methods for us? I'm also very confused about this. Logically speaking, these plants are just like some animal groups, divided into regions. After meeting each other in different areas, they must immediately start fighting. Under such circumstances, how did they evolve corresponding things? In fact, what the players don't know about this is their battles. Although the light balls are cleaned up every time, who can guarantee that no plant escapes? And some escaped plants go to other areas, and shared the situation here. To put it simply, these plants can be understood as individuals in a civilization. When they see their civilization being destroyed, they naturally want revenge. In order to take revenge, some special measures will naturally be taken. For example, tell other people about the enemy's situation. Although group plants were easily attacked in the past, there was a high probability that a certain individual would be captured. They know the importance of information just like other intelligent life forms. Therefore, players' information is constantly transmitted in this way. It is also because of this method of transmission that the players are somewhat famous in this universe. Especially after the players defeated that area, many surrounding places became a little fearful for the players. After all, their strength was already very strong. Immediately afterwards, the players began to clean up the surrounding area, causing more plants to escape from their homes, and then came to other places with the players' intelligence. A powerful and unstable existence. Such a group needs to be treated with caution for any civilization in this universe. This is how many plants in this universe survive. Compared with players, the invasiveness of these plants is reflected in their demand for resources. But the premise is that they will only plunder after their own resources are almost consumed. If the resources are relatively abundant, they will choose to occupy more areas. But few are as radical as the players. Maybe this has something to do with the fact that they are essentially plants. Of course, players are aggressive because of the characteristics of groups, which can continuously attack and devour. They are completely different concepts from the way some plants obtain energy. Strictly speaking, players can be regarded as predators, and these plants can only be regarded as prey. However, in this universe, preys have evolved very powerfully and have the ability to resist predators. As players become more and more famous, many plants naturally begin to evolve according to the player's characteristics. And this also leads to the players feeling that these plants are becoming more and more difficult to resist the more they fight. Of course, Jiangyao is also actively responding to the current situation. Continuously improve the life level of the insect swarm until it reaches the same level as these plants. Then he no longer needs to be afraid of the evolutionary speed of these plants. Chapter 714 miscalculated and ran away. Judging from the current progress, Jiangyao knows that it won't be long. The Zerg are currently at this critical value. I guess if we get a little more genes from this cosmic creature and study it clearly, the problem won't be big. But for me, although it's still a little bit worse, it's enough based on the current strength of the insect swarm. This kind of breakthrough in life level is really a great improvement in strength. First of all, the evolution speed of the Zerg has obviously increased a lot. And many times, the Zergs also have the ability to temporarily evolve. This ability is incredible, and allows them to evolve corresponding defense capabilities as quickly as possible against different enemies, or evolve corresponding targeting capabilities. In fact, Jiang Yao also felt deeply about this during this period. Especially when fighting some enemies. We could only rely on quantity in the past. But now, we will be evenly matched before long. However, I also have to admit that sometimes the world is so unfair. Think about how I have experienced so much since I started on that planet, and exhausted all my methods. The results of it. The result is not as good as other starting point. A person's starting point is the result of countless years of hard work. Sure enough, this can't be compared. Being born in this advanced universe. These plants possess heights when they are born that many cosmic civilizations cannot reach in their lifetime. There are so many things that need to be experienced to reach a leap in life. Recalling his past, Jiang Yao couldn't help but feel filled with emotion. Do whatever it takes to survive. It finally came to this point. To be precise, I probably just got the ticket. Got the ticket to survive in this universe. At this time, while Jiang Yao was still filled with emotion, the players were here. Brothers, our power is now strong enough. The next step is to target some large gathering points. We still need to observe specifically what the situation is like at large gathering points. Yes, the situations in different gathering points in this universe are completely different. So we must have a good target in mind and investigate the information before taking action. Players are also talking about the next area to attack. Although their strength is strong enough now, they are still very cautious in their actions. The war in this universe is no different than elsewhere. They basically invested all their assets in every attack. It is also because of the huge investment that players have to be careful. If something goes wrong, all their hard work will be in vain. Brothers, there is no need to worry about this. I have recently found a suitable area. The area over there should be considered a relatively small area of large gathering points. In terms of strength, it is naturally much weaker than other super large gathering points. It should still be possible to solve it with my troops. But there are a few issues that we need to pay special attention to. At this time, all the players were a little curious after hearing what this player said. What should I pay attention to? Do you know what is the difference between large gathering points and other gathering points other than that they look bigger? Everyone shook their heads after hearing this. Let me tell you the general situation first. The preferred large aggregation sites are what appear to be numerous plant assemblages. But it's actually not the case. Large strongholds already have a tribal feel. There are a lot of plants there. And the division of labor is also very clear. At this time, after hearing what this player said, other players looked at him curiously, waiting for his next words. First of all, the plants in these areas are completely different from the plants we have encountered before. They are very proactive. They will organize troops to actively attack other areas and seize resources. At the same time, they can also allow plants in other areas to join them and strengthen themselves. In general, their operation mode is very similar to that of tribes. As he spoke, the player continued to add, of course, this is not the end. There is another situation at the large stronghold. So it no longer relies on the planet. Everyone was a little surprised when they heard this. Not relying on the planet? What does this mean? These plants all grow in space. Just like space gardens. Those large gathering places are composed of these plants growing in space. Compared to the previous battles on the planet, where we could directly set up the insect nest. Although there we can let Leviathan and the others carry the insect nest there. But we can't absorb the biomass needed by the insect nest directly like before. We have to transport the killed plants back. The whole process is much more complicated than before. At this time, everyone couldn't help but frown when they heard this player. If that's the case, then things are in trouble. Thinking of this, the players couldn't help but start thinking. If we do this, we will have to pay attention to more details in future operations. Yes, there are definitely many more details that need to be paid attention to than before. First of all, the way of fighting needs to be greatly changed. At the same time, the acquisition of resources will definitely be slower than before. Which means that we cannot be as unscrupulous as before. In this way, a group of players were discussing each other. I have to say that the players have gained a lot of experience during this period. So the players have arranged the follow-up battle plan in an orderly manner. It didn't take long for the players to figure out the entire arrangement process. After doing all this, the players set off again. Compared to other times, players were naturally extremely cautious this time. At the same time, when the players go there, they are on the plant side. These plants are almost ready. They have taken action since the players' traces were discovered by the scouts they arranged. And unlike the passive defense in other areas, the plants in this area have begun to gather and plan to take the initiative. At the same time, on the player's side, they naturally received the message that the plants over there were coming here. Brothers, something is wrong with this situation. Yeah, this is a bit noisy. Old fellows, I never expected that these plants actually know how to take the initiative to attack. Actually, this is quite normal. After all, these plants can be considered intelligent creatures. I realized upstairs that you didn't see the point. The point is that these plants can detect our intelligence and then take the initiative to attack us. This is enough to show that the plants here should have a complete system of their own, which includes many aspects such as offense, defense, and reconnaissance. Perhaps the plant areas we completed were initially understood as tribes, and then this area should be understood as a new civilization. Just like this, the players were discussing in silence, and at the same time, they were also a little surprised by the situation of these plants. In this universe, these groups of plants are very different from each other. Some places are still very primitive, but some places are very developed, which makes players have to lament that the gap here is too obvious. Of course, for the war players, they have naturally been prepared for it. As the armies of both sides met, the battle was about to break out. At this time, the players were also stunned by the situation here. These plants were similar to what they had expected, and they had evolved a complete system for the players. Let me go! Are these plants so powerful? It seems that their intelligence network is not heavy. They probably obtained our information through the intelligence network and then evolved against us in advance. No way. There are so many areas. How could they know we would go looking for them? I can't guess about this. After all, we are very aggressive. At the same time, among these super large gathering places in this area, they are the weakest. So they can naturally think that they may be our goal. If that's the case, things might be a little trickier. It has to be said that the battles along the way made the players discover that there were too many details that they had not noticed in terms of combat. Take this one thing for example. Apparently they underestimated the extent of evolution of these plants. At the same time, they also realized another very important issue. That is, the situation of these plants is very similar to that of the Zerg. Although they have known this for a long time, they did not think about it carefully or think about the advantages of a group consciousness like the Zerg. The most important point of this kind of group consciousness, apart from the unity of thought, is that it is very simple to make any decision among the group. At the same time, the pursuit of some other aspects among the group is very low. For example, if a war is launched, if the war lasts for a long time, the soldier may get tired of the war. If he makes a certain decision or makes a major decision, he must also consider the soldiers of his own civilization. How do you think about it? You also need to seek these opinions. Otherwise, there will be no good consequences if you insist on going your own way. At the same time, after war, the entertainment and psychological problems of soldiers must also be taken into consideration. Only by doing everything possible can we ensure that the war can continue. Only then can we ensure that there will be no problems with the soldiers on our side. And here it comes to the allocation of resources. At the same time, this is also the biggest problem. Make a certain decision. Then consider the problems that need to be faced from top to bottom. And finally solve these problems. This process is very long and complicated. But cluster consciousness does not need this. For cluster consciousness, as long as the main consciousness is happy, it means other things and will be very happy. There are no other concerns, which makes the entire group work very efficiently. There are no opponents for every decision made by activists, which allows many useful decisions to be implemented and implemented as quickly as possible. Players, they never expected that they would actually ignore this important issue. Before, they considered the advantages of cluster consciousness in terms of information transmission and so on. But they ignored this most important thing. At this time, when fighting these plants, the players discovered that they had evolved such an attack on their own side. After the characteristics, they suddenly woke up. Miscalculation. Complete miscalculation. Some things that we think are very common are ignored by us. It is also for this reason that something is going to happen now. This is outrageous. But war is like this. Any small detail may affect the direction of the entire war. At this time, in the battlefield, the players' insect swarm troops were also beaten into retreat, because the opponent is specifically targeting the evolved attack mode. And the insect swarm has not yet obtained enough information about the opponent, which means that the evolution of the insect swarm has not yet begun. Therefore, the players are at a natural disadvantage from the beginning. If they continue to fight under such circumstances, there is probably no other way except the annihilation of the entire army. Brothers, let's withdraw this wave first. This wave is purely a mistake. During this period of time, we may have been attacking other areas too smoothly, which made us ignore too many things. This time should be regarded as a lesson. Withdraw? Withdraw? According to this posture, if we continue to fight, I guess it won't take long before our entire army will be completely wiped out. So the players had no choice but to retreat. The losses this time were also very heavy. The players made preliminary estimates and found that they had lost at least 1/3 of their troops. If they had not retreated in a timely manner, they might have lost more. I'll go. We'll be unlucky this time. It's just a huge loss. Who would have thought that details that we usually don't pay much attention to will determine the direction of our overall war situation? Brothers, what should we do next? What should we do? What else can we do? Now think of a way to attack some other small areas to develop them. Once we have enough troops, we can go back and take revenge. But it's obvious that the other party doesn't intend to let the players go like this. At this time, while the players were still discussing this matter, these plant armies were already chasing them. Brothers, it's bad. These plants are chasing us. I'm going to catch you. Depending on the situation, they want to drive us all away. I went to see that this wave is bound to be a bloody battle. After pulling it out, I knew it would not be so easy to leave. After all, these plants have such high intelligence. How could they let us go when they have a huge advantage? Brothers, let's not discuss these things. What should we do next? What else can we do? Find a way to escape. The worst we can do is sacrifice a group of bugs as cannon fodder to stop the rest of them from running away as much as they can. There are so many of them. How many do we have to sacrifice? At least 1/5 of the entire force must be sent out to intercept. If it's safer, let's add another 1/3. The main thing is to worry. If 1/5 is not enough and you add a little more, I will get it in for you. It's better to get it right in one step. Chapter 7:15, The Shield is Destroyed. After some discussion like this, the players already had a general idea. Counting this wave forward and backward, the players lost nearly half of their troops. This made many players uncomfortable. But they also know that sometimes things are just like that. The loss caused by a small mistake is very large. Brothers, this wave is unlucky for us. Yeah. We really didn't expect that the gap between this large area and small area would be so big. So, old guys, what should we do next? What else can you do? Just follow the normal procedures. Let's restore our troops first. After our troops are restored, we can then focus on other areas. In this way, the players are discussing each other word by word. At this time, while the players are still discussing, they are on the periphery of this universe. At this time, the battle here has entered a scorching stage, and the fortress responsible for guarding here has been attacked. Of course, all this is also tacitly approved by the higher authorities. Near the fortress, a large number of warships are gathering. These warships came here with only one purpose, which was to break through this fortress, occupy this fortress, and use this place as a stronghold. Then send troops inside until you take control of the inside. Countless years of silence have caused people outside to lose their respect for the plants inside. They have forgotten the fact that these plants almost dominated the entire universe. After these years of development, their technology has improved greatly. So this has also made their self-confidence skyrocketing. Nowadays, many of them are civilized and arrogant, thinking that they should be the controller of the entire universe. And they should control this universe. In this universe, there is such a large area occupied by those plants. And the resources in these areas are very rich. So they think it's time for them to take back the place that belongs to them. In fact, if this idea is used by the superiors to make a big deal out of these masters, then it doesn't matter. But the fact is that not only the civilizations below think so, but also many people above them have such thoughts. And now here at the fortress, the commander, who is responsible for guarding the fortress, looked very ugly as he watched the battle between the two sides become more and more intense on the battlefield. They have no contact with this plant at all, and they have no idea how scary this plant is. They have forgotten that these plants almost dominated the universe, and they have forgotten the fact that civilization trembled under the intimidation of these plants. If only some organizations came over, then everything would be fine. But the warships that appeared in this operation included a total of 7 civilizations. And these warships were all relatively powerful warships among the civilizations. Perhaps in their eyes, they are arrogant enough to think they can defeat these plants. The remaining resources in the big universe determine their ambitions. If they want to develop, they must obtain more resources. So they put their minds here. Looking at all this, the commander knew that there were only two choices before him. The first was to give up here directly, and the second was to defend here until the entire army was annihilated. At first, he thought that the invasion here was just a pie drawn by some civilizations to satisfy their own selfish desires and achieve ulterior motives. Meet the requirements of this group of subordinates. In their eyes, this request was just a formality. They came to invade this place and pretended they didn't see it. With their strength, it is basically impossible to capture these fortresses. So in the end, this incident became that the group under him was not very controllable, and the organization suffered heavy losses. In the end, he came back to help them honestly. The current situation is not that simple. The current situation is that these civilizations already have their own ideas. They are not just limited to painting a pie for their subordinates. At this time, in their eyes, they believe that this was something they would do in the future. Lay down here, and then use this as a base point to explore the interior until the interior is occupied. At this time, the commander figured out everything. Looking at the soldiers fighting the enemy bravely on the battlefield, he felt extremely sad. Guarding this place is a difficult and boring job. From time to time some plants pop up here, because the barrier they originally set up was not as strong as they imagined. There would occasionally be some small loopholes. Once those plants encounter this kind of thing, they will dig out immediately. Therefore, these commanders are also very aware of the ferocity of these plants. Even a few plants that emerge can cause them heavy losses. Of course, this is also closely related to the strength of the warships they currently have. To put it simply, the technological level of the front lines they currently have is generally relatively low. Under such circumstances, it is indeed difficult to fight these plants. But this commander also knew it very well. Although their battleships here are powerful enough, they are of little use, because the current level of the entire civilization's technological warships cannot reach the level of crushing these plants. It is nothing more than reducing some losses. So he knew exactly what the consequences would be once these plants were released. But looking at everything on the battlefield, the commander chose to give up resistance. Yes, he made the decision. I don't want to see the people under my command die in the hands of my own people instead of in the hands of these plants. Death in the hands of this group of people who will do whatever it takes for their own identity and status. This group of guys have never experienced any war or experienced the cruel side of this plant. They only know how to point the country from a high position. It's even arrogant to think that they can easily solve the problem of the ethnic group that once caused so much to isolate them in the entire universe. Since you are so confident, I might as well meet your needs today. Thinking of this, the commander sent a message directly to the headquarters of the United Civilization. At the same time, he also did something, which was to make the situation here public. In fact, logically speaking, doing so would be tantamount to destroying his own future, and he would even be sent to a military court. But it doesn't matter to him. No matter what he does, he can't escape the relationship anyway, and he has no plans to return to the alliance. Such an alliance is not worthy of his allegiance. And the most important thing is that such an alliance will not survive long. This group of arrogant people actually want to release the plants. At this time, he could not wait to see this area being destroyed due to the operations of their group of fools. And then it became the entrance for those plants to swarm out. At this time, when his operation ended, the entire civilization fell into an uproar. First of all, this matter was submitted to the United Civilization headquarters, the headquarters of the United Civilization, and many civilizations immediately launched an investigation into the matter. Immediately afterwards, the army pressed on the border. It was obvious that there were many civilizations who knew the stakes. They knew that if this matter was allowed to develop, it might cause irreversible consequences. Similarly, when ordinary members of civilization received this news, they also maintained various attitudes towards this matter. Some people naively believe that it is too easy to crush the gadgets inside with their current technology. But some people are not so optimistic. They think that these plants are not as simple as imagined. And if you underestimate them, you will definitely suffer big losses. People on both sides also quarreled over this matter. At this time, the arrogance of a civilization was vividly displayed. It's just too ridiculous. For the sake of one's own status, there is a civilization that would do such stupid things. Have you forgotten the ferocity of these plants in ancient times? How much did we spend to keep these plants in the restricted area? At this time, in the headquarters of the United Civilization conference room, a representative of a certain civilization was glaring at others. That's right. He was very angry at this time. But compared to him, there are many civilizations that are relatively old gods. Actually, this matter is not that tense. Although these plants are powerful, they are not as exaggerated as you think. In the past, when our technological level was so low, we were able to fend them off. But now our technological level has developed to such a level that it is very simple to eliminate them all, let alone resist them. Things. Yes, don't let other people's ambitions destroy your own prestige. Our development over the years must be seen by everyone. And what about those plants? They have no scientists. They have no research institutes. They are just a group of ordinary plants. No matter how they evolve, they will always be like that. But when he heard what these people said, the previous representative of civilization was also furious. Indeed, what was happening now made him very angry. Looking at the behavior of these people at this time, he knew very well that this group of people would send them into the abyss. Of course, there were many people on his side. And for a while, the two sides also started to quarrel over this matter. At this time, this group of people just hope that the fleet they send out can stop these arrogant people before they do something uncontrollable. In this way, almost all the united civilizations, whether ordinary people or others, were nervously watching the situation in this fortress. At this time, they knew very well that what happened next would be related to the fate of the entire civilization. Of course, everyone has their own opinion on this matter, except for some more cautious people. There are still some people who hope that these people will knock down this place, and then send troops inside to plunder the rich resources. In the past, these civilizations also experienced the time of pioneers, going to unknown areas to open up and explore. For them, this is an opportunity for them to make countless fortunes. Because pioneers can get a certain percentage of the income from the resources in the area they discover. And even a small amount of this income can be enough for them to have enough food and clothing for a lifetime. All in all, everyone has their own secrets about this place. But looking at the current situation, it seems that some things are no longer so important. Because at this time, with the help of these advanced warships, and the frustrated commander responsible for guarding this area, this place was easily captured. After taking it, they naturally knew that there was a fleet coming from behind. So this group of people made a decision that went against their ancestors. That is to directly destroy the shielding transmitter here. Only in this way can everything be done. Otherwise, when the follow-up fleet comes, they will be unable to stop it. Which means that they will gain nothing from this operation. At this time, with the operation of this group of people, everyone's hearts could not help but raise their throats. Some were looking forward to their success, and some hoped that the fleet would come to stop them. In short, there were all kinds of people. In this way, time passed minute by minute, as a series of huge explosions came from the fortress. A horrific explosion occurred directly in half of the entire fortress. A huge instrument was destroyed in this explosion, and the invisible shield that spread around him, centered on him, also disappeared at this moment. That's right. This group of people succeeded. After their efforts, they successfully destroyed the instrument. Although it won't take long to repair this instrument. It is meaningless because the instrument is damaged, and the protection of this area is temporarily gone. And the plants inside also swarmed around. Obviously, these plants guarding here are always looking for ways to break through here. Ever since they knew that there would be a brand new universe after breaking through here, they have been looking for opportunities here. After so many years, they have never found a chance to leave here. But now they are suddenly given such a big opportunity, which makes the plants in this area somewhat unable to react. But after being stunned, the next step was ecstasy. And I saw a large number of plants rushing towards this side. For a time, the entire area was covered with various plants. And those organizations that wanted to explore the area immediately launched warships to clean up the plants here. However, as the battle between the two sides began, everyone discovered a terrible thing at this moment. That is, their proud record seemed so vulnerable here. Plants all over the sky rushed toward them. And their proud battleships were like paper in front of these plant armies. Thousands of warships were submerged in this sea of plants, without even a single bubble taking their toll. Silence. At this time, everyone who was paying close attention to everything here was dumbfounded. They had thought that their warships might not be able to stop such a massive plant army. But they never thought that these battleships would be defeated so quickly and without any resistance. Chapter 716 The Power of Plants. Until this moment everyone was aware of a problem. They underestimated the plants. Yes, they think of plants too simply. Until this moment, they also understood why these plants could almost wipe them out. It's over. This is what everyone is thinking after seeing this scene at this moment. Assemble troops immediately, and fight back all those plants as soon as possible. At this time, after seeing the power of these plants, basically everyone realized a problem. That is, if these plants are allowed to continue to develop, they will most likely repeat the mistakes of ancient times. So what they have to do now is to block these plants as much as possible. They had to make sure that the plants had not completely left here, and then cordon off the area. These plants must not be allowed to leave that area, let alone allow this matter to continue to spread. As a result, a large number of warships began to gather, and then flew towards that area. It's just that sometimes things are like this. And many times some things have actually happened in front of us. At the same time, some people are aware of the dangers of this matter. But even at this time, there are still people who have different ideas in their minds. And that's obviously the current situation. Even if the situation has developed, there are still some civilizations that believe that their warships can easily crush them after they pass by. In this case, what they need to consider is how to profit from subsequent attacks in those areas. Therefore, many civilizations still have an idea in their hearts. That is, they do not need to send too many troops during a fight. They will not really send troops until later, when they explore the inside. I have to say that this is sometimes the case, because some civilizations' own ideas lead to even greater chaos later on. At this time, the opening on the side of these plants was like a floodgate, and countless densely packed plants swarmed out. Usually, some large plant gathering places are in these weak connections. These plants found that this place seemed to be able to go to other places, so they took over here, trying to find a way to escape. And their tribe is growing stronger here. So when the gate was opened, the number of plants that came out was too huge, and the area was still very large. After that piece of equipment was destroyed, the three surrounding large plant gathering tribes were able to come out of it. No one knows how big a threat these three areas can pose. It's just that when the fleets of these combined civilizations arrived here, they were frightened by the overwhelming plants. Then came the second confrontation. This confrontation is different from any previous confrontation. This time it can be regarded as the united civilization using its strength. Although it is not all the strength. It is just a part. But it is enough. After all, so many civilizations have united each civilization to send some warships here. And the gathered warships are also massive. For a time, countless artillery fire filled the sky and blasted away at these plants. At the same time, these plants also launched a counterattack against these warships immediately. The moment the two sides fought, there were already heavy casualties on both sides. At this time, on the United Civilization side, when they saw their warships destroying these plants like a roar, they were finally able to relax. Although these strange plants are powerful enough, our battleships are not vegetarian. It's hard to imagine that these plants are so terrifying. But I have to admit that the sages in ancient times fought with these plants and were able to fight them back, which is enough to show how extraordinary they were at that time. In this way, after all, the technology of that period is definitely incomparable with our current technology. Although our current technology is very simple to fight these plants, it would be completely different in ancient times. It can only be said that the technological gap between the two sides is still very large. So I have to admit that the ancient times will indeed be a hard battle. It seems that these records are not wrong. Just imagine, with our current technology, we have to pay such a high price to fight with the opponent, let alone the backward ancient times. At this time, everyone in the command room was also commenting on this battle. At this time, after they saw themselves and were in an advantageous position, they felt a sense of pride. This sense of pride is the sense of superiority generated by the race that made some civilizations in ancient times try their best to stop them. But they were easily stopped by themselves. Indeed, it is a matter of pride. After all, everyone knows what happened in ancient times. It is even said that these plants have been suppressed since ancient times, and in every era until now. Everyone has classified them as forbidden areas and places that can never be set foot in. Just imagine. Such a place also has extraordinary significance to the entire united civilization. And now these plants, that they thought they could never defeat, were being pressed to the ground and rubbed by themselves. The myth of the restricted area will be broken today. And for them, this is also a matter of great pride. But at this time, when everyone was feeling proud of this, there was a civilized commander who couldn't help but frown. Are things really as you imagine? Or are these duties really that simple? At this time, as his voice fell, the entire venue suddenly became quiet. What do you mean? Do you think it's possible for these plants to fight back? Don't think too much. They are just plants. It's pretty good that a mere plant can do this. The commander couldn't help but sneered when he heard this. Do you ever feel like you're being too idealistic? The technology of ancient civilizations was much lower than the technology of current civilizations. I disagree with this point. And even say that in my eyes. We may not be as good as we were in ancient times. At least some of the shielding devices from ancient times we have not been able to manufacture until now. This alone is enough to show that they are not simple. Although there are very few things left over from ancient times, everything can bring us great progress. So I'm very curious about what kind of existence the ancient civilization that could create these things would be like. Is it really as bad as you think? At this moment, as the man finished speaking, everyone looked at him in unison. The eyes of these people are complicated. Some are sarcastic. Some are doubtful. In short, there are all kinds of people. Perhaps you sneer at what I said, or you think that after so many years of development, we can completely crush these plants. But I want to tell you that sometimes we think of things too simply. To what extent the technology in ancient times was so brilliant, we can only understand the tip of the iceberg through some data. Although there are many people present who sneer at the things mentioned in the information, it is undeniable that if these things in the information are true, then how should we deal with it? At this moment, as his words fell, everyone present fell into deathly silence. Indeed, if the records of ancient technology in the data are correct and not exaggerated, in that case, they would not be able to defeat these plants. And do I have this ability now? This is a question worth thinking about for everyone. Perhaps if they met someone saying this in the past, they would definitely reply indifferently, saying that these are just ancient civilizations deliberately exaggerating their own strength. However, now when facing the attack of the army of these plants, they have to consider whether this matter is exaggerated. If not, then the matter may be serious. They also had to consider this issue in depth. However, these plants did not seem to put much pressure on them at the moment. So after they calmed down, they set their sights deeper into the restricted area. There may be something more powerful deeper in their eyes. And these things are what they really need to pay attention to. However, while they were still thinking this way, these plants taught them a lesson. You must know that the power of these plants is not in quantity, but in the speed of evolution. When targeting different enemies, they will evolve accordingly. In the past, they were only engaging in attacks on their own plants, and all the evolved attack methods were aimed at these plants. But now it's different. Now that their target is on these battleships, the way of evolution will change a lot. As the battle gradually progressed, these plants began to show their ferocious side. At this time, everyone at the United Civilization Command also discovered that something seemed wrong. What's going on? At this time, they discovered that the resistance of the plants on the battlefield had been increasing. From the beginning, they could be destroyed easily, and then it took a long time for a warship to focus their fire to kill them. All these changes occurred in just a few hours. And most importantly, the attack methods of these plants also changed greatly. Their attacks can easily break through the battleship's shields and then directly hit the battleship's body. However, these spore-like things will explode violently after entering the battleship body. Then countless vines appeared and swallowed the entire battleship. And the warriors inside the battleship became nourishment for these special plants. After the plants have finished eating them, they will grow more spores within a few minutes and start spreading around. The whole process is like a complete chain reaction. So this also created a very terrible thing. That is, a plant shot out a spore. And then this spore destroyed thousands, or even tens of thousands of surrounding warships. With the emergence of this chain reaction, the fleets that came to destroy them seemed to be affected by something. One after another, they were destroyed by these plants. And it happened very quickly. And the most important thing is that when these warships react, they want to escape. There are many new ways to target these plants. For example, some plants emit penetrating liquid and then spray it directly on these battleships. The speed of these battleships also dropped to freezing point in an instant. And then countless plants swarmed in and devoured these battleships that wanted to leave. This sudden change did not allow anyone to react. At the same time, these people should have immediately realized the power of plants. Thinking of this, they panicked. How is this possible? How is this possible? These plants are evolving. And they're evolving at an incredibly fast rate. It's true. Those things recorded in ancient times are all true. And their technology is also true. The glory of ancient civilizations in the past is far greater than ours now. Under such circumstances, the entire universe was almost destroyed by these plants. And now we people are actually trying to use our ridiculous technology to fight these plants. Obviously, we can develop steadily as before. We just need to protect the restricted areas. Why? Why do we always have arrogant civilizations? At this time, the entire command room was in chaos. Some are panicking. Some are complaining. There are all kinds of people. But at this time, they all clearly realized a problem. That is, they had caused a big disaster this time. Some civilizations released these terrible plants out of their own selfish desires. Okay, now that things have developed to this point, there is no point in complaining or shirking responsibility. What we need to do now is solve the current dilemma as much as possible. We must bring back these jobs, no matter what the cost, and then find ways to build defenses in that area to resist future invasions of these plants. It is clear that we have now entered an existential moment. The arrogance of some civilizations has led to this disaster. What we have to do now is to prevent this disaster from happening. Otherwise, we will suffer the same fate as ancient civilizations. After calming down like this, everyone knew what they would face next, and what was the most important thing to them next. As a result, these people immediately woke up. This time, no civilization will be clumsy, and no civilization will dare to have any small thoughts. Because if this continues, I am afraid that the entire universe will be invaded by plants again. So this time, basically all civilizations have used all their wealth. After all, they aren't stupid either. As a result, a large number of fleets were mobilized. It must be said that these civilizations are still very powerful. With the addition of the army, the situation here was immediately reversed. At first, the advancing plant groups were blocked. And then as more civilizations joined, these plants were gradually pushed back. Chapter 717 Abnormalities of Plants. Of course, whether it is for these plants or the United Civilization, this encounter is more of a mutual trial. Both sides are testing their own intelligence and bottom line. Currently, the relevant information has been released. These plants can continue to evolve according to our attack methods. At the same time, if they want to reproduce on a large scale, they must need sufficient resources. Ordinary planets can become its nutrients, and those energy ores can also become their nutrients. At this time, everyone within the United Civilization is integrating the recently obtained intelligence. The troops we currently have can still resist them. At the same time, we are now building relevant defense facilities and analyzing ancient civilization instruments. According to our research, we should be able to repair the machine in a few decades. This time is already the result of United Civilization trying their best to compress it. United Civilization has been maintaining this machine over the past few years, so it is quite familiar with some of the things inside. It was also because of this that they were able to repair the machine that they damaged within a few decades. Is this timeline too long? As far as we know, there are countless plants inside the entire restricted area. The plants that have emerged so far may not even be considered a vanguard team. But even if it is like this, it will be very difficult for us to resist. If there is a large-scale invasion of these plants in the future, I am worried that it will be very difficult to increase the number of troops we currently have. Naturally, everyone is well aware of these things. The current result is not caused by some self-righteous fools. If it weren't for their arrogance, how could we be facing such a situation? What's the use of complaining now? What we can do now is to block these plants as much as possible. As these words fell, everyone fell into a brief silence. After a long time. Okay, now our top priority is to solve the current predicament. Based on the intelligence we currently have, we have now formulated a simple combat plan. The first point is to coordinate all the resources within the United Civilization and build warships as quickly as possible. We will definitely have to fight a protracted war in the future, which means that our demand for warships will be very large. All civilizations need to abandon some meaningless internal buildings, invest all resources in battleships, and at the same time speed up the number of soldiers recruited. We must ensure that our military resources are sufficient, and we must also ensure that our combat construction resources are sufficient. Only in this way can we respond to subsequent crises. At the same time, the way we are currently thinking about the attack method on the front is to change the attack mode of different types of warships from the previous range to extreme. Let a certain attack type of the battleship be used to the extreme, while other types are simply ignored. All in all, our warships must operate strictly in this way. For example, during this period, if we send out electromagnetic-powered warships to fight plants in this way, they will definitely enter corresponding evolution by then. When they are almost evolved, we can replace them with kinetic damage warships, and then go back to replenish the number of electromagnetic damage type warships. When they are almost evolved, We will continue to replace them with different injuries. Based on our observations during this period, we can basically determine one thing. That is, these plants have evolved in response to a certain type of damage. Even if they evolve to the limit, they cannot completely resist our special type of damage tendency. Battleship attack. So using this method, you don't have to worry about them evolving into full attribute resistance because even if they evolve, the effect will not be as good as a single evolution. Currently, we only think about this for battleships. As for how to optimize it in the future, it still depends on the subsequent battles. The man then added, the problem with the warships has been solved. And the next step is the defensive offensive. If we want to resist the attacks of these plants, we must build a large number of defense facilities there. Only when warships and defense measures cooperate with each other can we withstand later tests. In this way, everyone began to discuss this matter. And soon they also had new regulations. After everything was determined, the Behemoth United Civilization began their operations. It has to be said that no matter how bad these civilizations are, in fact, relatively strong people are not completely powerless to resist the invasion of these plants. At this time, while the United Civilization is still preparing, great changes are also taking place in the restricted area. After the gap here was opened, it didn't take much time for basically all the plant gathering places to know the situation here. These plants naturally have their own unique way of transmitting information. Through the transmission of information, many plants began to spontaneously move towards that area, compared with the previous differences between these plants. This time because this area was opened up, after they have a new resource gathering place. The war between plants has temporarily stopped. Now they have only one goal. That is to occupy that area. For a time, the plants that were relatively silent became active. A large number of plants began to gather towards that area. Almost the entire universe has received this good news. Many plants that were in the dormant period also woke up. And they began to gather and start heading towards their new homes. Of course, there are exceptions in this universe, such as the starry sky beasts that survive in the cracks, or the players who have just arrived here not long ago. And this time on the player's side. Brothers, it's time to say it or not. During this time, I feel like something is wrong with these plants. At this time, as the player's words fell, everyone couldn't help but discuss this matter. I thought I was the only one who noticed it. But I didn't expect you all noticed it too. These plants have been so unusual during this period that anyone who is not blind can notice them. What's going on with these plants? In the past, these plants hid in their strongholds and basically did not make any big movements. Now we find that the plants in these strongholds are becoming more and more active. I estimate that these plants may have a dormant and active phase just like animals. They may have been in a dormant phase before, but they should have entered an active phase recently. If that's the case, then should we keep a low profile during this period? I think we can consider it. Anyway, we have established a stable position here. The plants around our feet will generally not take the initiative to come to our place. To put it simply, they are still very afraid of our strength. So the plants in the area where we are currently will take a detour. Although we are not afraid of 1 or 2 gathering points, we are afraid of these plants coming in swarms. And we don't know what the situation is over there. So we will hide here during this period to understand the situation outside. After determining the actual situation of those plants, we will consider the subsequent operations. Players who were targeting the abnormal plants outside didn't know what was going on, but they were still cautious just in case. That's okay. After all, you can only sail with caution. We should pay attention to the security around the area we are responsible for during this period. At the same time, we also need to send some investigators out to find out the situation outside. As these plants become more restless day by day, players become more cautious day by day. They increase the number of patrol bugs sent to their area. At the same time, we are also actively preparing for war. Because the behavior of these plants during this period was too abnormal. From being extremely active at the beginning, these plants actually began to migrate on a large scale. From time to time, people can see these armies of plants walking near the areas they manage. And it's not just 1 or 2 waves. It's many waves. And as time goes by, these plants are crossing the border more frequently and in greater numbers. And what surprised the players was that even at a large gathering point not far from them, the plants there actually started to migrate on a large scale. This surprised the players. After all, the players have a certain understanding of these plants, and they know very well how rich the resources are in those large plant gathering spots. According to normal circumstances, these large plant gathering points generally do not make any movements. They will only stick to their own areas. But this time they actually started to move collectively, which made the players a little confused. Brothers, I feel more and more that something is wrong with the situation in this universe. It's not just you who thinks so. I think so too. Haven't you noticed that most of the plants near us have been moved away recently? This is outrageous, considering these plants value resources more than their own lives. Normally, if we grab their resources and don't kill them, we can't get the resources at all. But now they actually give up their resources and start to move actively. This is outrageous. You haven't seen how much ore there is in that large gathering place. But they don't want any of it. Am I so generous to them? If that's the case, then we can completely occupy those areas. There is no need to say that we have already sent troops here. And with the large-scale relocation of these plants during this period, more and more resource points have been discovered near us. Although these resource points have been exploited a lot by plants, they can at least allow us to make a fortune, not a small income. I'm very curious. What is the purpose of these plants as money spreaders? And why do they migrate on a large scale? Nima, haven't you noticed? These plants are all running in the same direction. Based on my guess, I doubt there will be any big terror in the opposite direction. After hearing what this player said, everyone fell silent. It was obvious that what he said was not unreasonable. The behavior of these plants during this period is really too abnormal, especially since they are all heading in the same direction. This situation gives the players the feeling that there is some very terrifying existence behind them, driving them away. Don't talk about it. Old guys, I feel like it's really a possibility. If that's the case, then we have to be careful. Brothers, let's send a reconnaissance fleet in the opposite direction to get to know the situation. If there is really something scary over there, then we'd better prepare to move as soon as possible. After the rough plan was determined, the players immediately started taking action, as a large number of detection spacecraft were released by the players. They also sent a large number of troops to take over the resource points that the plants did not want. In the following days, everything went as the players expected. They spent a lot of resources in vain, which made them somewhat uncomfortable. After all, they had fought hard against those plants for these resources before. But now these resources were brought to their lips, which made them feel a bit unreal. So at first the players were more convinced of their previous guess that there must be something terrible in the opposite direction where the plants were escaping. But what happened next made players increasingly feel that things were a little tricky. The detection spacecraft they sent out flew to the edge of the universe, but still found nothing. At first they suspected that these spacecraft might not be able to detect the existence of that kind. It seemed that they had sent out Euglena again, although the speed of the Euglena is much slower than that of the spacecraft. In the end, these Euglena successfully reached the edge of the universe. Players were confused after this wave of operations. Brothers, what's going on? Our detection spacecraft and Euglena went for a walk, but we didn't find any danger. Could it be that our detection method is too low level? No. Our Euglena have actually evolved to a very high level. If these plants can detect it, our Euglena must also be able to detect it. As the saying goes, don't be afraid of 10,000. Just be afraid of the unexpected. Otherwise, let's move in advance. Whatever you want to move. I don't think it's necessary. If there are dangers along the way, something will happen to our eyeworm or the spacecraft when it passes by. But we arrived at our destination smoothly without anything happening. But from this point alone, it is not difficult to see that there may be no danger there. If there is no danger over there, what about the abnormal behavior of some plants? For a while, players also discussed this matter a lot. It's obvious that they don't know what the situation is now. Chapter 718 Gradually Uncontrollable. Brothers, I still haven't figured out what the situation is. The paths of these plants are somewhat unclear. Let's think about it first, and how we should operate next. Speaking of which, old fellows, why don't we go and see what these plants are doing? I think we can also go and see if these guys are suddenly so abnormal. There must be something going on. At first, we guessed that there was some terrible existence. But now we guess wrong. So this can only explain the reason why they did this. Maybe it's because of themselves. Do these plants also need to migrate like migratory birds? I'm afraid you upstairs are not thinking clearly. God, plants are still migrating. And people have already developed to this level. And they are still migrating eggs. Okay, brothers. Stop making trouble. We will go directly there, and we will know what is going on. At this time, on the United Universe civilization side, as more and more plants are added, it becomes more and more difficult to resist. The number of plants calling the headquarters is increasing. According to our observations, There are still many plants coming here from the restricted area. What's the situation on your side? Can it still be stopped? At this stage, we can still support it for a while. But the follow-up support fleet must hurry up. Because I estimate that there will be more plants coming by then. And our fleet here will be stretched by then. Everyone, please pay attention to the battle damage on your side. For us, the most critical thing now is to control the battle damage. With our current situation, we simply cannot afford large-scale losses. Now our warships must be preserved as much as possible. At this time, on the United Civilization side, they are all racking their brains and trying their best to resist the plants. A steady stream of plants are also coming here. And when they came here and saw the broader universe, they launched unscrupulous attacks here again and again. In the continuous attack, these plants are also evolving. Fortunately, the United Civilization has experienced similar things before, so their military resources have always been relatively sufficient. In addition, they are now using the strength of all civilizations to continuously produce warships to make up for the losses across the board. So both sides can barely hold on. It wasn't until this moment that the previous civilizations realized how wrong they were. He was so arrogant that he considered this kind of existence as his enemy, and even thought about occupying their area. It has to be said that it is also because of their ambition that the entire civilization is now in dire straits. Moreover, all these civilizations that have taken action secretly have been given special attention by the United Civilization. All civilizations that have participated in this incident must use all their strength in this war. Of course, the all-out effort this time refers to the entire civilization, and no resources can be left behind. All the things of these civilizations must be sent to the battlefield first, which is also to atone for their ignorance. This time, the other members of the United Civilization were also cruel. If they did not cooperate, they would directly take the civilization away and take it themselves. After all, at this stage, almost all civilizations that have been affected by Chiyu are very hostile to these civilizations. After all, it was their troubles that led to the current situation. So if they don't do something to make up for it, I'm afraid these civilizations will tear these troublemakers alive. All in all, after this incident, regardless of whether it can be stopped in the end, these civilizations are probably not far from destruction anyway. After all, their civilization may not be able to make up for the losses in this battle alone. But there was nothing that could be done about it. Who told them to be so promiscuous at that time? This time it's all over the place. If you don't want to pay any price, others won't agree to it. Of course, these civilizations are now very unpopular not only on the United Civilization side, but also on their own civilization side. The members of the civilization were extremely angry because they didn't know about these things. When they found out, it was time for the United Civilization to send people over in large numbers to capture the young men. The actions of the above people have caused many civil wars to break out within these civilizations. And these wars ended very quickly, because basically everyone in the civilization who was related to this matter, or who had made decisions, was arrested. Although the United Civilization did not go too far to deal with this group of people, the people from their own civilization took the lead. There is no way. The behavior of these people is too hateful. People in these civilizations may not pay too much attention to what the United Civilization will become in the end. But what they care about is what they will become, because of the arrogant behavior of a few fools. So many people in civilization took the blame for them. So these people were also solved by this group of angry people. At this time, as time passed, the war continued. The war between the United Civilizations and these plants will not stop because of something within a certain civilization. After these civilizations have taken care of their internal affairs, the next step is for them to pay off their debts. All in all, whether it is the United Civilization or other civilizations, this incident can be regarded as teaching everyone a lesson. But whether they have the chance to learn this lesson is another matter of opinion, because this gap is actually not big overall. The number of plants that can emerge from it is not very large. Externally, the United Civilization quickly built a large number of fortresses for defense. So these plants are still in a stalemate with the United Civilization at the entrance. Now that there are two civilizations on both sides, basically no one can do anything to win over the other. Although the evolution speed of plants is fast, the routine of uniting civilizations to change weapons and attack methods is very easy to use. By constantly changing weapons and damaging warships, their battle losses have never been too high. At the same time, the damage they cause to these plants is very high. It is also for this reason that even if so many plants come later, they can still block it. Fortunately, we blocked it. In this case, at least we don't have to worry too much in the short term. Now we just need to wait until enough time to repair the instrument and renew the shielding here. Then, there shouldn't be any big problems. In general, this time it was a false alarm. However, the number of plants gathered there is too exaggerated. So even if we have an advantage now, we cannot take it lightly. After a period of fighting, the United Civilizations finally stabilized the entire situation, which made them unable to help but breathe a sigh of relief. During this period of time, they were very depressed, fearing that their defenses would be breached by plants. Once their defenses are breached, everyone knows what fate awaits them. But fortunately, they were lucky this time. At least their strategy bought them enough time. And this time allowed them to build a fortress where they could fight these plants for a long time. These fortresses can not only resist the attacks of these plants, but are also where battleships are maintained, and of course, where war preparations are stored. It is also because of the existence of the fortress that their logistics can be guaranteed. In a long-term war like this, logistics is particularly important. However, the United Civilization side was not happy for long at this time. And they discovered something. No, there's something wrong with the evolution of these plants. The person responsible for normal observation on this day finally determined one thing after a long period of observation. That's how these plants evolved. And there seemed to be something unexpected about them all. In fact, everything was fine in the beginning. Everyone was normal. After all, there is nothing to say between them at this stage. The two sides have been fighting in this stalemate mode. However, as time went by, they discovered one thing. That is, their battle losses had been getting higher and higher recently. And these plants had a faint tendency to push inside. In fact, at first some battlefield observers just attributed all this to the increase in the number of these plants. At least they thought so at first. But as time went by, they gradually discovered that the situation seemed to be different from what they thought. The total number of plants in that area is actually not much different from before. But now these plants can slowly advance towards the outside. After confirming this matter, he was basically certain that these plants should have undertaken a certain kind of special evolution. It seemed that he reported the news immediately. Naturally, this matter immediately attracted the attention of United Civilization. Everyone's hearts, which they had finally put down, immediately became anxious again. What's going on? What happened to these plants? At this time, in the United Civilization conference room, everyone was watching the projection on the battlefield. These are all reflections of our recent war with plants. You must have noticed that we have always been at an advantage. At least at this stage, we are at an advantage. The scene while talking continues to play. Soon the picture came. And it was the picture that was recently sent back in the later period. And now I saw it in the picture. These duties are not much different from before. But now they can gradually advance inside. And then see the actions of these plants. Basically everyone understands what is going on. These plants are learning from us. It just depends on the situation. We pose the greatest threat to plants by frequently changing battleships and changing the attack damage of battleships. However, some plants have also discovered this. They also learn from us. Some of these plants have evolved to be resistant to our attack attributes. Then when we send out such warships, they will send out such plants. In this case, they still have natural resistance to us. Simply put, how we play, they can also play. And compared to us, their numbers are too large. So they don't have to worry about combat errors. Even if they guess wrong once, it won't have much impact on them. Because for them, such losses are just a drop in the bucket. But if we guess wrong, it may be a big deal for us. At this time, almost everyone couldn't help but frown. What happened before them was beyond their expectations. It seems they are more than just plants. They possess great intelligence. So what should we do next? At present, our most effective method for plants has been cracked by them. At this time, the United Civilization knows very well that once their opponent has a way to target this strategy, it will be difficult for them to gain an advantage in the later stage. The strength of both sides can be described as evenly matched. That is, if a single plant is against a battleship, their previous strategy has greatly improved their strength. It is also for this reason that they can easily disintegrate the plant's attack. Now these plants also know how to operate, which means that they now have to go head-to-head with these plants. In a head-to-head confrontation, the most intuitive thing is actually for both sides to compete with their respective numbers. Whoever has the greater number will win in a head-to-head encounter. However, in terms of quantity, it is absolutely impossible for them to compare with those plants. After thinking about all this at this time, Everyone present could not help but frown. And the current situation was out of their control. They knew very well that if they continued, they might really be doomed in the future. What should I do? You can only find a way to fight. And you must block it no matter what the cost. Once we are breached by these plants, we will face destruction. In ancient times, the groups of these plants were not as large as they are now. Even in such ancient times, civilizations paid a high price to imprison them. At that time, the opponent's technology might be higher than ours, but the number of plants was smaller than now. With so many advantages, the ancient civilization barely managed to win. And now our technology is not mentioned for the moment, just in terms of quantity and population. After these years of development, these plants have reached a very terrifying number. Under such circumstances, once they break through the defense line and let them spread in this universe, we will have no ability to resist. Everyone also knows the stakes involved. Basically all civilizations know this lesson well, and all they can do is fight to the death. Put everything back, and now devote all resources to this war. He even said that in order to win this war, he would not hesitate to make the entire civilization stagnant or unable to operate. But at this time, on the United Civilization side, while they were still worrying about this matter, there were a few bugs in the restricted area flying towards the battlefield. Chapter 719 Players' Great Discovery. And this time on the player's side, a team of 300 people was approaching the ground where the plants gathered. Brothers, tell me what is going on. At this time, the hidden player looked at the plants in the distance and asked, God knows what's going on. Anyway, if we follow them, we will definitely know why. In this way, the players following the group of plants were discussing with each other. This wave of teams is naturally the exploration force sent by the players. This is not the first time for players in these exploration teams to explore. In the past, they often went out to search for resources and gather information, so they were very skilled at these things. At this time, they were following a group of plant troops. This unit happened to see these plants arranging troops when they passed by a plant gathering place. So this group of players thought for a while, and decided to quietly follow this group of plants to see where they were going. In this way, they followed all the way, moving towards a certain place. Brothers, what do you think is going on with these plants? Following their journey, we have seen 7 or 8 batches of plant tribes join this team. According to our previous understanding of these plants also have a strong sense of territory. Under normal circumstances, it is absolutely impossible for plants from different groups to gather together. Yeah, I'm surprised too. The behavior of these plants is too abnormal. I don't know what happened in this universe, but these plants can actually operate like this. Just following these plants, this group of players finally arrived at their destination. At this time, when the players arrived here, they saw dense plants in the distance. These plants have blocked him from a distance. The few people who followed after seeing this scene couldn't help but marvel. Compared with the plant gathering places that players encountered before, it is different. Although the gathering places they had seen before were large, they always had an end. The plants here are endless. The most important thing is that there are many plants in this area that are constantly gathering here. With the addition of these plants, the flora gathered here are becoming more and more exaggerated. My darling, what happened here? God knows. I really didn't expect that there would be so many plants here. Oh my God. This is incredible. In this way, the players discussed everything they saw in front of them. I have to say that the number of plants here is too exaggerated. So exaggerated that even the players don't know how to evaluate it for a while. But just when everyone was amazed, they noticed something. Brothers, why do I see fire in front of me? As the players' words fell, all the players also looked around. I'm going. Don't tell me. There seems to be a fire over there. What on earth is going on? I don't know. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be. But while everyone was discussing, something in the distance suddenly caught their attention. Several players could not help but frown as they flew toward the mysterious thing over there. If I'm not blind, this thing seems to be on the spaceship. Right? It should be a certain part of the spacecraft. Let me go. Brothers, something is wrong. There are plants here. Where did the spaceship come from? As the players' words fell, everyone also woke up from a dream. After all, their level of exploration of this universe is still very high. So they also know very well that this universe is dominated by plants. This is where some plants gather, and there is basically nothing else. But now when they saw the wreckage of the spacecraft, they were all stunned. It was obvious that they felt as if they had discovered something extraordinary, because they always believed that there was no civilization here. The current situation shows that their previous views were wrong. As a result, they became even more curious about the situation ahead. However, there are so many plants there that it would be very difficult for them to sneak in without anyone noticing. So they can only wait for the opportunity quietly. Fortunately, the battle between these plants and the United Civilizations has become more and more intense. So the players still found the opportunity to enter the front line. And when the players arrived at the front line, they were stunned by the sight in front of them. First of all, the universe in this area seems to have been broken into a big hole. And inside the big hole are these plants. And outside are various things that players are familiar with, such as battleships, fortresses, and so on. Seeing this scene, several players, who often engaged in various reconnaissance work, were also shocked. I'll go. This is the first time I've seen such a situation. And do you think there's a big hole in the universe or something? I don't know. There's a big hole in the universe. It's outrageous to think about it. It's indeed a bit unexpected that I went here. But brothers, we seem to have discovered something amazing. It's outrageous that there is still civilization here. Originally, I thought that there was no civilization in this universe. Only various plants. Now it seems that we are ignorant. Judging from the current situation, these civilizations should come from another universe. And the connection between this universe and plants should be very weak. And these plants also have ways to break this connection. Time players also made various guesses about the situation here, because they were not sure about the specific situation here. After some discussion, they decided to take a look around to see what was going on. After a period of teasing like this, the players finally figured out the situation here. Naturally, they immediately told other players everything you discovered. Brothers have made a new discovery. At this time, at the gathering place of the players, everyone who received the news immediately gathered together and began to discuss. Brothers, the player responsible for the investigation told us a shocking news. That is, the universe we are in may just be an isolated universe. Is it possible to be isolated in such a large universe? What exactly is going on? Please tell me in detail. Brothers, the situation is roughly like this. This part of the universe has been developed by some very high technologies. The civilization used a special instrument to isolate this area from the entire universe. Even the isolated area is so huge. Of course, their purpose of isolating this place is naturally for the plants living here. It is also because the destructive capabilities of these plants are too powerful. It will be difficult for them to develop if this area is not isolated. So this is the general situation of the entire area at present. The technological level on the other side is also very high. Anyway, it has surpassed the level of super civilization. But for us, we can compete now. After understanding the general situation, the players began to discuss again. First of all, they focused on how big the universe was. If an isolated area could be of such a size, what would the complete universe be like? A situation. The second is about their next plan to send troops there. I don't recommend you very much about sending troops. Right now, the two sides are fighting dog eat dog. We just need to sit aside and watch the show. That's true. But you should also know the situation of these plants very well. Currently, while the civilization over there still has the power to resist, we can completely eliminate these plants by joining forces. And then we will start a war against that civilization. Because once we stand aside and watch, if the civilization outside can no longer hold on, and after the plants are defeated, it will be difficult for us to develop. After all, as I just said, their reproductive ability is a troublesome thing, especially when resources are relatively abundant. If we let them develop, we will encounter a lot of trouble in collecting resources, or doing other things in the future. Naturally, some people also have different views on what this player said. It's not necessary. We can wait for them to defeat both sides, and then start a war against both sides at the same time. I think this is also feasible. Although our strength has been greatly improved now, we must also reduce it as much as possible. After all, if something unexpected happens, we must have the means or the strength to deal with it. Of course, apart from these players, there are also many rational players who are analyzing the current situation. Brothers, I think it's better to wait and see how things change. Although after these plants are released, there will be a lot of uncertainties in the future. But compared to uncertain factors, I personally pay more attention to risks. If you think about it carefully, you can isolate the entire universe. It means there should be a civilization with terrifying strength among the other party. Before this civilization has emerged, I personally don't recommend that we expose ourselves. I think we can continue to develop during this period. And it just so happens that there are so many opportunities for us here. After these plants leave, the area where they used to be becomes our resource point. After some discussion like this, everyone also had a rough plan in mind. First of all, they increased the speed of resource extraction during this period. After all, they were still worried about what might go wrong before. But now that they have a clear understanding of the general situation, they naturally know how to operate. After confirming that there are no so-called strong enemies in the rear, players no longer need to be as frightened as they are now when collecting resources. So they can focus on this matter as much as possible, while they are collecting resources and expanding their troops. They also need to pay attention to the fighting situation on the front line. They only need to determine one thing. That is, what is the situation of that powerful, mysterious civilization, and when will it enter the market? Only after figuring out that powerful civilization can they determine their next plan. After all, if you don't know what the opponent's situation is, if you act rashly under the prerequisites, the risk is still too great for the players. After all, the behavior of this civilization is indeed a bit unnatural. It actually separated the entire universe, and what they created was not even noticed by the players. At this point, players thought that there was the edge of the universe. But the edge of the universe here was different from the edge of the universe elsewhere. It was not until this moment that they discovered that they were so wrong. This place was not the edge of the universe, but was created by a powerful civilization. It is precisely because of this that they must be cautious. After all, facing a civilization of this level, all they have to do is hide themselves and then look for opportunities to take action. If you are not sure that you can send them away in one wave, try not to expose them as much as possible. After determining the general plan in this way, the players began to take action. Because there are not so many worries, players can collect resources very quickly. At the same time, there are also a large number of resources found by players. In fact, for them, it is too easy to find these resources. After all, as long as these plants occupy a slightly larger plant gathering place, the area they occupy will definitely not have too few resources. As for the location of the surrounding large plant gathering areas, they still know very well. Now that it has been vacated, naturally the players immediately went to take over. At the same time, they deployed a large amount of additional collection equipment, with the purpose of removing all the resources in these areas in the shortest possible time. Then convert these resources into your own combat power, and be fully prepared to attack them later. Brothers, targeting these civilizations is definitely different from targeting plants. We still have to plan how to operate in the future. I think the Leviathan formation is still the main one, because these mobile fortresses are very effective against plants and warships. The effect is indeed good, but we have to consider a cost issue. If we attack battleships, we will definitely not be able to suck their blood as easily as we can with plants. Attacking battleships will further test our own military strength. I think it's best to form a flying dragon formation directly. This kind of thing is cheap to make, and I think its strength is pretty good. Actually, I think we can consider the Devourer formation. Although the cost of this formation is higher, I have to admit that this thing is very powerful against battleships. This thing is indeed very strong. But the biggest problem is that it has a very poor effect on plants. It's not like we haven't tried it before when killing plants. But if it has a better effect on plants, we will choose it. In this way, players vigorously collect resources while discussing future troop planning. After all, they also need to consider many factors in the subsequent war. Chapter 720 Players' Plans. In fact, for players, after experiencing so much, they have a new understanding of many things in the universe. The first is about the Dark Forest law in the universe. Hide yourself and clean up others. In fact, after such a long time, players no longer particularly care about this rule. Later they also knew the reason. After all, this law is different for different civilizations. Take the players for example. For a civilization with a low technological level, this law is an iron law. For them, this is their way of survival. Hide yourself until others find out. But it will be different when technology reaches the level of players. The so-called laws actually mean little to them. In fact, this law is of little significance to any advanced civilization. Perhaps from a certain perspective, this law only applies to some civilizations whose technological level is not very high. But sometimes the simpler things are the more useful. For example, you can now hide yourself and develop yourself, and then wait until the enemy shows up, and then send them away. That's right. Now players are ready to use this oldest routine to deal with every super civilization. At this time, watching the fierce battle between the plant side and the civilization side, The players are developing crazily. Brothers, judging from the current pace, if they fight for a while longer, we might be able to expand the Insect Sea to the galaxy level. Hey, a galaxy level Insect Sea is a disaster for any civilization, expressing various expectations about what these civilizations will look like when the time comes. At this time, the players were discussing each other. Now they are extremely looking forward to how these civilizations will react when they see their sea of insects. Regarding this, they have been yearning for this since they saw the performance of the Tyranids. But there has never been this opportunity. And now that the opportunity is in front of them, they are extremely excited. The departure of these plants left so many resource areas for them to waste. In fact, players don't know how to evaluate this. After all, this matter is indeed a bit disturbing. The resources in these areas have been exploited by these plants for such a long time. But there is still so much left. Players really didn't expect this. At this time, a large number of insect nests were hatched in the resource areas left by these plants. Although the plants in these areas have not been completely evacuated, the remaining plants have no impact on the players. The Zerg army went to clean up one area after another. After the army had almost cleared the area, a large number of worker bees were sent over to start hatching the insect nests. In this way, players are expanding their power at an extremely fast speed. Players are already familiar with this crazy troop exploding routine. After all, not only were they detonating troops here, but Jiangyao also prepared a universe for them to experiment on when they were at the juncture of the universe. So they know the routine very well. In this way, as time goes by, a large number of galaxies are occupied by players. And while the players are still having a great time developing here, there are plants and the United Universe civilization. At this time, the battle here has entered a fierce stage. Because more and more plants are gathering here, the pressure on the United Civilized Universe is also increasing. At the current pace, it will only be a matter of time before we are breached. At this time, everyone in the United Civilization conference room was discussing the current war situation. There are simply too many of these plants, and they can see through our plans in a short time and evolve to suit our situation. After such a wave of operations, we are really powerless to fight against them in the later stage. After hearing what everyone said, the several civilizations headed by them couldn't help but feel that things were getting more and more difficult. At present, our production capacity should be able to keep up with the war. As long as we delay, we can eventually put them back in. While talking, these civilized commanders seem to have thought of something. By the way, what's the current situation regarding the search for ancient civilizations? Everyone fell silent after hearing this question. In fact, after knowing the situation of the plants, apart from resisting, they were still thinking of a way out for themselves. For them, apart from the situation on the battlefield, what they are most concerned about now is the search for ancient civilizations. According to records, ancient civilizations faced these plants, and a powerful civilization stood up when most civilizations were unable to resist. And these instruments belonged to that civilization. After that, when Min settled the matter, he left. They just left. And the technology has reached their level, and it is impossible to be destroyed. So this civilization should still be there. But they are not planning to help us at this time. In fact, everyone present knew the reason for this. From a simple point of view, this matter is purely their own suicide. They know this. And naturally ancient civilizations also knew this. In fact, just as they thought, the ancient civilization naturally knew what happened here. It is also because they know that the ancient civilization has not taken action yet. At this time, a group of elders were gathering together in the ancient civilization. Hey, I didn't expect that things would reach this point in the end. Arrogant. Yes, they have forgotten their fear of being dominated by plants. As he spoke, all the elders couldn't help but sigh. They knew the horrors of these plants. Even they are not sure that they will escape unscathed when facing plants. The level of these civilizations is really too low. They have not yet completed the improvement of their life levels. Under such circumstances, how dare they take action against plants that have already completed their life sublimation? Actually, it doesn't matter whether you dare or not. Now we need to discuss whether to take action. As the man finished speaking, everyone fell into silence. If we leave it alone, I'm afraid they won't be able to sustain it for long. But once we take action, there will be endless troubles. The troubles these ancient civilizations worry about are not that their appearance will make the united civilizations afraid. In fact, for them, it is useless to be afraid of the united civilization, because the strength gap between the two sides is too big. It is better for the united civilization to be honest. If they are not honest, They will not mind taking action against the united civilization. And there are other reasons why they are unwilling to take action. Since their life level has been sublimated, they have touched some areas that they have never discovered before. To put it bluntly, their identity has changed from the moment their life levels have been elevated. If this universe is compared to a game, they used to be participants, but now they are observers. All they can do is observe the development of civilization and the rise and fall of the universe here. That's all. Apart from this, they can't do much other actions. Once they make any move, they are likely to be targeted by some other force. They don't know exactly what this force is. They only know that this is something inexplicable. And they can feel it when the life level reaches their level. This is a limitation. A limitation after reaching their level of technology. They don't know where this restriction comes from. Whether it comes from the consciousness of the universe or other more powerful forces. All in all, because of this restriction, they can only choose to develop in a low-key manner. When they saw that the universe was about to be destroyed by these plants, they had no choice but to take action. But that action brought them great regret. After that attack, they found that their living environment and living space had been greatly affected. Suddenly, a special substance appeared in the universe, which could have a certain impact on them. At the same time, there are also problems with the fertility rate of civilization and many other things. They really can't understand what kind of power can do such a thing. This is a method that even their level of civilization cannot understand. They probably only have the will of the universe to do this. Yes, the universe is conscious. It is not so much consciousness as it is the laws of the universe. This kind of law can only be felt after their life level has been sublimated. This is also the first time they have confirmed the existence of cosmic consciousness. Although they have made remarks in this regard a long time ago, believing that the universe is a conscious consciousness. But at that time, all kinds of comments only existed in the stage of speculation. And only when their lives completely sublimated did they understand that their speculations were correct. And that what makes them more honest. It is also for this reason that they chose to become spectators, quietly observing the rise and fall of the universe. But many years later, they suddenly discovered that there was an extra thing in the universe. A plant, to be precise. This is a very powerful plant. Based on their observations, they can basically determine that this thing is on the same level as their life level. And this kind of thing suddenly appeared in the universe inexplicably. Through this, they discovered a very terrifying thing. These plants did not appear out of thin air. They may have been deliberately created by the will of the universe. The purpose may be to target them. And it was also because of this discovery that they later took action by force. Because they feel that if these plants are not restricted, their own safety will be threatened. It was also because of this wave of operations that they suffered a major subsequent impact. At the same time, they also discovered a problem. That is, the life level of these plants is the same as theirs. Logically speaking, these plants should also exist in this universe as observers. But they are able to actively participate in attacking other civilizations in the universe, which makes this civilization extremely surprised. Later, after many years of research, they gave a new definition to this type of creature, which they called natural disasters. They call these unrestricted things natural disasters. They found that these natural disasters are simply that the consciousness of the universe deliberately arranged to target the civilization in the universe, to the will of the universe. Civilization is a cancer in the body, which will greatly reduce the existence time of the universe. But civilization will inevitably exist. This is just like cancer cells in the human body. There is no way to eradicate them. It just exists between controllable and uncontrollable. Naturally, these natural disasters are used to make some uncontrollable events controllable. Currently, civilizations can still resist these natural disasters. As long as these natural disasters don't lead to the development of civilization, then everything will be fine. At this time, an elder said calmly, although the civilization side is already struggling now. Based on the current evidence, this elder believes that if the consequences are ignored, these civilizations should be able to support the repair of the instrument and fill up the hole there. In fact, for this civilization, the reason why they are so concerned about there is not because they are benevolent. It's because after the collapse of these civilizations, the target of plants will most likely be them. And once they take action, they will be suppressed by the will of the universe. They don't know exactly what impact this suppression will have on them. So they are unwilling to take risks when everything is unknown. Continue to observe the battle situation over there. If it doesn't work, we can only take action again, rather than forcefully confronting these plants in the later stages and suffering unknown effects. It would be better to intervene before the current situation is spread. At least for now, the consequences are known. Of course, neither the players nor the local civilization know what is happening here. At this time, our own forces also have their own plans. After such a long time, the insect swarm has also completed the sublimation of life and become a higher level life form. But the difference compared to that civilization is that Jiangyao did not receive those messy prompts or messages. Everything was still the same as usual, and there was no change. At this time, his attention was focused on the players. He naturally knew about the players' plan to expand the insect swarm. In fact, he has been worried about whether there will be a situation at the junction of the universe. But after careful consideration, he felt that the possibility should be very low, because the players' expansion was only at the level of a galaxy, compared with the insect swarm that expanded into several universe levels at that time. It is completely different, so it should not be greatly affected. Of course, he still imposed restrictions on expansion. That is, the largest insect swarm can only expand to the galaxy level. No matter what kind of enemy he encounters, he can handle this level of troops. With the Zerg's reproductive ability, even if his own troops were wiped out in the later stage, he would be able to produce the same troops again in just a few days. After all, the expansion of the insect swarm to the galaxy level is very exaggerated.